go! Alright. Fabupona, hi. This bear that you drew for the pecan bear is absolutely adorable, and I love it. My particular fave is the style of the coat you've chosen and the two-color tone. Like, beautiful, it's wholesome, and I love it. Darn it.
Damn it, I wish you.
Oh! Careful, they got the shield, so like they just need. Oh!
I win.
Yes, nice work. Can you pick up my card and revive me, please? You can leave the medallion there, so then that way it doesn't like fall you and such like that for now. Yes. Oh, thank you, Cap.
Like I said, I'd win. Oh shit! Hey, Griffin!
Someone clip that. Someone please clip that. That moment of Cap, of like just congratulations, Cap, and Cap is just like, nah, I'd win. And Peter Griffin. Oh my god. Tell me what he can turn into during the Fourth War in bear form. In bear form. Fourth Age in bear form. You're not telling me he can turn into a bear? It's called bear form.
That's not canon.
What do you mean it's not canon? What do you mean that's not canon? What do you mean that's not canon?
I, GrantZeebs, love being put in a cute maid outfit and love.
This is like a regular
Meets with the 34-month tier 1 sub. Duke Cookies Oro.
Cookie? Oh my goodness, thank you so much, Meeps, for the sub. Jesus Christ, 34 months, insane. Thank you so much. Although, I do have to ask something. I'll give Cookie if you give me Mtn Dew caps. Click, 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 click. I don't know what you're talking about, YY. All you have is Mtn Dew. No. I need the Mtn Dew caps, okay? Hang on. Oh my god, you've been blocked from accessing. Why am I blocked? Because it triggered the what? Mtn Dew Final Fantasy XIV. Capture, yep, is not grabbing onto the Twitch thingy-majiggy. No, I'm gonna say Phantom. You broke it. Where is the fucking tweet? Also, I should be posting in as many places as I can that I'm like online and streaming and all that kind of nonsense. Because otherwise, you know, who knows that I'm streaming right now? No one, except all of yous, because all of yous are in my Discord, or you are listening to the Twitch alerts. Thank you so much.
Hello.
Hello, Sage. Welcome, welcome. So, 625 minus... What a wonderful day! Even if I get rid of only 2/3 of my... So, because I think last month I spent 680 times by 0.666. What a wonderful day! Even if I only only get rid of like 2/3 of my takeaway budget, then there's an additional $450 I can use into other expenses, or I can put it into saving, which means that by the time October comes along, then I would have saved for at least the $3,500 it would have cost me to do that, and that is before I get money from Twitch or from, you know, the tax return from Australia this year. So yeah, also, hi there, Butts. Welcome to the stream. Hi there, Zapper. What's my username on Twitter? It's GrantZeebs. What's my username on Telegram? GrantZeebs. I am having a I'm having a wonderful morning. Renee Isaac is here because of the push notifications. Sage is saying glad it's a wonderful day. I just gotta say today was a good day. That is some interesting criteria for what dictates a good day or a bad day.
Sir paid me to say hello, Grant.
Hello.
W carrot.
Thank you so much for the 200 bit. All right. Also, I need to give this. Here we go. Cookie for Meeps. Here's your cookie, Meeps. Meeps, cookie. Oh, no cookie. Wait. Ow.
The cookie.
No cake for you, Husky, because
I'm a college man. I won't need my high school diploma anymore.
I am so smart. I am so smart. I am so smart. Yes, I'm so smart. SMRT.
I mean
SMART. Welcome everyone. Happy Saturday. It's Saturday for me. It might be Friday for you. And thank you so much for the Hyper Himbo Meeps. I greatly appreciate it. Alright, so MountainDewGaming.com. Mountain Dew Gaming. Why is it saying I am unable to access this site? What the shit is this? This is bullshit. Can anyone get to Mountain Dew? Cookie! You can't see it. Cookie for Bookie. Oh, Cookie gone. Cookie's gone. So yeah, if you wanted some context, Mountain Dew Gaming has partnered up with Final Fantasy XIV, the critically acclaimed MMORPG. They're doing a thing before Dawn Trail is released so you can get Final Fantasy gear. And you just gotta, you gotta get a Mountain Dew, you gotta get a cap, and you gotta use the code in the cap. And apparently, you can get exclusive rewards, so you can get, things both in-game and out of game, if you've got enough points and what have you for some of the stuff. Now, annoyingly enough, it's only available to the United States. It's really fucking annoying. So I don't get to take part in this. I can't open up any of these Mountain Dews because they're probably only distributing it in the What's-a-Mahoozy in the United States as well. They're not, doing all that kind of shit. It's annoying, which is why I am demanding your help. Drink Mountain Dew. Give me the codes. I'll do a VPN thingy-madiggy. I'll tell them I'm in fucking Arlington or something like that, and then they're gonna be like, oh, he's in Virginia. The code for the bird mount doesn't work until the very first day of Dawn Trail early access. Oh, have you got the code, Xerix? Has it done a thing where it's like, oh, you thank you for the code. Unfortunately, it's not enabled until da-da-da. Arlington is in no, Arlington's in... You bought 20 Mountain Dew bottles for the shark plushie? Nice. I'm pretty sure Arlington is in the United States. It's in
Be so fine. Then boom.
Morning.
Okay. There's Arlington County. It's a count. No, Fizz. No. I've been to Virginia. I've been to the Washington, D.C. Arlington is in Virginia. There's the Arlington Cemetery, okay? And that's not in fucking Texas. Hang on a sec. I am going to get the professional opinion here. Where is... Are they not... Oh, yeah, they're dealing with tonsils and shit. Sorry. Whoops. Unnamed is not going to be available for me as my whatsamahoozies. Washington. There's an Arlington, Texas. Yeah, but when you talk about Arlington, you're probably talking about Arlington in Virginia, over on the East Coast. You're not talking about Arlington in Texas. Thank you for the boobies cam, Nix. Oh! You want to know something fun? I don't know who's going to do this with like 30 seconds left in the hype train, but there's a cool bit redeem at 717 bits or 7,175 bits. You decide. I would very much love 7,175 bits, but that's probably not going to happen. So 717 bits. You never heard someone refer to Arlington, Virginia? That's why you was confused. Arlington, Texas is also the setting for King of the Hill. Is it? Ah, did not know that. Color me surprised. I honestly did not know that. Alright, I posted into Cookie for YY. What was the number again? Cookie for Rookie, thank you so much. All right, fine. Let me see where we are in the game. Also, where? Oh, why is everything? Close that. Why was there nonsense going on with the star power up? Thank you so much. Also, hi there, Wild Saber. Also, how long ago was the Hyper Himbo? Hang on. So Rainbow Rush, Cake Cam, Zebra Chair, Bald, Cactar. Hi. Okay, so there's like a minute. There we go. Hi there, Rudy. Little Gator game is. Bookie is a total dotes cookie. I do not know what that means. Why? Little Gator is half off on Steam. Oh, cool. But I'm not in a whatsamahoozy mood for Little Gator. I am in an MMO mood today because today we're gonna be going through the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV. Oh, that's the wrong. That's a little minion from the Yokai Watch. The critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV. I've been to West Virginia as I lived there for a time, but don't know how close to Appalachia I was. Damn, Appalachia is real? Mtn Dew. Okay, all these people are done with their mission, so I gotta... What's Bouge? What a terrible... I'm probably gonna desynthesize that one. Alright, let's check out the gear. Everything's in the level... So yeah, you're only level 57, so I'll probably get better gear for you a different time. I need to... Also, why is my, For some reason my Discord's broken. Cookie for Bookie! Here's your cookie, Bookie! Pause the music in the background, run Discord again, head back to my thingy-madiggy, Arlington, Texas. Thank you, Xerix, for showing me the Google result for Arlington, Texas. Nope, wrong. That's Pinnacle Woman.
Emotional damage.
Excuse me. Mountain Dew, especially the blue one, tastes like acid with how sour it is. Noted. I will not go for the blue Mountain Dew. The absolute disrespect from everyone. Also, view the gear. Yeah, you're, like, level 50 such, but... Yeah, you should be higher than that, because, like... I could probably go through the mining quest line, honestly, and I'd probably get, like, cool gear. Alright, quit out of that. And let's check out Theodorable Boyton. Augmented Cristarum Earrings of Casting. Nice. Alright, we're swapping your axe about. There you go. The Augmented Crypt Lurker Battle Axe with a circuit, tabard, gauntlets, trousers, and thigh boots. Should be good. I need to get rid of, like, these high beryllium, like, gear as well at one point, because I don't really need those. Let's see, that's level 80 at 515. Ooh, 520. Yep, alright, let's swap you around. Sort. Level 70, level 80. It's level 50. Alright, so that's about... So 509 is alright. Alright. So we got field explorations. You're so close. Alright, so this is 81. Let's see what you get with 81. That's probably not gonna pop off until... Yep, it's not gonna pop off till tomorrow, but, you know, it is what it is. So yeah, thank you for lurking, YY. It's love. Throwing cactars at me cannot be love. You got the normal, zero sugar, and whatever the blue one is called. All taste like battery acid levels of sourness. You only mean compared to tasting lemon juice. I feel like you should be comparing Mountain Dew to, like, Sprite or lemonade. Where's the Mountain Dew stuff in Final Fantasy XIV? Right where Zarek says, "Can I steal you for a day?" No. No, you can't. Alright. So, I'm in the best gear that I can at the moment. And I have some main questline missions to get through. I am so fucking close to finishing off with part 1 of Endwalker and moving on to part 2 of Endwalker. I did the math. Before I go on break in June, I need to accomplish approximately 16 main questline missions per stream that I have for Final Fantasy XIV. Now, amazingly enough, the Monday stream that I did, or the Sunday stream, one of the streams I did earlier this week, I actually did get up to, like, you know, 16 main questline missions. So we'll see how we go with today, where, you know, I will be going through... Because this is probably going to be an all-day affair or something crazy like that. I reckon I'm going to be at this for a long whiles. Hydrate. Very important to hydrate. Alrighty. So we've got 1, 2, 3... We got 4 different missions that I'm imagining are all about, like, the Aether Current stuff. Yep, alright, so... I'm gonna grab these blue missions just in case. So, because maybe we'll come across them as we're going through the MSQ, and they will be, like, easy hand-ins and what have you. Cookie for Bookie! Here's your cookie, Bookie. Who's that? King Calio. Nice. I'm almost up to level 90 with my warrior as well. Like, boy, what a quest we went through. I don't know if Meeps is up to date with the Endwalker, like, campaign and shit like that, but we went through, like, quest 80, like, level 83 stuff, and I was like, holy shit. Because the thing is, like, we end up on the moon, where we got to the Tower of Babel. And then, like, we went up against Zodiark, and apparently that was not a great thing for us to do, but quite frankly, like, you know, it was probably better than leaving Zodiark to do all the murdering and nonsense, so, you know, now we're having to, like, you know, speed up the schedule of all these, like, rabbit people, you know, doing the saving the world thing by turning the moon into an ark. So... yeah, it's rabbits on the moon. You should have been here, Meeps. When I first saw them, I was like, bunny! And then next thing I knew, I was like doubting myself. I was like, hang on, are they bunnies? Cause like I'm rabbit. Like, look at this rabbit here. I thought I would have more hats as a rabbit boy than as a cat man. But that's not the case. So at some point, I'm probably gonna Fantasia into something else. But I'll figure that nonsense out. And then another carrot thingy-majiggy. I'm just grabbing all the carrot mod. Imagine if they gave a mod where potatoes turn into rabbits. Imagine if there was a mod out there that just gave all the, like, previous, like, hats and shit onto, you know, onto the Vieiras and the Rothgars. Imagine that. Imagine if that was a mod. Imagine if that was no longer a mod. Imagine if Yoshi P saw that and was just like, that is brilliant. You guys have an eye for detail. We are going to hire you and we're going to incorporate Dawn Trail is doing... No, it's not. It can't be. What? You can't be gaslighting me here. You can't be gaslighting me here on this one. You can't tell me, oh yeah, they're gonna do that. They're gonna retroactively make all the Realm Reborn and the Realm Reborn and Heaven's Ward, like, gear, having the hats and the visors and the shit like that, working for the Rothguards and the Vieiras. Someone fact check that. Xerix, fact check it. Discord. Okay, so someone said Dark. Here's the thing, Xerix. It's a hit and miss on stuff that is appeared on the rabbits. Like, for instance, full helmets do not go onto the Vieiras. A pair of spectacles, however, go on the Vieiras. A little, like, ring thingy-majiggy around their like cranium, that goes on the rabbits. Hats, hoodies don't go on the Vieiras. Like, that's not evidence. That's conjecture. Unless they say, yes, 100% of the hats or some shit like that, it ain't happening. So, there's a level 100 relic gear that we can't tell is a male Vieira or a female Ruhr. Would you prefer none at all being added? No. I would like some. Just don't get my hopes up. Don't get my hopes up. Don't do that kind of shit where it's just like, oh, what if rabbits are getting fat? It's just like, boobies? That is honestly the first thing I thought of, Meeps. When you said rabbits are getting fat, I was just like, booby slider. That was the first thing that popped into my head. I am a simple himbo Zeebs with simple desires and simple wants and needs. Alright, back to the main mission. I picked up all that stuff, which means if there's at any point that we need to go back to the Caratorium, then I can just, you know, knock 4 of the 5 out. Willy-nilly. Meeps will be full-on cat now in Final Fantasy XIV. Have you, like, okay, I know Big Snake Lady did the postings of like, oh yes, look at the female Rothgar. She's so me for real, and that is going to be her in Final Fantasy XIV when Dawn Trail comes out. I don't know if I saw you doing a post. And once again, my Discord is crashing. Do I not get a pass on my PC? Is there actual shit that I need to, like, do? Oh, hello, Xerix. I've also adjusted the display settings on my in my, like, thing for Final Fantasy XIV. As you can see, there is a little icon showing that I am a warrior next to my name. And the fact that, you know, there isn't that many people... Oh, the cookie for Night Sky. Here's your cookie. I've made it so that party members have, like, green text instead of, like, the normal, like, diluted white. And I've made it so that like, you know, other PC characters, they don't have their names pop up unless I click on them. So... Alrighty. Oh, this way. Is he following me? I don't know if he's following me or not. Do. You have your character ready and your free Fantasia from your first level 50 ready to go. I've already used my level 50 Fantasia to do the Hrothgar, and then I swapped from Hrothgar to Vieira. So, yeah. Heart of the matter. Growing Way is fidgeting with nervous energy, but is it from excitement or worry? Oh, what to do, what to do? I promised Living Way I would help, but... No, I promised I'd help, so that's what I'll do. The archives are on the second floor of the main plaza. Achoo! Ooh, ow, that hurt my chest. Ah, what was that? The archives are on the second floor of the main plaza, the eastern wing. Follow me. I suspect the Lullapit are up to something, but if there's aught to be learned of the final days, I think it's best we play along. For now, at least. Dun, 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 dun. More. Thank you. Okay, so everyone's going nuts over the level 100 roll gear, and we don't have, like, a good idea, like, who's responsible for it. Also, check this out. Ah! Shing. Ah! Amazing! Just shing, 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 shing. Can't get over how satisfying it is still, I see. Look, it is look, I have gone through so many fucking warrior gear where it doesn't do a thing, okay? Sometimes it's just a big fuck-off axe. So, excuse me if I am enjoying this. Because, like, look at this. Like, Gunbreaker. It is, like, the smallest change. And then, Paladin. Literally just... Dark Knight. Nothing. And then Warrior, like, prior to this, was just a blade, but now this... Beautiful. Beautiful. Okay, so I need to go up a floor. There should be a teleporter. Oh, hello. I need to talk to Dreaming Way for a bit. The level 50 Ironworks. Yeah, the level 50 Ironworks, like, but that was so long ago. That was like 2 years now. Stay focused, Dreaming Way. Sure, you're no working way, but... Skip. This is a blue tick. This isn't important to, like, the MSQ and shit. Alrighty. So... Oh wait, I can... Also, who's that? Nope, it's just King Calico again. I love how Xerix is, like, telling me of, like, other weapons, and it's like... I'm not a Reaper, though. I am explicitly of the tank class. Hello? Oh my god, an Aether Current! How did I not see this one? Oh Jesus, I got a long way to go. Look how much I have to go through for Mare Lamentorum to like... Oh my god. Pain. I miss when it was just 6 places you needed to explore. Now they upped it to 10. Sup. Dun 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 dun. The archives are right through this door, but it seems to be locked. I guess we'll have to go and find whoever has the key. Growing way, enough. If you have naught else to tell us of the final days, you need only say so. We can ill afford to be wasting time here, as you well know. Did yourself not tell us we must act quickly? Yes, we did, but... The moon was to be a perfect paradise for the people of Aetheres, and we're running out of time to make everything ready for their arrival. We hoped you'd see the wonders we have to offer, but you found nothing but faults and flaws in our work. Only one of you saw our potential, so you others must be kept here. Ah, so that's Living Way's game. Run us about in circles, and failing that, lock us away so we can't put the plan at risk. Everyone except Oriange. He understands what's at stake, what must be done. I fear you've misjudged us, Growing Way. Never have we decried the notion of using the moon as a means of escape. That said, my heart breaks at the thought of abandoning Aetheres and her reflections to their doom. If there is a way to avert the final days, I wish to find it. We all do. We may fail, but our efforts would never be at the expense of our plans. But why would you take that risk? There's no room for ifs and maybes now. The people of Aetheres will escape here to the moon. They'll be safe, and we'll finally get to see all their happy smiling faces. I'm sorry, but we can't let you leave. We just can't. Hi, Ripper. Welcome to the stream. Can we get a shout out for Ripper, please? Sorry to hear you, Mtn Dew. Oh my god, I'm stealing that. Hang on a second. There we go. I've stolen that. Playing Final Fantasy XIV, but can't Mtn Dew it collab. Thank you so much, Ripper. For that, Ripper, I am now elevating you to the moderator status. Give yourself a shout out. Do what you must, but try not to hurt them. I'll be back in a moment. Don't do anything rash while I'm gone. I am genuinely concerned with you right now. Concerned with me how? If we dally, they'll overwhelm us with sheer numbers. I say we knock these ones out, split up, and make our way to the exit. Agreed. Let us reconvene where Argos awaits outside. How did you complete one whole area for Shared Fates, and how did you not go insane? I'm pretty sure I haven't. I've just done rank 1, where you only need to do that 6 times. I have not completed like a full 60. observes as they fail to defeat me. Get fucked. Sorry, Growing Way. I love how the fucking upheaval is just me, like, punching. Like, I'm not using my axe or anything. I'm just literally just uppercutting them like it's Roadhouse or something. Got him. All right. We need to get up to the heart of the matter. On par with Warrior technically being the Berserker class. Yep. But yeah, hang on a second. Shared Fate. Let me just have a look at the shared fates that I have. Because I'm pretty sure none of them are, like, 100% completed. Yeah. I have a rank 2 in Ilmeg, because you just need to do, like, you know, 6 fates in Ilmeg, and you're good. But then to get to rank 3, you have to go through 60. Does that make sense? Also, where the fuck is... How am I... Oh, that's why. Dun, dun. Dun, dun. It's a visual hiccup, most likely. Or you were confusing shared fates for the Aether Currents here, like in Garlemald. See how Garlemald here is like attunement complete? You probably thought it was that. Good. You're here. We must hurry to the Watcher's Palace and find Oriange.
And what, pray tell, do we seek at the Watcher's Palace?
Oh, come off it, friend. You know full well why we're here.
Just tell it to him straight.
The time has come for you to return to Etheris and help your brethren prepare for their journey here and beyond.
Forgive me, Living Way, but I cannot in good conscience proceed with this plan.
Huh? But what about the final days? The death and the doom? Oh, we have to hurry before it's too late.
Oh, okay. So, earlier on, I had to deal with one of them saying crikey in the dialogue, and I was like, you can't use that. That's a very Australian thing to say, and they don't have Australian accents. But some was like, some British people do as well. And I'm like, yeah, but I feel like for someone to say crikey, it has to be like a very thick accent. It can't be, you know, just this weird amalgamation of just English and such. No, do not skip the cutscene. I think I now realize why they would have said crikey, because this is posh, rural England. Like, this is someone that follows the monarchy, and they live out in, like, you know, Nottingham or some really far-flung, like, Providence, where all they do is... I'm not gatekeeping words. Look, okay? I'm not gatekeeping words. There's far greater consequences out here.
Your unflagging commitment to your duty is endearing, to say the least.
Oh, Oriange is about to let them go easy.
Oh, bugger!
Yeah. So when they said bugger there, it's like, yep, that sounds like some Wallace and Gromit shit right there. It makes more
Be at
sense
ease.
now.
They bear you no grudge, nor do I. How could we, having come to understand your purpose? For millennia, you and yours worked tirelessly towards the singular purpose of this heavenly vessel's construction. An arduous feat by any measure. 'Tis clear you have spared no effort. Why, your very names are a testament to your dedication.
Our names? I'm not sure I understand what you're getting at.
Names are an expression of the self, a declaration of one's hopes and aspirations.
Yeah, but Grenwell wasn't like one of the
Your use of contemporary, uncomplicated
Yeah.
nomenclature doth ensure clarity of purpose.
Mhm.
There can be no doubt that your love for the people of Atheris is boundless and pure.
Just ignore the fact that they were going to try and hold us hostage.
Yes! Yes! A most mellifluous phrasing. We Loporits were born of Heideland's love for Atheris. That shining, shimmering blue jewel, brightest star in the sky, brimming with life and possibilities. For as long as I can remember, I've toiled in anticipation of the day when this vessel might be needed. All I've ever wanted was to meet those she cherished so dearly. To serve, and serve well. That goes for all of us.
Oh, that's amazing.
So help us. Help us help them. Lead them here where we can keep them safe.
But yeah, no, that's lovely to hear, Sage. I do recall Wallace and Gromit, like because here's the thing is that it's the British claymation and such like that. So like it has like, you know, international acclaim because, you know, it's claymation and it's just, you know, here's Wallace, you know, with his like, you know, ingenuity and shit and his like mild-mannered dog Gromit. And it's just It's this authentic British nature to them that people like and such. And it's great to see that, like, when they did the whole Wensley, it's just like, not even Wensleydale? Like, just the popularity of cheese helped, like, keep an industry running.
If there's anything wrong with what we've built, we'll fix it. We'll make it right.
So...
Your works want not for repair. Yet there remaineth much for you to learn of men, and your own kin besides. Singing Way, thy name bespeaketh more than the simple marriage of rhythm and rhyme. The songs of Atheris are beyond counting, and span the length and breadth of emotion. Maps are monuments to man's pioneering spirit and his devotion to charting the furthest reaches of our star. Many have devoted their lifetimes to exploratory pursuits, to venture unto the highest mountains and the deepest oceans in search of unknown frontiers. And thou, my friend, I do not think we've met.
My name is Puddingway.
Aww, pudding.
Puddingway? Yes, indeed. A name of deep and abiding significance, I'm sure, but one perhaps better communicated through delicious deeds than tasteless words.
Good choice
A
of words.
judicious application of fey magics at a later juncture may be appropriate.
Mm-hmm.
And Living Way. 'Tis no easy feat to convey the significance of thy moniker. When I was a bookish boy, a dear friend of mine was fond of peppering me with questions as I read, to my occasional annoyance. One day, I posed to her a question of mine own. What doth it mean to live? After much contemplation, she proffered this answer. The anticipation of a half-read story's conclusion. The hope today's mistake may serve as tomorrow's lesson. The wish that a new acquaintance may one day call thee friend. She believed it to be all these moments and more.
I want to understand, but
I, too, still labor to find mine own answer. 'Twould be my pleasure to assist you and yours in embarking on a journey of self-discovery and enlightenment. For thee.
Aw, what is it? Oh wait, that's the thing he was making, wasn't it?
Ink as blue as the waters of Aetheris. Made in haste, though I assure thee, the quality has not suffered for it. The people need not be persuaded by honeyed words. Nay, I have faith they shall do what is right in due course. Until they do, I beg your patience, friends. And with that ink, let us fill the empty pages of Livingway's compendium. An open exchange of ideas will surely afford you all a better understanding of modern man, and with it, ideas for improvements and renovations. But more importantly, it shall empower us to together find a way forward.
I hope you're right. Thank you for this lovely gift.
There you have it. I shall remain with the Loporrits to ensure that all is in order. Though we must needs prepare for every eventuality, you would all agree that the evacuation of our star is a last resort. To accept failure is to accept the demise not only of our star, but that of Reen's, of all reflections, and the souls that call them home. Which is why I have every faith that you shall fight to the last, that such drastic measures may prove unnecessary.
Should the worst come to the worst, and I pray deeply that it won't, I'll take comfort in knowing preparations were made under your watchful eye.
Aye, thou mayest be assured that if calamity cometh, not a soul will be left behind, if being the operative term.
Oh hey, another flower emotion. It was gifted to me while we were over in the whatsamahoozy underground thingy. Labyrinthos, thank you. Hi there, Marcus. Welcome to the stream. In our time, we called it Elpis. You would do well to remember that name. All right, Elpis. We have to remember the name Elpis.
I hate to interrupt, but I feel like I need to make amends for all the secrecy.
Can we get a shout out for because I'm pretty sure Marcus Wolfie, I recognize that name. You're the Ubisoft you're the Ubisoft wolf. Where's my moderators?
We haven't been the most gracious of guests. Do convey our apologies to Growing Way and the others.
But of course! And when next we welcome more guests from Aetheris, we'll have learned to be much more hospitable hosts.
Hi.
Oh, and circling back to the matter of inappropriate...
Shout out Marcus Wolfie.
We ought to discuss our benefactors.
Agreed. The
This-
Charleyan Forum,
This
yes?
is gonna take 2 hands to do. Hang on. There we go. Thank you, Ripper, for doing your role as a moderator. Shoutouts to Marcus Wolfie. They were last playing Fortnite. Howdy, Wolf Zeta. Ooh.
What? How did you know?
Because they were collecting all kinds of knowledge and flora and fauna. That's what we learned earlier on, and they wouldn't tell us why they were doing this. And then we ended up on the moon, and they tell us that they are, like, you know, setting up this, like, you know, biblical ark thing on the moon, and that they were actually getting knowledge and resources from a contact on Aetheris, so, like, on Earth. So, you know, it makes sense that that's our connection.
The more I heard, the more obvious it became. The forum's aims align closely with those of your anonymous patrons. A telling coincidence would be an understatement. Though had we not taken it upon ourselves to peruse certain restricted tones in Labyrinthos, we might still be unaware of their plans.
Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Nice! I have not gone through any other Final Fantasy games, I haven't gone through any Final Fantasy games that are earlier than Final Fantasy XIV. I am going through Final Fantasy XIV right now. I did Final Fantasy XV back when the PS3 was first released because there was like a special box set, and that was like the first thing I bought with my paycheck. And then I went through like a little bit of Final Fantasy XVI, but it does not interest me the same way as Final Fantasy XIV has.
But let us continue this discussion upon our return. I dare say we have kept Alphino and the others waiting long enough.
Cheers. Bum, bum, bum. Yeah. Alrighty. Orange. 'Twas a relief to see Living Way was pleased with my gift of ink. To serve and serve well, though their knowledge may be lacking, their boundless love is a blessing without peer. It will be no easy task to prepare them for what must needs be done, but gladly do I embrace this duty, even if doth necessitate that we part ways for a time. Forgive me my absence, but I have the utmost faith in you. In all our fellow scions, when next I return to Aetheris, I pray I find you all in good health and good spirits. Da, 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 da. Hey, I'm gonna get myself headgear with this one. With the Loporits in Urianger's capable hands, we needn't worry about affairs here in our absence. Knowing now that the face of their earthly collaborators, there is much to discuss with Alphino and the others. Let us return to the Tower of Babel. Our battle for the stars will soon begin in earnest, and we must be prepared. This ways. Yep, I'm going the right way. To the Nethergate. So yeah, I've not explored, like... I've obviously not explored all of this, but I'm not gonna, like, you know, delay my progression through the whatsamahoozies. There's Xerix. Whoa, 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 whoa. And we're back on Aetheris. Gods, I can scarcely believe we went to the moon and back. But we'll have time to reflect on that later. Right now, we need to head back to Camp Broken Glass and deliver a thoroughly detailed report to Lucia. I'd like very much to know how everyone is getting on here as well. They'd only just begun to treat the tempered prisoners when we left. I share your curiosity, but warning our allies of the final days is of greater importance. I speak not only of the contingent, of course. The heads of state of every nation must know what we have learned. We know not when, or where, or in what manner the final days will begin to manifest, and so we must see that everyone is prepared. Agreed. Though we may wish to stress the importance of discretion, lest the public be sent into a panic. Not that anyone in a position of responsibility should need be told as much, but it bears repeating. Anyway, first things first. To Camp Broken Glass. Oh my god, he's alive. Who's this? Hey, I know who that is. Now, the important question. Yep, they are. They are going through the... What are they? How are they doing? Alrighty. Where do they want us? Oh wait, I can fly in this place! Look! Yeah! Rock and roll, look at me go! Ooh, stray dogs, hang on a second. Do 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 do. You might as well, while we're here, it's worth doing the fates. And that looks like a white mage, if ever I saw someone moving that fast. Let's see, let's see. Come on, come on. Yeah, it is. It's a blue mage, sorry. I said white mage by accident. God damn, blue mages just go through the quests like... They go through the fates like it's nothing. They just, like, grab whatever the fuck they want, and they're just, like, bam, running through it. Dunk. Thank you for the quick assist. Blue, white, close enough. Yeah. Nice. Nothing, buddy. Detour before. Alrighty. Yep, cool. Cool. Sure, shotgun. There we go. So, yep, we're heading to Camp Broken Glass. You got the mage part? I'm glad I got the mage part. Yeah, it's not too bad. Thank you. Thank you for the ride. Oh, nope, that's... There we go. It's good to see you again. No worse for your lunar adventure, I hope. We've done what we can for now, believe me. We intend to tell you all about it. But before we do, might you tell us what's become of Garlemald in our absence? We succeeded in subduing the Tempered inside the Tower of Babel. We took many alive, but combined with those who were already in our custody, the numbers requiring care has grown exponentially. The inclement conditions here have made it difficult, if not impossible, to treat them all here, so we have petitioned the aid of the allied nations. Some are, understandably, hesitant to prefer assistance, particularly those that were recently subjected to imperial occupation. That said, several others have agreed to grant them refuge for treatment. With the assistance of your fellow scions, we endeavor to see them safely transported and subsequently cured of their tempering. Will all the tempered be relocated? Not at all. No, we have sufficient shelter to attend to those whose treatment have begun, and enough healers have volunteered to remain until their patients have recovered. Julius is one such patient, though he is not yet fit to receive visitors. Truth be told, it was a miracle he and those in his company were not harmed in the chaos. If not for Alphino and Alizé's timely assistance, I dare say none of them would be with us today. In light of recent developments, have the Alliance leaders come to any decision regarding Garlemald? Given the tremendous ramifications of what has happened here, it will take time to determine what must be done. In the meantime, they intend to work with the Eastern Alliance to keep a close watch over the provinces. Were they a bunny or a mouse? No, they were a Hewer. I'm pretty sure they were a Hewer. We have other news to share. Shortly after Anima was defeated, we received reports that each and every tower has vanished. For a mercy, the process was apparently not quite as violent as that you experienced in Thavnir. Those who were trapped within them have been rescued and are receiving treatment. To hasten this endeavor, the beast tribes have received instructions in the magics needed to cure tempering. Oh, that's interesting! 'Cause, I'm not at the full rank of the beast tribes, but I reckon if I was a whatsamahoozy, if I was at the max alliance for beast tribes, I reckon this would be such a great little thingy-majiggy to have learned of yes, the relationship with the beast tribes have been so great that we have been sharing the tempered cure and shit like that, which I reckon some beast tribes probably wouldn't have been some factions of beast tribes wouldn't be interested in, because basically what we're telling them of is, hey, you know how you're so totally into Ifrit and we think that's, messy? We have a cure for your Ifrit thingamajiggy. Some people would probably think that's absolutely terrible, but, I reckon with some others that are understandable of, say, for example, some of the kobolds and the issue with Titan, they would be totally up for it. God damn, this was good. Also, hi there, Sash. Hey Sash, you know I make a little post of when I'm streaming next, right? You know when I'm streaming next, right? I should hope so. Alright, slap you there, slap this there. Why is this window... Hang on. I think I'm gonna see if I need to check if, Is there a way for me to check that if Discord has updates? All right, check for updates. Because I reckon there's something up here. Game overlay. Yep, so that's enabled for Final Fantasy XIV right now. Let's see. Advanced. Developer mode. Hardware acceleration. So yeah, so I've got hardware acceleration turned on. So yeah, it minimizes to tray. That's fine. It's set to English US. It's doing the normal notification stuff. Appearance-wise, it's synced with the computer, which is great. And then... Yep, most of the appearances is fine. It doesn't mention whether or not there's an update necessarily. It is currently on a stable build, however, so... Alright. Close out of that. Nice. But yeah, how's it going, Sash? Speaking of which, I think Windows Update did something funky to my boot process, so I'm gonna do a quick restart. Fair enough. I have an update that's I have a Windows Update that's sitting in my queue as well that I've not gone through just yet. So hopefully, you know, once I'm done with streaming today and what have you, it won't be too big of a problem. So yeah, how's it going, Sashera? You doing great? Can we get a shout out for Sashera, please? Has so many weird things lately, especially how to push everyone to use Windows 11. Here's the thing that's irking me right now. It seems like we're in a transitionary period between, you know, offline OSs. Like, you know, Windows 7 and 10, I would argue, were OSs where they functioned very similar to, you know, between their offline and their online counterpart. Like, there wasn't that much of a, like an issue if you're running Windows 10 offline as opposed to online. With Windows 11, however, because of Microsoft going into the whole, you know, learning algorithm nonsense and, like, you know, all that kind of crazy. It's not explicitly AI. They call it AI, but I feel like AI is the marketing thing for it, when in actuality, it's more like sort of this it's more of like a matrix algorithm shit, where, you know, you enter in your, like, desire and shit, and they do, like, a Bing does their search, and they're like, oh, and now let's like, you know, scrub the or sift through the results and give you a response from, like, several websites and such. I do like how, so, like, this is gonna sound really crazy, but Copilot, I don't like it for the art stuff. I feel like AI, like, generative art is still not there because of the very simple fact that, you know, there is no consistency with what is the learning material for AI art. None of them have done a thing of like, oh, hey, we have gone through like 120 artists or some shit from like start to finish on their process, and we have now generated like an AI that is explicitly their own thing based off of the teachings of 120 artists. They have not done something like that. Instead, it's been a case of, oh, let's just, you know, Photoshop mash whatever we find on the internet. Never mind the fact that we cannot consistently tell you whether or not all we're doing is technically legal or not, because, you know, the material you're grabbing does not explicitly is not, like, you know, explicitly sift through for ones that are allowed to be used for AI. Never mind that. But yeah, there's a lot more AI shit that's going into Windows 11, which is a little bit problematic in some areas if you want to be offline. And then yeah, like, most recently, like, I'm going to be real with you, I've used Copilot for some coding stuff. But what I've used the Copilot for is there's something I want to do with Microsoft Graph in PowerShell. So it's like I'm asking Microsoft's AI bot to be like, hey, using a Microsoft product that you have coded with this module that you have created, tell me, how do I search for a user and filter on these results, and then remove each like license from a user or something like that. And the AI goes like processing, and then it basically is just a Bing search, and then it just gives you like the format. But here's the amazing thing as well. Nearly every single sentence that the Copilot tells you, it's hyperlinked to the result. The AI isn't just being like, oh hey, like we're just willy-nilly grabbing shit and going, trust me, bro. It's doing the fucking college route of like, oh, this sentence is you know, backed up by this reference here. That sentence there is backed up by here. Quoting this site here. Like, it's a far better AI than a lot of other AIs I found. Because here's the thing, is that it's a computer. You are on the, it's like, it's computer generated and all that kind of shit. You don't need to do plain text like export and then have at the very bottom in small fine print references like like, you know, some people think a Wikipedia printout is. You can make it like Wikipedia. Start blue texting shit. Start having like a little annotation symbol. Have it when you click on the sentence, it's like, oh, here's a hyperlink that takes you to the page. Like, it's not great. Like, we're not at the point yet where we can just, you know, dismiss all the problems we've had with AI, because they're still there, widespread. Like, there's still an issue of misinformation and not an understanding of, like, how it came to the conclusion it did. But we're right now in this phase of, like, you know, at least Copilot is doing the fucking high school college route of, hey, if you're gonna tell us shit, put your references in. No, Wikipedia is not a reference. It's been off on the wrong foot and dug itself a grave deeper and deeper with each step forward. It has started. Like, here's the thing. What's the name of the guy? Hang on a second. There's this dude. Hang on, I got his book. Here it is. James Comey. He was previously the director of the FBI from 2013 to 2017. He was appointed to the post by Barack Obama, and he was, you know, he was dismissed by Donald Trump. And, you know, he did, like, this book, and there was a quote. There was something he explained here. Where is it? So... Oh my god, where is it? It was a really good... It was a quote explaining about, like, trust. Hang on, where is it? Where would he have explained this? Where would he have used this quote? Oh my... Like... Because it was this explanation. Like, this was in the context of people's trust in government. Because it was one of those cases where it takes a long time to get people's trust. Like, the reason why firefighters are, you know, no one's telling firefighters they should die or saying, like, oh, they're nothing but arsonists pretending to be saviors or any of that kind of nonsense. It's because it's one of those cases where they've not done wrong. And it's taken a long time to get their trust to the level that it is. It was... Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is the quote? Where is the quote? Okay, I'm gonna have to paraphrase it. I can't find it like in this book, but like this was honestly a good read for me. It was like one of the first like political, like, granted it's probably not the most political, but it's the first book that I was like, oh, this is someone within government and shit who wrote this. But paraphrasing it, essentially it was a case that trust was like filling a dam. Gaining, like, building trust in the community is like filling a dam with a bucket, and breaking that trust is like a hole in the dam. It was essentially talking about how, like, the amount of work and effort that you have to go through with building trust with your community and those around you is a long and arduous journey. There isn't like a magic, like, 6-month stint you can do to, fill it up to the highest reaches and all that kind of shit. It's a long process, but you can lose the trust so much quicker than any efforts of trying to gain it again. So, in the however many years it might take you to have people trust you, it can go away in like a day. Was basically what I was explaining, because that was his explanation for people's trusts in the FBI and staying like apolitical and shit, because there was nonsense going off in 2016, and from that, as well as like people's trust in the process of the government and our elected officials at the federal level. It's a great metaphor for that little thing, and plus it works so well with the CIA, because let's be real, we're probably never going to be fine with the CIA because of all the shit they've done in the 1960s, 70s, and 80s, and we'll probably learn about more crazy shit in the 1990s. But like, even if they were somehow able to reverse 100 9/11s, we're still not going to trust them. Who knows? But yeah, it was that kind of a metaphor. All right, what did I miss? Copilot might be the only one in this timeline to make Clippy actually work. Yeah, I think that's the thing, is maybe that's the trick, Ripper, is that Copilot is just Clippy. We didn't think anything wrong with Clippy. Coding is already a field in which you take things people have already made and combine them. Well, that's the thing, is that AI is really great for if you're looking for a specific answer. I feel like AI is like a good search engine is what it is. But, it's one of those cases of like, if you're using the search engine to be like, oh, give me this thing, and you steal someone else's work, it's problematic. But with AI, I think that's what AI is just essentially is. It's a search engine. And companies only care about the AI for either returning you results that they can use, or if it can give you data on how you're using the AI. So I don't know if we've got the second half being applied right now, but I imagine because Google and Microsoft are looking into using it, I bet you that's the thing they're going to use to make it free, is, make it so it's like, oh, because we're these big companies that hold all this information on a user, and now we have an AI where they can just sort of converse with it and what have you, we can now, without introducing brands or other people, we can now have a conversation with this person and learn more about them. So, who knows? Anyway, sorry for the tangent. Back to Final Fantasy XIV. The nun AI stuff. For mercy, the process was apparently not quite as violent as that you have expected in Thavnia. Those who... to hasten the endeavor, the beast tribes have received instructions in the magics needed to cure tempering. Master Matoya is no doubt thrilled the Mother Porksy afforded her so many visitors. Yes, we are grateful for her ongoing efforts, as well as those of our comrades near and far. As for the contingent, several of our members have been granted leave to return to their homelands after the transfer of Tempered have been completed. Yeah, you say that, Sash, but are you joining me in Final Fantasy XIV, or are you going into V Rising again? Answer me. What are you playing? There we go. As for the contingent, several of our members have been granted leave to return to their homelands after the transfer of Tempered has been completed. Lucia and I will remain, along with a small force to continue offering aid to those in Garlemald. The Empire may be no more, but there are yet those who call these lands home. I believe that accounts for recent events here. So, what of the moon and the Telophoroi? Telophoroi. Lolopits. Crikey. Damn, out tangent went so long that you were able to become perpendicular and then eventually parallel again. So, basically we did a loop-de-loop. So the tangent was a filler episode season arc, so then that Sashara could keep up with us on the Final Fantasy XIV. The final days, gods, I prayed your victory would mark the end of our troubles. There is still much we do not know, but the Alliance leaders must be told. Would you be willing to contact them in our stead? Yes, of course. I will send word forthwith. We'll also receive your fellow scions from their present duties, that they may return to Charlian. Your energies are better spent finding a means to avert the coming apocalypse. Speaking of your fellow scions, you'll be happy to hear that Mistress Krill, though still on the mend, has been moved to the Baldessian Annex and given into Tataru's care. Thank you. I look forward to seeing them both upon our return. Let us be on our way, then. One last thing, if I may. After your confrontation with Zodiac, you said Xenos took his leave, and in all likelihood he has returned here to Garlemald. I have a mind to dispatch scouts to try and ascertain his whereabouts, but first wish to ask if you believe there is merit in doing so. If you're expecting a trail of destruction to follow, you won't find one. You are the only foe he considers worthy. And even if my men found him, who but you could even hope to bring low that monster? Pray forget I entertained the notion. While on the subject of Xenos, the 10th Legion has made an official proclamation. They denounce the Crown Prince and condemn his role in the Empire's downroll. His very title has become a source of shame among his former subjects, and its continued use serves only to hinder relations with foreign nations. For this reason, he has been declared as Xenos Victor Galvis, outcast and enemy of Garlemald. Fandaniel is no more, and now his own people turn against him. It seems he's naught but his bloodlust to keep him company. Dan made me present on V Rising. Aww. Better that than an army to see it sated. At any rate, I will not keep you longer. I pray you safe passage back to Charlian. Nice. Trespassers will be eaten. Quick detour. Let's see if we can be quick. It doesn't look to be progressing very fast, so we should be able to contribute and still put, 40% of the effort in or something like that. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun. We're helping out the ninja. I'm pretty sure that's a ninja. Why is he not provoke? Why is he not... I've got my Defiance on. Why is he not focusing on me, the tank? There we go. And we got gold for that. Oh. You're welcome. I reckon he was gonna die if we weren't here. Oh, hello. Who's you? Who's you? Ooh, it's a bunny lady. Nice. Alrighty. Get rid of that flag. Baldessian Annex. Alright, we head to Old Charlian. Do you think Fan Daniel got that name due to their insane skillet skills? I think they were just a fan. I think they were just a big fan of Xenos, and they were just like, I'm a fan, Daniel. And then Xenos looks at them and they go, okay, Fan Daniel. And then Daniel is just like, damn it. They're never gonna recover from that. And so Xenos just forever calls him Fan Daniel, and he's just like, this is how I'm living now. Never should have said he was a fan. Oh my goodness, you're surrounded by little people. Oh, it's Big Tony again. I know this. Hey, I saw this name before. Nice. Alright. Welcome back, Grant. We were so terribly worried about you. Though it is plain I have caused my own fair share of worry, and for that, I apologize. Heidelin called to me that day when you entered the Tower of Babel. Her pleas were faint but desperate, and I knew at once she required a vessel to carry out her will. What came after feels like a dream, barely remembered. My body flowing through the life stream towards Garlemald. When I regained consciousness, I was all aches and frostbite. Exhausted of aether, so exhausted. In fact, I could only laugh, for it was in that moment I understood Raha's wariness from the Tower of Zot. Would that I could laugh at a time like this, though. We prevented Zodiac from being unleashed upon the world. I am curious to know what else took place there on the moon. Ah, perhaps we should wait for the others to join us before we give our account. Let us reconvene in the main hall once they've arrived. Hey, King Callio as well is here. Okay, I wonder, is this person streaming? Glamour and McGill. Actually, what does my adventure plate look like? Hang on a second. I'm just a furry twitch.tv/Grant. Yeah. Okay, edit profile? Nope. Alright, so what's the thing? Portrait, plate design, search comment. Here we go. Who's trying to... I'm just a furry completing MSQ. There we go. That should work. Alright, privacy settings. Everyone can view the adventure plate. Excellent. Cool Johnny, you should get a pompadour. Who the fuck is Cool John? This is Cool Johnny. Tempting, but... I don't think can get pompadours. Oh, god damn it, Alright, where am I going next? Main hall. Jesus Christ. Wait, are they, like, claned up? No, they're not in the same clan. Okay. Maybe they're just friends. Maybe they're just good friends. Switch to Lala is always an option. Absolutely not. I have much bigger problems with the Lalafels and the fact that they're short, but like I'm not gonna like, you know, point to the Lalafell and just go pedophile. Like I feel like that would be very rude. You can't just point to a Lalafell and just call him a pedophile. The Lalafell tempters are here. They are going to fail. Sorry to have kept you all waiting. Also, why is my... There we go. Sash! You want to do some voice lines? You want to do some cool voice lines? The male aura? Not at all. We understand you've been quite busy. Will Urianger be joining us? Duty keeps him away, I'm afraid. Though Grant can explain why better than I. The male auras? I just thought they were racist. I don't know why, but they have the look of a supremacist. Like, I would not be surprised if I got a racial slur from a male aura. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's because of like just the always angry look. I'm imagining that they're always gonna have problems, like they're Walter White or some shit. The final days, as befell Amarot. Thinking about what the look like. Do I need to like come up with like a chart of like, oh, the assumptions about the different races, and it's just like cat boys. I literally just think are cat boys, cat girls, sexy, or a male, racist, or a female, racist, Lalafell, pedophile. The people of Ishgard assumed they were dragon spawn. That's not the Final Fantasy XIV stereotype chart. I reckon that's already a thing. I'm gonna Google that. Let's see. Is it a thing? Is the Final Fantasy XIV stereotype chart a thing? Images. Let's have a look. Huyur. Midlanders. Basic. Won't start up reminding you how unique they are for choosing the regular human in a world full of magic. They probably play human fighter in D&D. Probably a bot. Oh, what does the Final Fantasy XIV race say about you? Lalafells. Type A, you're a pint-sized meme lord and will rough up the heck up. Type B, apex degenerate. Relishes the depraved and taboo. Highlanders, lesser Rogadins. Type B, inoffensive, probably boring. Type C, the Midlanders. Special snowflake so hard they went full circle. Elizans, low-key narcissistic and actually quite lonely. I totally believe that. The Elizans are just narcissists. Mikote. I need to get you this image. Hang on. Copy. Paste. Peruse in your own time. Actually, let me just get rid of the backslash. That probably doesn't need to be there. I feel like I should be getting paid for my voice acting skills at this point. It's called exposure. Like, shoutouts to Sashera. Literally profiling. It's stereotyping. And we are to escape via the moon? What are the source and its reflections? I've no intention of standing by while the world falls to ruin. So how do we stop this? Unfortunately, we have no answers at present. If the celestial currents have grown stagnant, as was the case in the time of Amarot, the solution would be to alter the flow of aether throughout the entity of the star. The meme is partially incorrect? What part of it is incorrect? I'm looking at this. The Lalafels are correct. The Hyurs are correct. The Makotes are correct. Oh, it makes a trans, like, thingamadiggy in the auras. Probably fond of dark. Elizen Type B plays this race because no one else would. Lol. Intense elf fetishist play because no one else would. I'ma be real, I haven't seen a lot of Elizen Type Bs. It sounds very true right now. Lalafels are mainly the bots. Ah, okay. The ancients accomplished this by summoning Zodiac, sacrificing half the star's population in the doing. But it should go without saying that such a sacrifice must not, cannot, be repeated. Which leaves us with the daunting task of identifying the underlying catalyst for the final days, a feat which even the Amarantanes could not accomplish. Unfortunately, we have no clues in Mare Laratorum. There's still much we do not know about the catastrophe itself, let alone what may have caused it. The final days were marked by the corruption of the Amarantanes' creation magics, but we command no such power, which invites the question, what havoc is in store for us? If we knew that much, perhaps we could draw some parallel with the events of the past and thereby form some semblance of a plan. Perhaps we should start with the Forum, then. Having worked with the Lullapits in secret all this time, there is surely more they can tell us. Forgive the interruption, but I've got urgent news! The Forum is holding a public assembly in the plaza outside. Some sort of announcement. What is Father up to now? There's only one way to find out. Awful player, expect 40-minute dungeon and raid wipes regularly. Aw, totally not Type D. Hopefully I don't have to crack open another one while I'm listening to this assembly. I imagine this is voiced.
Order! Order, I say!
Oh, cool. Thank you, Barrister.
I thank you all for gathering here on such short notice. This day we must speak of grave affairs and their implications for the future of Sharlayan, nay, of this very star. Said affairs concern all citizens, and so we have called for a public assembly. You may have heard rumors of the Talopheroi, and the havoc these madmen wreak abroad. Under normal circumstances, we would pay little heed to petty disturbances outside our borders. The final days, however, are another matter altogether. For we dare not ignore these prophetic words of Eld. The Endbearers will come, ushering chaos and calamity. The final days descend and devour the very star.
I've never heard this prophecy.
Is it true? Will all that really happen?
Calm yourselves. time has come to speak of the Forum's most sacred duties. But first...
Are they just gonna do selective, like, applications?
Give voice to the voiceless. Let bindings be unbound. By unanimous decree, I declare the enchantment broken.
Ooh. Okay.
Master Leveilleur, if you would.
Very well. "270 years ago, our forebears began an expedition in the Dravanian hinterlands, in search of a route to access the ethereal sea. This much is public knowledge. Their findings, however, would become the Forum's most closely guarded secret.
Okay.
What those researchers discovered in the hinterlands was not a passage unto the ethereal sea, but the very heart of our star, and Hydaelyn herself.
What?
She spoke to them of a calamity that would extinguish all life, and of a means by which we might be spared. The moon. 'Tis in truth a gargantuan vessel built to serve as sanctuary for her children and deliver them from this doom.
Yep, so
much like Nunkref's hope in ages past, it will bear the people of a world in the throes of death to a new home.
Needless to say, this will be no small undertaking. To facilitate the great work, the Forum has maintained close contact with the servants of Hydaelyn, who presently reside on the moon. Convinced that the foretold end was all but inevitable, we began amassing a wealth of knowledge, not merely for the betterment of our nation, but in preparation for the journey to come.
You reveal this to us now? By the gods, how long do we have?
While we cannot say with certainty, we believe the hour to be nigh. We received a transmission from the moon suggesting as much not long ago.
Oh, okay, cool. So they already...
Which is why we must in earnest begin preparations for the great exodus.
They didn't want to give us a heads up.
For his contributions and the leadership he demonstrated during our withdrawal from Dravania, we have elected Master Leveilleur to oversee.
Yeah, but I thought we would at least be given a heads up of, oh, hey, we are talking with our benefactors. Instead, we're listening to this guy, the isolationist.
Fellow scribes and scholars, my countrymen, we face a threat of unprecedented scale. We must challenge the trials before us with composure and conviction if we are to find salvation. The wisdom of Sharlayan has ever been a shining beacon in the darkness, and so it shall continue to be. It is our solemn charge to see our heritage preserved for future generations. For those who will come after, we will brave a new frontier.
I feel like he's going to do like a selective election process where it's like not everyone is going to get to go.
Administrative edicts will be relayed to all major institutions ere long. In the meantime, carry on with your duties.
Like, I imagine this guy here, this fucking Leveilleur, is not going to be interested in trying to organize the Exodus with other nations and neighbors. He is going to be only interested in Sharlayans. He's just going to be a case of, oh, hey, we need to, you know, prioritize knowledge and the academics being on this moon venture, and there is no point in bringing in, like, you know, other nations because it could possibly cause havoc as we travel long distance during the stars and what have you.
What Mother told us when we visited home.
I
That
honestly
it wasn't
forgot.
until after we were born that Father seemed to lose himself in his work. If that great work of his was the evacuation of this star, then...
Yes. It wasn't for his benefit.
You do know he denounced you, right? He honestly does not care about you anymore.
Would you mind waiting here a moment? I wish to speak with Father before we leave.
Like, he disowned you. Keep it civil, eh?
I may look daggers at him, but I will neither speak nor draw them.
Like, because they no longer are given the benefits of being part of the Levelou family. Like, they don't even get to keep the Levelou name.
So, come to call us cowards and bid us join your fruitless battle against the inevitable.
Nay, we do not object to the Forum's proposal. On the contrary, those who wish to flee have every right to do so. Urianger is cooperating with your associates on the moon to ensure that all is ready should evacuation be our only recourse.
Then whatever your business, I suggest you be brief.
Though we cannot boast the boundless wisdom of Charlian, we have first-hand knowledge of foreign cultures, and have conversed with no small number of peoples. These experiences have taught us fundamental truths that cannot be recorded in any tome, nor charted on any map. The beating heart of this planet is its people, many of whom would give anything, even their lives, to protect the lands they love.
Translation, we're stubborn.
Many may choose to join you in the end. But what of those unwilling or unable, for whom escape will never be an option? What would you have them do? To ignore the plight of those one might conceivably save is not wisdom, Father. It is indolence. This is why we choose to fight.
We'll not ask for your understanding, Father. Only that you don't turn a blind eye to the good we have done. That we can still do. We're not children in need of protection. Hold fast to your principles and let the world burn if it please. But we believe there is still another way. And if there is, we will find it. You see if we don't.
Do as you will. Just stay out of our way.
Were he not so consumed with self-righteousness, he might tell you how proud he is of you both.
Bold words call for bold action, and there'll be no turning to your father should plans go awry.
As if I ever would. So long as there are those who wish to stay and fight for this star, we have to do what we can to help them.
And if we're to do that, we'll need to be well rested.
You just want an excuse to go to sleep.
Wouldn't you agree? And having triumphed over what we once thought to be the source of all evil, I can think of no one in greater need of at least a dozen winks.
I would like to, but we got shit
Shall
to
we
do.
then? To the annex. To prepare for tomorrow.
Baba Booey. Alright. Hi there, Jason. Welcome to the stream. Happy Saturday. Hopefully you are doing okay. Where's a bell? There's a bell up there.
Hello.
Hello. Who are those two? Ever since I got rid of the nameplates, I have started becoming a little more paranoid about, like, the different people around me. Alright, let's have a look. So we got...
Sipping Time sponsored by Mbrow.
Dookie and Lilith. And then... Alright. Sippy time! Ah, thank you. Oh! Hey, that's Eric's. And we've got Kit, and we've got Sue.
Go suck a lemon.
You go suck a lemon. Annex. What's that? That specimen came from the moon? And the levees of Old Charlian. Nice. Sights of the End. Ooh! Actually, Sights of the End, I think, is a, thingamadiggy. Hang on a second. Let me just pick up the blue... Let me just pick up the blue quests really quickly. Good to see you, Grant. I've heard a great deal about your recent exploits, as has everyone else. That's why I feel confident about recommending you for associate-level hunts. The challenges you face from here on out will be significantly tougher to contend with, but I wager you can handle them. You've yet to give me a reason to believe otherwise. Associate specimens are not only more threatening, but also more difficult to blah 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 blah. There we go. Blah 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 blah. Associated Airship Guild marks are now... You're now permitted to take bills for associated hunts from guild ship hunts found in Old Charlian and Radzat. New quests and senior marks will be available from Nothta in Old Charlian upon reaching level 89. Which, technically, I have. And now I need to get to here, the sights of Charlian. Have I gotten new gear? Meow. Babe. Sightseeing log stuff. You must be level 80 or above to record Endwalker vistas, travel the location indicated and fulfill the necessary. You'll complete the entry for that vista, gaining experience points in the process. Use your wit and knowledge provided by Babeth to identify these sightseeing thingamajigs in Charlotte. Yep. Cool. Sounds good. Moving on. I think someone's going through a cutscene right now. I don't know if they're at the end or the beginning, so... Okay, ticket her over there. Yep, so that's Lonnie. Who is this? Nice. Vroom. Another fucking Lalafell with a pompadour. God damn you. Krill tells me the forum made a rather momentous announcement, so there's to be a great exodus, is there? I'm reminded of my narrow escape from the Isle of Val. The realization, the running, the mixture of relief and regret after. Why me, I ask myself. Why me? Why us? Why now? Why wonder? There's no use fretting over the cosmic morality or lack thereof. We're here, and we're gonna get through this together. And who knows? Maybe my luck will rub off and grant everyone a narrow escape. There's no harm in praying for as such. Oh, but enough of my rambling. I'm sure you're exhausted. Your chamber awaits. Bum 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 bum. Okay, why in the world? I don't know why, but the Discord thingy-majiggy goes blank over time, and I'm like, why? Why do you do this? Ah! Damn it, Moon! Fuck you, Moon. A visitor has come knocking at your door. Whoever could it be? Estidian? Oh, hey, I got it right. It was Estidian. I should have said Grahatia.
You're alone. Good. The twins thought now would be a wonderful time to pay a visit to my chambers. Rather than listen to them bicker over tonight's snacks and tomorrow's plans, I seized the first opportunity to make my escape.
And you thought me would be the appropriate
To their
one.
credit, they decided against intruding on your peace and quiet.
Wait, so... Oh!
Can all be a bit exhausting at times, can't it?
Wait.
I wasn't sure what to make of you at first. During the Dragon Song War, how quick you were to take up a cause not your own. But I came to see that is simply the way of you and yours.
Is he romancing me right now?
I will not pretend to understand this talk of ancient primals and the final days. But I trust in your judgment and choose to believe in your cause. You and Alphino have my lance, now and always. You'll need it. Rack and ruin looming on the horizon. Calamity bearing down upon us. There's no place I'd rather be than here. Standing shoulder to shoulder with friends on the front line. So do not hesitate to send me against your enemies. I'll make them rue the day they met me.
Thank you.
Now, if you'll excuse me, I could do with a little air. If Alphino asks, I was never here.
Noted. I didn't pick Estidian for romance option. I was just guessing who was at the door. I wasn't picking my romance option. None of the Scions are my romance option. I like the rabbit girls. I love the Admiral. There are so many better choices. There is no one in the Scions that I'm romanceable with. They're all weak. They're not great. There's no, like... No! No!
Thank the gods that tower is gone. The sight of it was enough to make me sick.
Thank the Ilsabar contingent, more like. Word is, they fought their way into Garlemald and toppled the bloody thing themselves. Not just the one, neither. All the towers have up and vanished.
Well, yeah, that's because we got rid of the Tower of Babel.
Aye, I heard the same. Commander Aldin and his troops helped keep casualties to a minimum, too. But is it true they brought back tempered Garlean soldiers?
As
Some.
Commander Aldin tells it, they've a treatment for that now. But don't you worry. Cured or not, they've no plans to bring them into the city proper.
I see. Well, that's a relief then.
Are we gonna get another civil war moment in the Alamegan quarters?
I know we've brothers and sisters among the lot, but I can't say I'm eager to welcome them home.
Wanted to think about it for a while yet. They're to be looked after in Alagana for the time being.
Cookie from Masonic. Do I recognize that person? Oh, what the fuck? Meanwhile, in Ishgard... Bunny!
Another day, another commission of paramount importance.
Aaron, good to see you.
Well, what have we here? Hey, are you all right? Was that? No. The shadows play tricks, nothing more.
The shadows do not play tricks. I do not know what that is, but that looks like void nonsense.
The towers are gone, and the Garlean threat is abated. And yet, why does it feel as though it's about to get much, much worse?
Ooh. Oh, what the... What is going on? Crystal. Sylvester Crystal. Oh, okay, so now I've got like an attire. Nice. Portraits. Oh boy. Now, which one of these three is the rarer? so the Oracle Boy tin already has raisin brown. I'm either gonna go for the honey yellow or the raisin brown. Oh, Grant, I was about to call for you. I'm afraid we've received another call for assistance. This one comes from Raz-Atan. The others have assembled in the main hall to discuss the situation. You must join them at once. Ah, there you are. Our worst fears have come to pass, but moments ago we received grim tidings from our contact at Raz-Atan. Vile beasts have appeared as if out of nowhere, claiming one victim after the next. What's more, they say the very sky burns above them. Good gods! Are the final days already upon us? It would appear so. Sadly, that is all the information we have at present. No doubt the people of Raz-Atan are busy fighting for their lives. Then we must go at once. They need our help. Agreed. Krill, you'd best remain here with Tataru and gather what knowledge you can. You are in no condition for a long journey, I imagine. Very well. Similar phenomena may have been observed elsewhere, and if so, we must know about it at once. Be safe out there, yes? Let us make first for Yedlehamad. Yedlehamad. We must prepare ourselves for what may lie ahead. Mm-hmm. God damn, that base. How do they want us traveling there? Okay, I'm guessing, like, we legitimately just need to teleport there. We don't have an... Oh, wait, no, there is an option. There is a, the What's-Mahoozy peeps. Oop. This way. Wrong person.
And lo, vile beasts did rise.
Hi, Emmett.
Leaving naught in their wake but blood.
Holy shit! What the fuck?
Sun scorches earth and boils seas.
The fuck are these
The
things?
sins ascend unto the heavens.
Oh my god, what the fuck?
Three dooms to unmake all we were.
Wild. fucking wild.
The sky burns.
Hey!
The final days are truly upon us.
Why you gotta steal my shirt, Lil Incineroar? It's the end of days! It's the end of days!
My friends, I trust you have heard the news.
The sky is falling.
What can you tell us of the situation, Your Excellency?
Last night, the Isle was rocked by tremors, and the earth itself cried out. Aloft, the heavens began to burn. From all about, unholy beasts, the likes of which we had never seen, came forth in fury and rage. No. To say they came forth would be inexact. The people of Radzat-Han themselves transformed into these baleful fiends.
The fuck?
Though the phenomenon was observed throughout our lands, the first creature, the largest and most dreadful of the lot, wrought havoc upon us here in our fair city. Though they bear superficial resemblance to divinities of legend, they are ungodly abominations. The people decry them as blasphemies. The Large One's rampage has since taken it to the northern reaches of the island. I mean to dispatch our radiant host in an attempt to quell the threat.
And what of Vritra?
Vritra too makes for the north of his own accord, and yet he knows the blasphemy and its minions were but yesterday his beloved people. I pray his boundless compassion and mercy does not deter him from taking unenviable but necessary action.
Understood. I ask that you allow us to aid you in quelling this threat.
You would risk your lives to help us yet again? I have no words to express my gratitude. Our regiments approach the north from several directions, with a number of units set to depart from the docks of Yedlimat. They will make landfall in an area of dense jungle, where one can expect to encounter dangers even beyond the fell beasts we hunt. I leave you to your preparation. You will find me at the docks when you are ready to depart.
If you're doing the thing you think I'm doing, you're gonna log on? Oh, okay.
We're as prepared as we'll ever be. Let's go.
Alright, here we go. I'm glad that I'm like in the I'm in the full same gear. Like I'm all in the same gear for this one. I'm in the full like level 83 gear that I should be from all the coffers and what have you. Hi there, Blue. How was Kingdom Hearts 2? Did you get very far? Are you out of the starting zone yet? Are you still in Twilight Town? Twilight Town, do. Everyone has assembled, yes? I thank you for lending us your aid in our battle against the blasphemy. Let us review our plan of attack. I would have you board this boat and circle around the north side of the island. There you will find a dense jungle we call Vanspati. It is a sacred wood, home to many temples and a number of villages. Vritra and the Radiant Host have gone there ahead of us. I ask that you join them, and do all in your power to destroy this blasphemy. Alrighty. Vanaspati. Alright, are they doing anything? Vanaspati. 2.5 hours. Have you ever smacked a big bat? Oh yeah, your fucking Icifis. So, Blue Foxy Nicey Icy was pulling an Icifis. So, you know the myth of Sisyphus? You know the myth of how Sisyphus, with his ego, has to, like, push a boulder up a hill in Tartarus? And then, the next thing you know, just before he gets to the top, the boulder, like, moves out of the way and then he falls all the way back down? I want you to think about that as the thing that Blue was spending so much time on. Granted, I probably told him to do this, so, like, I kind of take a little bit of the blame. He was pushing a cart up a hill, and he had to do that in less than 30 seconds. Alright, hang on. Come on, show it. There we go. Invite to party. So, Sash is in our party. Excellent. A Sisyphean task. Literally a Sisyphean task. Alrighty, alright, so we get one spare slot. Holy shit, an insta-queue. Nice. Xerix, what the fuck did you do? Sash! Sash! Dano is also logging on. Too bad. I would love for Dano to join us, but right now we're on fucking fire! The elephant people are being attacked by crazy fucking monstrosities. We don't have time for boyfriends and girlfriends. Hi there, Woke. Oh god, we get a fucking Lalafell.
I don't care what gender you are. Put on the maid outfit.
God damn it, there's a fork. Oh, cool. The fork in the road means nothing to me. Why do you do this to me, Bruiser? Oh, shit! I didn't know they were gonna do that.
My friends, heed me. These are children of Thavner. Forgive me. I could do them no harm.
Alright, I cannot upset Sashera right now. Let's stay alive. Nah, still got hit. Did it.
If this is the only way.
Oh, look at this aerial. Just running as fast as they fucking can.
Continue onward.
The disrespect. Ah, oh, god damn it. Sorry, Sash. Oh, we all died. Sorry. Making my way. Alright, making our way forward. Damn, didn't get it in time, but... Next trial, Dano will join us, and it should be fun. Oh, here comes a boss. Alright, everyone is good. Everyone is ready from the looks of it. Alright, let's go. Do we need to... Oh, okay, I see what... Oof. Sash, do you know your right from your left? Nice. I survived that. Aiming and striking.
What is this vile presence I sense?
Meow.
The horde draweth near. Be on your guard.
A wise tiger once told me a himbo doesn't know their right from their left. Yeah, I just really quickly at super speed do this. Oh no, the mom! Please don't... Oh... God damn it, I was hoping the mom wouldn't... Jesus Christ, mom, you put on some weight. Oh, god damn you. did a better pull that time than the other 2 times. I'm probably upsetting Sashera with the amount of times I'm doing these kinds of big pulls, and I'm not— Ow, Blue! I can't exactly die right now. I'm in the middle of being a tank. I'm trying to be a good tank here. Oop, treasure coffer. Alright, is everyone... You coming in? Did that work? I don't know if that worked. Sorry. I missed the thingy-majiggies. I don't have a Mtn Dew mount. It's restricted to only the United States. They've even IP blocked me from going to the website. Then. Yes. Dun, 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 dun. Which is why it's very important that if there are any Americans that have spare Mountain Dew caps with a code in them, can you please reserve a few left for me? Just in case one of them can do a mount thing. Hey, look, I made a bridge, and it took me, like, what? 5 seconds? 10 at most. Alright, cool. Alright, cool. And then down here. Yep, cool. Alright, I'm not missing out on any important details from the looks of it. No, it doesn't look. Doesn't look it. Oh, what the fuck are those? The fuck is all that? Have I played other Final Fantasies? Yes. Final Fantasy 15, I finished that one, and that one was like done like well before I did streaming and such. And then Final Fantasy 16, you saw me on stream. I did like maybe like 2 to 4 chapters. I couldn't do it. Disgusting. Blue, you're an expert on all this kind of shit. You've seen the nobodies. Like, the fuck are these? Ah, shit. Also, Sash, check this out. What do you mean I can't edit it while in the... God damn you. Oh hey, there's a weird thingamadoogie over there. Noted, this is the literal end of the world. Also, is that Y'shtola's outfit? Or is that just a... Or is that just like a knockoff? Dun, dun, dun. Yeah, I got a No. You have her headpiece and that's it. Ah, okay. Hey, welcome back. Not to worry. Yunk. It's these weird birds that we saw back in Amarot. Hi there, Ginger Fox. Welcome to the stream. Oh, shit. More of these weird thingamadoogies. Oh, Sage. The phrase is, did you know the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV comes with a free trial? Allowing you to go through the entirety of A Realm Reborn and the award-winning Heavensward expansion and award-winning Stormblood expansion up to level 70 with no restriction on playtime? Join us today at Eorzea. Also, I see Wild Saber has just dropped like a what's-a-mahoozy thing. Oh my fucking god. The fuck is that? Yep, nightmare fuel beyond belief. Ah, excuse me. There we go. Oh wait, no, I'm red, so that means I have to be on the red part, doesn't it? Wait, was that correct? I don't know if I did it correctly. Crumbling sky? Is that... Nope. Okay, so I'm supposed to be going to the opposite thing immediately. Oh, okay, okay, okay. That makes a little more sense. The fuck is he doing? Oh, fuck? Oh, shit? Oh, Xerix! Wait, no, Crumbling Skies is this one. Oh, shit. I should not have used Narcit's flash at that point then.
Go suckle them.
Bit busy right now, Furry Cures. Did it! Woo! An Exa grind number 9! Ah! Woo! Hopefully the Black Mage stays there and I'm able to, you know, give them accommodation for their efforts. Please, 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 please. Ow! Ow! Thank you for the 800 bits, Meeps! Thank you so much! Yay! Wait, can I give him accommodation? Yeah, I can. I can give him accommodation and a Dark Knight Claymore thingy-madoogies. Awesome! Bow. So cool. Yay! We're all level 90! Woo! Oh, what did I get from someone? Cookie for Engrel! Okay.
As I feared.
What did you fear?
What is it?
Oh, are these like how Zodiac was created, but it's like with individuals?
The beast was there, and now it is no more. Yes?
Yes.
Indeed. We saw it plain. But you didn't, did you?
Oh, what did you see?
I saw nothing. Not the blasphemy that perished here, nor the other men turned beasts. And because of this, I now see all too well. There is no ether. Where the creatures should be, I saw naught but emptiness.
What?
Emptiness? But that would mean...
Recall the words of the Watcher. 'Twas a stagnancy of ether, a cessation of flow, leading to decay and absence, that led the ancients to conclude their star was dying. This is the same phenomenon. The instant these people are seized by the transformation, their ether begins to rot and crumble away like dried mud.
Huh?
Until, from their corporeal forms to their very souls, naught remains.
But the beast spoke with its dying breath. Surely at least a sliver of the man it was.
Mayhap so. But even if the process was incomplete, it was little more than a faint residue.
Gods be good. You're saying they cannot be saved?
Not by any means known to me. Or by any means at all, like as not. For there is naught left to save.
They return not even to the ethereal sea.
The beasts rage on, their hunger insatiable.
Wait, if they cease, that means they're not even going into the ethereal sea. They're just dying and destroyed.
They perpetuate his legacy of hate. Once proud sons and daughters of Thavnir, all of them, and now I spill their blood.
Oof.
Vitra, my friends, I am heartened to see you safe.
You put your secret at risk.
Those closest to me already know the truth. A truth I must now share with one and all. Vitra, calamity has come to Radzatan. Our fair nation is rent by screams of pain and despair. More than ever, we require a strong leader to shepherd us through the storm. Reveal your true self to our people, Vitra, and guide us to salvation.
What madness is this, I One? Thou dost forget thyself. Were we to reveal our duplicity, it would do naught but foster confusion and chaos. Nay, I shall remain the Satrap's loyal ally, and do battle with the beasts. Easing hearts and leading the people to safety is thy task, and thine alone. I ask that you remain at Ahewan's side, and render unto him what aid you may. I know not what lies ahead, but without you, Radzatan will not survive.
Take me with you. I am as at home fighting in the air as I am on land. Take me with you.
That's gonna be
Were
some fun.
my words unclear? I require no assistance. Thy place is at Arhewan's side.
Estinian.
Hi, Alpha Wolf.
Here.
Oh.
It's the last thing you ever wanted. A link pearl.
Nah.
You gain much from knowing your elevated perspective. And it'll keep you from getting lonely, which I know you loathe.
You heard the man. Seems I'm coming with you after all.
Then I pray thy grip is iron. Be it on thy head if thou dost chance to fall.
Fair enough. Now, shall we?
That link pearl is probably the least expensive thing on Astidian.
I fear it is as Vitra says. We will not survive this on our own. While I am loath to impose upon you again.
I would insist if you did not. 'Tis the very reason we have come.
Then once more I find myself without words to thank you properly. Let us return to the capital and plan our next course of action.
Sounds good. Halaka Jacket of Maiming. Nice. Our radiant host has eliminated the immediate threat to this city, though it pains me to know these beasts were once my own people. There is no telling when or where the next transformation might occur. We must remain vigilant and steel ourselves for whatever is yet to come. I think I want the honey yellow. You may now enter with a party of NPCs. Yep, cool, thank you. Forgive me, my friends, but I must return to Malkaduta for the time being. There I can better manage this crisis and dispatch my troops as the situation demands. In this case, we shall carry out an investigation of our own here in the city. Mayhaps the residents can tell us more about the first of the transformations and the conditions under which it occurred. Who's that? Thought that was a sheriff for a second. Time is of the essence. Let us split into 3 groups that we may cover more ground. Alize and I will see to Paxa's path. Thancred and Yushtola pray make for the drama. I leave Arthur to Grahatia and you, Grant. Any information you can gather on the first blasphemy or the manifestation of the final days here in the city would be most helpful. When we have completed our respective inquiries, let us reconvene in front of the Malkaduta. That we shall share what we've learned with the Mistref. God, there's so much running around. They were running across the field, okay? Rahatia. Shall we be off then? Artha is home to the high crucible of Alchemia, whose alchemists forged many of our warding scales. That seems as good a place as any to begin with. She was a crafter! I thought she was doing crafting shit! That seemed as good a place as any to begin our investigation, don't you think? I spoke briefly with Nahadin, the chief alchemist there. On our last visit, we should be happy to answer queries. Grahatia is now accompanying you. Nice. 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 According to the message on the base, the Aetherite has been temporarily disabled. God damn it. Got myself a book. And got myself some leggings. What is it, Sash? There we go. Shut up. We do not talk about the thigh highs further. Now, give me a second. I need to check my other guy. Hang on. This dude here, I need to give him some of my stuff. Interesting duplicates? No. Alright. Have the thingy. Sort by thingy. Look at all this shit I have. $390, 400. Let's go 400. Crystal. Sylvester Crystal. Nope, someone's been selling shit. Fire 8,000. Okay, so I can probably get away with at least 50. Dozels. Let's see, how much can I get for this? 5 and 10s, okay. And there we go. Alright, so that's everything being sold there. Bam. Hey, Sash. Look at this outfit. Look at this Yestola look-alike. Look at that outfit. Look at him. What do you mean it comes in a set? You mean it's not like little bits and pieces? Hang on. Sorcerer High Boots. Bunny Thighs. Far Eastern Armlets. Sorcerer's... Oh, okay. So it only applies to the body and it goes across the entire thing. And you can't dye it, can you? I bought it when it first came out. That's why my uses the gloves and headpiece. Wait. So you did already have the set? What? I didn't know the outfit came as a set. I thought it came as like little individual thingamadoogies. Because it looked very similar to this thing, but not exact. So. Damn it. Well, it's not like I can wear it. That would be ridiculous. Besides, I really like this. Look at this. Let me do that again. Let me do that again. Look at that. Look at that. Shut up. She wrote, "Why not? I think you'd look cute in a dress." No, I would not. Absolutely the fuck not. Wait, which way am I? Yeah, I'm going this way. Cool. Absolutely not. You would not catch me commissioned in a dress. Besides, weren't you threatening to, you know, do the... what's-a-mahoozy? Weren't you threatening to draw me in a bikini or some shit? Pretty sure you were threatening to draw me in a bikini or some shit, and you never, like, followed through with that. Ah, I remember those red eyes. You were one of those scions who commissioned the scales from us, yes? I welcome you back to the High Crucible. What brings you here in these troubling times? We are assisting the satrap in investigating the crisis that plagues the city. Did you happen to catch sight of any of the creatures? I did. As I was going about my work, I was disturbed by crashing footsteps so powerful that the very ground shook. I rushed outside and could not believe what I beheld. The night sky was burning. Suddenly, I heard panicked screams coming from the direction of Balsadin Bazaar. In the next instant, a monstrous beast poking its head out from amidst the sails. A handful of the Radiant rushed to the scene, only to be sent sprawling as the fiend and its minions propelled themselves skywards. So, the blasphemy came from the vicinity of the markets. This knowledge may prove useful. I thank you for sharing your tale. Well, I do believe we now know where we should inquire next. To the bazaar, then! Do you know how long it would take me to actually sit down and draw? I don't know. This is what I'm not a drawing person, Sash. I hope you realize this. I'm not someone that can draw. Look at this shit, okay? Where are my tools? Hang on. Not this. Here it is. This thing. This is what I need to disconnect. And then I plug it in here. And then... You're talking about the mental health? Oh, okay. So the issue isn't to do like a... Hang on a second. Control Z, all that. Like... Yonk, yonk. Yonk. God damn, this tablet is not working very well. There we go, chat. You happy? Bikini. There you go. You love how is weighing the hand down. It's just like, You're talking about the mental health and anguish. Ah, okay. I thought it was about this part here, like. Oh my! This is why I'm not an artist. This is why I am. This is why I'm not an artist. Okay. This what you see here is like that is the skill you are going to get. The bottom part looks like hairy junk, but it looks good. Okay, hang on. Let me do the And then it does like the little does that V thing. You know that V thing that happens like when you got the thingy, and then there you go. There you go. And then and then very importantly, cookie for night sky. There you go. There's your cookie. Behold. Don't save the changes. Hey ho, the town goth. Bring the country-loving farm boy. No, 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 let me go, no. Sorry, that's like what pops into my head when I think of like Sashera's outfit. Behold, the town goth. All right, where am I going? This way.
Go suck a lemon.
Go suck a lemon. I will no longer contend with furry cures and their lacking messages. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. So, this is the Thavnarian weave. I must say, it bears a resemblance to the traditional fabrics of Corvos. Small wonder, really, given that it's just across the water. Not that I am much of an expert in Corvosi culture, of course. I've not had the occasion to visit my ancestral home since coming to Charlian, and like as not, I will never reside there again. That said, in recent days, I felt more acutely aware of my heritage, and grateful for it. It is thanks to my forebears that I inherited the royal eye, and with it, the wisdom of ancient Alam. And so, well, I simply hope that my countrymen are safe. And one day, when this calamity is but a memory, I would like to see Corvus again, if only once. Forgive me, but my shop's closed until further notice. Needless to say, we're more pressing concerns these days. We have come not in search of wares, but information concerning the enormous fiend that has tore through the bazaar. Do you perchance witness anything? Afraid not, my friend. I was here the whole time, so I only saw its little minions. Made a mess of the place, they did. While that was all going on, the great big one tore through the west side of the bazaar. You'd have better luck asking there. Dun, 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 dun. Hey, Blue, you should join us in Final Fantasy XIV. You should come join the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV, complete with a free trial. Up to level 70 with no restrictions on playtime. Is something the matter, traveler? If you are lost, perhaps I could be of assistance. Your offer is most appreciated. We are not lost, but we are in need of information. Might you know anything about the gargantuan beast that rampaged through the bazaar? Ah, I saw it all, though I wish I had not. I was going about my work when all of a sudden a piercing scream cut through the air. I turned around and there was the fiend, its massive body bursting through that entryway with the force of a tidal wave, and then it was gone as quickly as it came. Sisters, have mercy. What is happening to the world? What am I to do? Is there nowhere safe? Settle down, friend. The danger has passed, at least for now. If it's not too painful to remember, could you tell us what you saw? First, I heard the screams. Then a horde of ravaging beasts came charging towards us. All of them was huge, bigger than a Marid, throwing people about like ragdolls, and it was eating them! I hid under the counter, saw others do the same, but the shrieking and wailing kept getting louder, more voices in the throng, beasts or victims, I couldn't tell. I knew not what was happening. I still don't. That is enough, my friend. You were brave to share with us your tale. Many of our fellow merchants are safe. The High Crucible, too, has survived, most unscathed. Pray, stay close to your friends and loved ones, and rest your body and mind while you are able. I suspect that is most we can expect that people here to tell us. I think that is the best as we find a place outside the bazaar while we might rest and review our findings. Oh, this way. Never mind, this way. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. And of course, Sage clipped me drawing my Zeebs. Dun, 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 dun. Judging by their accounts, the transformation has already occurred by the time the beasts reached the bazaar. It tore through the west side of the bazaar and headed towards the Aetherite Plaza. In other words, the blasphemy may have first appeared in this vicinity. That being the case, the people in that at Mayhang can surely tell us more. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Actually, yep, so... Okay, so this is level 80. It's not going to get better gear. This is 80 as well. Gunbreaker is 85. Wait, when did I get that jacket? This gear looks cool. Portraits. Edit. Save. Close. Edit. Save. Close. There we go. Gonna swap over to the Gunbreaker to try and give it like a little bit of an XP boost. Going after the enormous beast, are you? Aye, I saw it, including the very instant that poor bastard transformed. Damn the gods for putting me there. It started over there, by the window. A few men, merchants probably, talking and drinking. Conversation must have turned for the worst. Next thing I know, their leader, I suppose he was, buries his head in his hands, and black mist was swirling around him. Then his whole body bursts apart, and there stands a hideous slavering beast, massive and foul, all gaping maw and bulging eyes. Sounds like a vor enthusiast. His friends start shrieking, then the black mist comes again, until the change takes them too. A suffering of nightmares, I tell you. Nightmarish indeed. Incidentally, do you perchance know who those merchants were? No. I'm a decorator by trade, not much cause to mingle with their sort. Saw Michiel, the barmaid, chatting with them, though. She might know something. Ooh, hello. Sightseeing log 11. Nice. Oh, actually, I reckon this attire might be cool. I might need to go through that dungeon again. Even after repairing all that damage, it'll take a while for business to pick up again. You mean the blasphemy? That's what the Radiant have been calling it anyway. I saw it too. We all did. I was standing here at the counter as Mehuri pouring me a drink, when suddenly there came this dreadful sound, like a pained, angry groan. It was unlike anything I've ever seen. I turned around in shock, and from an ominous cloud of black mist rose the creature, enormous and ghastly to behold. As for what happened next, to recall it sends shivers up my spine. By some stroke of fortune, I was able to slip outside before the beast got its claws on me. But the sight that greeted me offered no solace. The blue sky above turned red as blood. Midri, myself, and the other survivors clung to each other for dear life until the Radiant host came to our aid. Wait, did I hear you correctly? The beast manifested before the sky began to burn? I'm certain of it. The windows here offer a clear view of the sky, and I saw nothing out of the ordinary until the beast appeared and began to rage. I thought it was rampage, but instead it was rage. Okay, so you need a lot of sack of nuts to get some of this shit. Noted. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Alright. So I know... So that's probably why they do the hunts, is to help try and get those things. Dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, hello there. Welcome to Midri's Mahane. What can we get you? We have come not for libations, but rather for information. You're a Myhlil, right? We are investigating the so-called blasphemy on the satrap's behalf. We hear it was one of your customers, a merchant, that first underwent the transformation. What can you tell us about him? Am I a scarf or a hat person? Persona-wise, I feel like I would be a scarf person because of the head, but IRL, I think if I'd had to, I'd probably wear a hat. Hi there, Sawyer Rabbit! Welcome to the stream! Thank you for considering me an awesome streamer. How you doing? How's it going, Sawyer? He was something of a regular here, especially of late. Kalzal was his name. He ran his own consortium, dealing primarily in the exports of Thavnarian specialties. It's through him we met Matsia. Yes, the name rings a bell. Didn't you meet them both on your first trip to Thavnir? If I recall correctly, Valzal ran a trading operation in Yidlehmad, and it was there that you made Matsia's acquaintance. Yes, that is the same Kalzal, no doubt. A rather successful man from what I gather. That said, it was clear that he had fallen on hard times of late. Those ghastly towers popping up everywhere couldn't have been good for business. Even now, with the towers gone, the collapse of the Empire has led to all sorts of problems elsewhere. The market for luxuries is surely not what it once was. Trying times for the head of a trading consortium, indeed. Kalzala was a compassionate man. Even as his own business suffered, he did what he could to provide for the artisans, fishermen, and many others who counted on him to sell their wares. Indeed, that was the very topic of yesterday's meeting. As far as I could hear, yet as they discussed matters further, Kalzal's tone grew grave and grim. It was then that... Are you talking about the guy that, you know, rejected the elephant trader earlier? Is that who you're talking about? Is that who you're talking about? Forgive me, I would not have you recall the memory if it brings you pain. If I could, I would ask you just one more thing. Did you notice anything unusual about Kalzal in particular? Please, anything at all. Sorry, nothing springs to mind. Perhaps someone else can help you. Kalzal lived for his work and had no family that I know of. His employees and associates knew him best, but they too are lost to us. Still, perhaps his neighbors know something I do not. I can direct you to them if you believe it would help. What do you say? Bam. Dun. Ba-bum-ba-ba-bum-ba-bum. Alright. Nihil has information that should serve you well. Kalzal made his home in Kama, a nearby residential area. From what I gather, Kalzal lived there since childhood and was known throughout the neighborhood. Kama. The name is new to me. How do we get there? I'll write some directions. Dun, dun, dun. I cannot promise that you will find what you seek there, but if nothing else, it is a start. Come, let's see where this leads takes us. Is now they're accompanying me again, it seems. Now, did I remember to attune to this thing? Yes, I did. Excellent. And I'm trying to get to over there. Okay. Oh, Zarek's left the party. Wonder what happened there. Sadly, you're gonna have to hop off here. Your eyes can't stay open anymore. No, understandable, Zarex. Not to worry. Thank you for joining in and helping us out in the dungeon. I really appreciate it. I hope you have a wonderful time. Let's see. After leaving the Mehane, we're to retrace our steps and head back towards the Aetherite Plaza. Okay, so really nothing that important. Dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun. From here, we ascend the stairs. Hello. Lally ho. Lally ho. What are they doing? What are they doing? What are they doing? Lally ho. Oop. Lally ho. Nice. So yeah, hang on. Where's ding don't that should be around here somewhere. Yep. I'm having fun. Nice. She says I'm making good progress. This way. So I gotta go up the stairs. Dun, 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 dun. Getting very close to that baby with the stand. Death 13 and JoJo's. What? What the fuck is that? Ask for directions. Ah, this must be huge. In which case, we should take the path leading southeast. This way. This way is southeast. And, oh, it's just more directions? Come in no time. Walking these unfamiliar streets is quite the adventure, is it not? I can only hope we can explore Radzat at our leisure once this crisis has passed. Here we go, here we go, here we go. Oop. And this must be Kama. We've arrived at last. Let us begin questioning the residents without delay. No doubt someone here can tell us more about Kalzal. Given recent events, I imagine many are taking shelter indoors. Attuning. Okay, so we're looking around here then. Oh! Taraga! Hi! Could you come back another time? I just woke up, and I'm not exactly in the mood for idle chit-chat. Well, that's one way to avoid the panic, I suppose. Pardon our intrusion. You may not have noticed, but a great danger has come to Thavnir. I encourage you to stay alert and prepare to flee the city should the situation turn dire. But before we leave you in peace, pray allow us to ask a question or two. Did you know a local merchant named Kalzal? If so, did you notice anything unusual about him recently? Kalzal? Yeah, I know him. In fact, we spoke just the other day. Like many others, his business was doing poorly. Still, it seemed as though he'd managed to turn things around, thanks to a generous order from Ruvada Fibers. Why, he was practically dancing in the street. I haven't spoken with him since, but I assume it all went well. Dinjabaha might be able to tell you more, though, as I recall. He was the one who brokered the agreement. Dinjabaha at Ruvada Fibers. Let's make a point to visit him after we've spoken with the other locals. That's odd. Oh, hello. Bun Bun Paradox. She looks lovely. They say tally ho over and over again. Don't know why I remembered that, though. Yeah, that was a... I don't remember Baby 13 to be real with you. Alright, okay, let's check indoors. Dun, 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 dun. Kalzal, you say? Yes, I've known him since he was a boy. If there was ever a man who was born to be a merchant, it was him. Always early to depart and late to return. He spent his days procuring the finest wares and seeking out willing customers. You could say it came to him as easily as breathing. Sadly, business was flagging of late. No surprise, really, what with how dangerous travel has become. He was cooped up in his house from dawn till dusk the other day, no doubt racking his brain for a way to turn his fortunes around.
Then at night I hear the door open. I looked out to see Kalzal, sitting on a bench, his head hung low, a man with the weight of the world on his shoulders. I see the situation must have been quite dire indeed. Did you notice anything out of the ordinary? Nothing to speak of. Other than the troubles with his consortium, he was same old Calzal, cordial and honest, like always. These questions you are asking, has something happened to him? He wasn't caught up in that terrible accident at the bazaar, was he? I didn't travel much these days, but my daughters tell me not to venture outside. Stuck in here as I am, I've heard little about these bazaar goings-on.
Rest assured, the city is safe for now, but the situation may change without warning. I urge you, stay close to your daughter and be prepared to take refuge should the satrap order it. Alright. Speak with, well, Grahia is talking. Alright, cool. So we need to go this a ways. So we cross the bridge and then we take a right. That's fair. The fight was very meh. Anyway, who is your favorite Final Fantasy XIV character? Hang on a sec. Yes! There we go. Alright, now the next question. Can I get back up here? Not exactly. Okay, so here comes a problem. Oh, you just take it like a champ, do you? Also, what's Cheshire doing? Cheshire's just standing at her fucking... Like, what are you doing? What are you doing? Oh wait, I got mail as well. Hang on a second. I gotta get my mail. Oh, they're AFK, it seems. Dun, 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 dun. I think Mumbrita is probably my fave. I could be very egotistical and narcissistic and say my favorite character is the Warrior of Light. Because that's essentially saying my favorite character is me as I'm going through this. Cookie for furry cures. Here's your cookie furry cures. Hopefully you enjoy it. Have fun. Alright. Tee, dink, dunk, bonk. If I'm not mistaken, these stairs lead to drama. Yep, they're probably going to lead us to drama. It is quite the sight, the red sky above. During the final days of yore, the heavens burned and the stars fell. Creation magics run amok. That was my assumption when I saw Amarot. Perhaps the ancients believed the same, that the terror of a single powerful individual was the cause of their calamity. And yet, those selfsame horrors now manifest themselves before our eyes. What could it be that sets the heavens aflame and turns ordinary men into beasts? Good question. Alrighty, cool. So the only one I haven't done yet is the whole of the Radiant Host. Wait, I swear... Oh, no, I was over here. So the whole of the Radiant Host is back over there, and then the plaza is over there. Cool. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, excuse me. they're farming silkworms. This must be Ruvida's fibers, where we should find Dinge. Alright, let's just take the stairs. No damage, please.
Ah!
Oh, excuse me. And hurry, I say. There's no time to waste. Stretchy Zeebs. Hang on a second, just... Yeah. Ah, fuck. I need to, like, do some stretches, sorry.
Glug, glub, glug, glub, glug.
There we go. Got it. Hang on, actually, let me just stand up a little bit. Here we go. Stretching. Why is my hand going down there? Like, my hand's at my sides right now. Why is the leap motion thinking there's a hand here? Like, what the fuck, hand? Like... Alright. Excuse me? Alright, and then... Expressions... Pardon me, but... you are in charge of buying and selling here, yes? We have a few questions that we'd like to... I'm sorry, but I simply don't have time to chat. If you haven't noticed, we have our hands full at the moment. We must carry all our wares and equipment to safety before those accursed beasts return. What? In that case, might we be of assistance? Perhaps we could speak when the job is done. Very well. Oh, I need to take a hydrate. Thank you so much, Sage. Thank you. I really appreciate it. There we go. Also, hang on, there's something else I want to do. Ding, donk, a bonk. And then move this over to here so it slaps to the left. Highlights can go here. This, you can go here. Alright, so keep you. Close that tab. Close that tab. Close that tab. Nope. Keep you. Keep you. Is there... Sorry, I'm just double checking who's online because I want to accumulate channel points while lurking in their channels. Because that's how you get the big points, is you lurk. And sometimes you just like catch up on what they're doing, realize that they modified Fallout 4. Alright. Ding dong. Mute. They're doing something. There we go. Heck, it's fine. You like to do that as well. Some people I'm trying to enter with a big bag as well. Immediately hit him with a 100k point redeem. Those 100k point redeems are really difficult to get to with some viewers. Like, I was able to get to that with Dazarus because he will stream for like hours upon hours and hours. It's... there too. You can start by helping us move our equipment. Ask the others what to put where. And you can carry our fabrics. Here we go. People with the 3 or less hour streams are the hardest, but you still enjoy watching them nonetheless. I'm one of those streamers. I'm one of those streamers that only streams for like 3 hours normally. And it's only when I get to like, you know, sessions like these, like the Saturdays or you know, the Sundays, where I'm gonna be like, oh, let me just start in the morning. And then it's just sort of like, oh, I want to keep going. And then I keep going. And then I go even further. And then I go even further. And then, you know, before you know it, it's the middle of the night. I have gone through so much of the game, and yet I'm so far away from finishing it that my only option is to either, like, fall dead asleep or finish the mission. Normally, I prioritize going for sleep above anything else. This area is for employees only. Out! Out! What's that? You've come to help? Oh, praise be to Menduruva. Kind stranger, I welcome your assistance. On your way here, you pass 3 storehouses, yes? I'd like you to carry that small crate to Nabrefral by the storehouse near the hatchery. The crate of clothing is for Manuha, and the massive crate that goes to Zemaria by the middle storehouse. Watch your back with that one. Those are all the crates we have ready. Once they have been delivered, consider your work here complete. You will have a limited time to complete the task. Should you fail, return to the starting location and begin anew. Okay, so... Oh, hang on. Where am I going? So the light crate goes to... Nafaril? Thread, is it? And you've come to the right place. We thank you for your aid. Cool. Alright, so that's that. The big one goes to Zay. And then Manoa gets something else. So the ordinary crate goes to, what's Mahoosies? Not the critically acclaimed game of Final Fantasy XIV, having numerous award-winning areas with a free trial up to level 70 with over 1,000 hours of... They never say, you know, with over 1,000 hours. They never... Like, here's the thing. I do not like, you know, game developers or any of the kind of nonsense, or marketers, so to speak, sorry, telling you, oh, there's this many hours to a game. No, don't say that. Don't put a number to, like, how much time you need to put to a game and such. Because, technically speaking, there is an infinite amount of time you can put towards a chess game or to a game of basketball and all that kind of nonsense. But really, it's a 10-minute game to get through it and such. Video games have to be in that sort of realm as well. There has to be a manageable amount of time to get through either 60%, 90% of the game, and then you can, you know, faff about with, like, everything else. Because here's the thing, is that if you're like, oh, it takes you 100 hours to finish this game, then that's probably, I'm probably not wanting to contribute 100 hours. 100 hours is for when I enjoy my time. 100 hours is not something I want to do as a requirement. You've carried all the crates to the storehouses, you say? And so quickly, too. Why, I've never seen anyone so strong. I and my associates will see to the rest, so please return to Jinnah Bahar and assure him our work is proceeding apace. To tell the truth, we're grateful for this distraction. Too many terrible happenings of late, but generous souls like yourself give me hope that we may emerge from their trial even stronger. I pray we meet again in more peaceful times. over 1 hour of content. You know what? You know what? If we ever get a game that's like, you know, oh, The Last of Us 3 or Call of Duty's campaign, I'm fine if they were just like over 1 hour of content. It's like, yeah, it would honestly be a bit of a tongue-in-cheek of being like, oh, it takes over an hour to get this done. But, you know, they're probably not going to be like, oh, it's only an hour of content. I hope it does that kind of a meme where it's like, it's at least over an hour, and then next thing you know, it's like, you know, it's being like 6 to 12. No! God damn it. Okay, hang on. I need a focus, Wolk. I'm doing hardcore parkour. Alright, here we go, here we go, here we go. Alright, so... Ah, god damn it! Okay, so what I should probably do is jump... I should actually jump on the little pulley thing and then step to the side. That's probably what I want to do. There we go, and then... There we are. There. Gotcha. Okay, question. Is that a femboy? Jijin Baha. I don't know, like, cause isn't that like predominantly like a feminine thing, having the having like the little veil from like, you know, nose to mouth thingy-majiggy, because it's meant to, like, you know, obscure your beauty? Like, isn't that a thing in, like, some cultures where, like, for example, like, burqas and all them is normally as a obscuring device. It's not for protection, but for humility. Color me curious. Done as I asked, have you? If Kamala is satisfied with your work, then so am I. You have done us a great favor, traveler. I almost said flavor. That wouldn't have worked out. Stretching once more. I too have delivered the instruments and apparatuses entrusted to me. You both have my thanks. With our wares safely stored away, we'll not lose any more to those fiends. I take it that your establishment did not escape the attack unscathed. We did not, thankfully. Most of our workers have already left for the day, but those of us still here saw it all. We looked to the burning skies in confusion, and then, before we could even begin to make sense of it, a hideous creature burst through the doors, shrieking. We ran for our lives, but one of my colleagues was not so fortunate. He cried out, a scream of such agony, such terror, and in the next instant, he too spouted fearsome claws. The sight of it caused another fellow to panic, and then... he too transformed. We might need you to calm down. I'm sorry. There was something you wanted to ask? Indeed. You knew the merchant Kalzal, did you not? I believe he had some dealings with your establishment. Kalzal? I know him well. We'd arranged for his consortium to deliver a large shipment of fabrics, but in the end we received a better offer and had to turn him down. I understand his business is struggling, but so is ours. Another of our most reliable trading partners agreed to transport the goods for a much smaller commission, and we have been fools to refuse. I felt terrible for withdrawing the offer, but you must understand, we simply had no choice. He tried to put on a brave face when I delivered the news, but his dejection and despair were plain as day. He said he discussed it with his associates, but I couldn't tell he'd all but given up hope. Dejection and despair. You remember what we saw in Vanispati? Yes? Soldiers and jungle dwellers pushed to the very brink, turning into beasts one after the next. It would seem the same phenomenon occurred here. The poor craftsmen attacked by the fiends, as well as those that witnessed it, all undergoing the change. I suspect that everything began with Kalzal. By all accounts, it was he who suffered from the most profound and piercing despair. Wait, could that be it? That such intense emotions were what triggered his transformation? It's possible. Much remains unclear, but I believe we are drawing closer to an answer. At any rate, we must discuss our findings with the others. Mm-hmm. Also, look at this attire that I have. Like, maybe if I change the colors on these things, I reckon they would fucking slap. I reckon this mixture of attire would actually slap as like gear for Machinist and Gunbreaker. It looks pretty cool. I do want to get more of this gear, the Palaka. I want to see what the rest of the Palaka stuff is, because I reckon it would look pretty cool. Exposing a little bit of forearm. Alright, Grahatia. Grahatia is eager to share all you have learned with your companions. We were to reconvene with the others in front of Meghatuta, were we not? That should be just outside. With any luck, they'll have already returned from their own investigations. My friend, we must take our leave. I pray that your establishment is spared further tragedy. But remember, your lives are far more precious than any other wares. If you are ordered to flee, do so without hesitation. Indeed. I thank you for your concern and pray you two take care as well. You could see it. It's giving upper-class medieval gunsman. Nice. It probably, like, helps paint the picture because of the fact that I've got a gun on my back.
There you are. You've spoken with the survivors.
Yes, we have. We've had all sorts of, interactions and investigations.
Indeed. We thought to share what we have gleaned, that we might together gain a greater understanding of present circumstances. Fortuitous timing. Alize and I completed our own investigations not long ago.
Then we should take a moment to compare notes. Shall we begin with the two of you?
So the merchant Kalzal was gravely concerned about his business in the days preceding his untimely end.
Yes.
The tales we heard were much the same. The first victims to be changed into blasphemies were all overcome with anguish of one manner or another. Then those who saw their loved ones stolen before their eyes succumbed to a similar panic, setting in motion a chain of transformations.
Fear, unease, despair. These negative feelings serve as a catalyst.
If so, then it is not unlike the calamity that befell the ancients.
Which probably was worse for them because they were using creation's magic, which is a little bit like mentally and emotionally drawn. So with further
their creation
despair,
magics, they unwittingly gave form to untold horrors.
Yep. And then that did a cascading
Had
effect.
they simply lost control, surely it would have manifested in many forms, not all of them monstrous. Yet somehow, this phenomenon is triggered solely by the darkness in their hearts. A common thread with what we now witness.
You can't find it, Wolk. I didn't save the image. You do not get to have a reference of me in a bikini. Sash keeps threatening to draw me in a bikini, but she's too mentally exhausted and doesn't have the energies within her to do any drawings of me because I am just that crazy of it. No, do not check the bods. I am in the middle of streaming right now. I need you. I need moderators. I need people to do vibe checks.
Common, but not identical. While the beasts the ancients faced were forged with magic,
Hi, Meeps.
Those of today are born of sentient beings.
How's Hecate Zed doing?
Why remains to be seen. But there is one fundamental difference between us and our predecessors. Our souls are sundered, whereas theirs were not. Perhaps that single variable makes all the difference.
If I may,
Marioing? Noted.
there was another detail that troubled me. We have it on good authority that Karl Zahl's transformation took place before the skies began to burn.
Okay.
What? If that's true, then the situation's more dire than we realized.
So we don't get like a early warning
It
weather.
means even if there's no ominous sign presaging the final days, anyone, anywhere, has the potential to become a beast.
That.
Even in lands we thought safe, even as we speak.
Cervesta Crystal. Alright, while there's an advertisement break going off, I'm gonna get myself another can of Pepsi and a quick bathroom break. Give me a minute.
Icy is cute, Uwu.
Icy is cute. Icy is very cute.
Go suck a lemon.
Alrighty. I am back. Oh, excuse me. I am back. Clip you in. Alright, who's ready for another can kraken? Get the fuck ready. Let's see how you do. Let's see how it goes. Let's see. Come on. Ooh, it's a bit of a toughie. Alright, here we go. Let's see if we can do it really quickly. Oof. Boy, hopefully that sounded good. Even in lands we thought safe, even as we speak.
Look! It's the Sartre!
Furicures. Phrasing. Cream from that crack. Just like looking at an ass crack and you're just like, ah. Fucking phrasing right there.
The Sartre!
Thank the heavens.
Shut up! No. 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 Nuh-uh. There is no himbo in a bikini. There is no himbo in a bikini. You have no evidence.
I am relieved and heartened to see you strong and safe.
There is no 3D model with a bikini on. There is no commissioned artwork with a bikini on. None of those things exist. There is no 3D bikini. My countrymen. Oh, wait, he already said all these things.
While the danger has not yet passed, far from it, allow me to assure you that the beasts that raged within the city walls have been exterminated to the last. Outside this sanctuary, the brave men and women of the Radiant Host and our dragon ally continue to battle our unholy foe.
That is true. There is no commissioned art yet. You are correct on that one.
I pray these tidings put your minds at ease and help you calm your hearts. Have faith that we shall soon conquer this terrible trial.
Ooh. Why don't you model me a bikini? In time for summer break in July, just Zeebs in a bikini. Classic wool gold printed bikini. Because he's same Wolk. Same. I too am lazy. I too am just, I don't have the times. That's partially like the reason why I want to take time off in June. I want it so, because here's the thing, is that in June, I have arranged that, you know, I'm not going to be streaming. I'm not going to be on Twitter. I'm not going to be on TikTok. I'm probably not going to be on Discord either. I am essentially going to be, like, trying to mitigate as much of my online, like, ness as much as possible. And then in the time of June, that will be a time for me to try and, you know, one, get the work-life balance, you know, to an appropriate level, but then also be able to try and, you know, incorporate better new habits that can change from motivation into discipline. And then once I've been able to try and do what I can within that month of June, then I might, you know, come back in July perhaps, and then, you know, have streaming add on after all that, rather than doing it the other way around of like, oh, let me just keep streaming like 3 times a week or any of that kind of nonsense, where it's probably not a good idea if I'm trying to do like something else in my life. Instead, do the something else in my life when I have no streaming, and then come into this with like all that like work. So then that way, hopefully, you know, I'm not turning into like, you know, an obese fat person who doesn't know how to interact with people and losing my connections with friends and family kind of thing. June, just in time for your 1-year stream oh, is it your stream? Excuse me. Is that like your affiliate stream anniversary, or is that like your Twitch like full on like year anniversary? Because I think mine was like in April, I think, or something. I was at Furdu when this happened for this year's. Just going, nose ring. I am going to need to make like a nose ring or something like that, so then that way, when there's like a moment where it's just like I want to pretend to be woke or something like that, I can just like turn on and off accessories and just sort of be like, yes. Next thing you know, Wolk just sends me a private DM. Identity theft is not a joke, Jim. Millions of lives are at danger. So you started streaming on June 1st, and you got affiliate 8th of June. Oh, that was... Yeah, excellent. That's amazing. That's clean. That's a lot better than my streaming, like, thingy-majiggy on Twitch. I started streaming, I think, in February or March? I started streaming then, but I did not get affiliate status until April, I'm pretty sure. Like, I had this account created, and I can kind of assess when I started streaming, because I started streaming basically a month like the month that Mutasaur got affiliate, I think that was when I started streaming. So whoever is like a first subscriber of Mutasaur can probably like figure out from backdating of like, oh, if I have been, you know, subscribed for this long with Mutasaur since the very beginning, then Grant is this minus like 1 or 2 months. You had a lot of momentum before you started because, well, VTubers and stuff. Fair enough. There's nothing wrong with that as well. Like, I think that's the part that, like, communities, like furry communities, for instance, that is something advantageous to those that actually, like, take part in a creative-driven community like furries and what have you, is unlike, let's say, people that are just a fan of video games, like, oh, I'm a fan of World of Warcraft or a fan of FIFA or something like that. If you're in the furry fandom, you are probably creative in one aspect or another, and you might be contributing back into the fandom with writing, drawing, modeling, what have you. And from there, if you wanted to start a stream and such like that, you've already got way more connections than someone who's not in a community like the furry fandom. Because like one of the advices they tell you about like streaming and shit like that is the fact that you are probably going to be streaming to friends and family only in your first month. You're going to be spending so much time just sort of being like, hey, can you watch my first 3 streams or something like that? And you're poking like your parents, you're poking your siblings, you're poking your friends from school or your work colleagues. I did not do that with my streams. I think I posted about it on my Twitter, and that was it as far as like notifications go. Was that, oh, Twitter, here, I'm going to be streaming on Twitch. And then it's like, it wasn't for like another month and a half that I think I started garnering like a little bit of a following. And I think it was while I was playing through Titan Quest when, you know, no one else was really streaming through Titan Quest at the time. And so, you know, by pure, no, it wasn't Titan Quest. It was Mass Effect, I think. I think Mass Effect Legendary Edition was my first like game that I played as GrantZeebs, sorry. There's a lot of support. There really is. You just need to ask. You honestly just need to ask a lot of the time, and you'll be surprised that people will respond with agreement or with kindness.
My grandson was bound for there yesterday, and I worry for his life.
We are still awaiting a report, but I promise you, as soon as I have aught to share.
Oh.
Your Excellency, I bring grave news.
This is not a great time. If you're bringing grave news, there's a possibility they might turn into blasphemies.
I'm Matsya of Akyali, a humble fisherman.
Hi, Matsya. I remember this guy.
Ah, I remember you from our first visit.
Wait, you're... But no, that can wait. When the skies turned red, I set off for Palakistan, fearing for the safety of a friend.
What are you doing?
But as I drew near the village, I saw dreadful beasts all about.
This might not be good. No.
Gods have mercy. Your Excellency, save my grandson, I beg of you.
Oof.
We will spare no effort to save all we can, but you must remain calm.
Calm? You tell me to be calm? You saw those beasts? They tore our bravest warriors limb from limb. What if we are too late, huh? They catch him, sink their fangs into him? The fangs! Oh, the screams!
Not good.
Get away from her, now!
Okay, I'm kind of glad they didn't go as gruesome. Oh my god. Look at this body type. Hey. I knew it! I knew it! I knew that body type was just gonna have Wolt go, Ayo? Fuck's sake.
Damn it! We've got to kill them before it spreads.
I knew it!
We'll handle this.
Wolt
See
has
the
a
townspeople
type.
to safety.
Bear.
Run as fast as you can.
Oh.
No!
Can we stop him? Okay. Okay, that's just rude. Oh, clipping. Oh my god, he's gonna vor him.
Hydra, our people, you must save them.
Ew. Yeah.
My son.
Oh my god, everyone's just having a fucking panic attack, aren't they?
You must run. For their sake and your own. Yes, you will survive. You must.
Alright, cool. We were able to stop that. So. It very much is, like, emotionally driven. Graha is going to survive, okay? He's not gonna change. Despair will not take him. Although I'm not 100% confident with him with just being like... Well, oh, okay, let's see. What do you do?
Be strong, my friends!
Ayo?
Fear not, for we will defeat these abominations! Brave men and women of the Radiant Host, lend your Stola and Thancred
Go
your
suck a
aid.
lemon.
Let not a single beast escape. The rest of you, flee this place. Carry the wounded if you must. Head indoors or underground. Above all, stay calm. No beast will follow you. We will see to that.
Yep. That's our boy. Real leadership nonsense going on right here.
Alice, leave the city to us and make for Palaka's stand at once. Matsya, show my friends to the village. I promise you, they're more capable than the host's finest.
Right.
You're in good hands,
Go
Matsya.
with them, will you? We will save these people. As many as we can.
Alright, cool. I'm gonna take his... I'm gonna take that, then. We must save Palaka's stand, whatever it takes. Matsya, It pains me to put you into harm's way, but I would ask you aid as well. Of course. Pelika's stand is not far, just down that hill. But as I told His Excellency before, the path was blocked by terrible creatures. I have no choice but to turn back. In that case, that is what we shall do. Grant, I ask that you take the lead and dispatch any beasts you encounter. Alizé and I will keep Matsuya hidden amidst the trees, and follow when the path is clear. There is no telling what dangers await us. Keep your eyes peeled. Who in the world is Dizzle? I have someone... Either they're in the guild, or they're in my friends list. Hang on a second. No. Okay, cool. Apparently there's someone called Dizzle Dazzle in the guild.
Hello!
Hello, Lysandra. Welcome to the stream. I'm going through Endwalker. Oh, is that your partner, Diz? Is that the goat? There we go, there we go. Oh, who's that? Someone just riding around on a Nimbus. I love how the weather is apparently apocalypse. Ding. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Look at him. Blue maging, role-playing hardcore with the group pose. Ding, 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 ding. Gaga spells. That dizzle dazzle, dizzle, dizzle dazzle. Da 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 da. I think I'm in an instance right now, Lysandra, but if we, like, once I get out of this thingy-majiggy, yeah, I can throw you into the party with Sasher and I. Just give me a minute. It's actually been a hot minute since last I played as like Gunbreaker, so I'm kind of fucking up my what's-mahoozies, my combos. Oh, I did not know that was a thing I did now. Nice. The only job I have is level 90 as a Dragoon. That's fair enough. Right now, I have... My Warrior is hit level 90. I'm right now going through the Gunbreaker at level 86. I'm gonna go probably through the Dark Knight and the Paladin off-stream to get them up and, you know, running. It cannot be. Hang on a sec. Let me see if I can find their, We must heal those we can, and quickly. I see no beasts. Where's Diz? Okay, so there's their... Alright, so I found their Twitter again. From there... give me a few. It's gotta be here somewhere. I swear they've done at least one stream. Like, wasn't that the whole point you did a thingy-madiggy? Like, They got the goat got a cool thingamabob. Where is it? God fucking damn it! He doesn't. I swear that like they got a VTuber and everything. I thought he was doing some stuff. I thought he did things. All right, hang on a sec. I gotta save the villagers of the Palaka stand. What am I? It's not stalking. It is literally just we're both following each other. I was just trying to look for their fucking Twitch, so then that way I could shout them out. Rad Kane earlier today in an alliance raid, which was funny. Nice. Wait. Rad Kane? I don't know who that is. I don't know a lot of these people. Avoid the fire, and let's help out this guy. I'm providing you aid. Have you come to help us? Too late. My family, my friends. Oh, hello. Hey, that's who it is. Okay, hi. Donk. Alrighty. Elfino. Ah, these are the only villagers who survived. I can only hope others managed to flee, but if the rest have been turned to beasts, by the 12, let us do what we can to see that the damage spreads no further, and no matter what comes, we must keep our spirits high, lest ourselves suffer a similar fate. God damn it, that was a tricky one to say. Hang on. You're wearing fucking nothing! Fucking nothing! Look at them! Nothing! They're just wearing some fucking boots! You can tell what they get up to. Shh. I can tend to the rest. Pray look after Matsya. No doubt what we have seen here weighs even heavier on his heart than ours. Alright. Matsya! Oh, Grant! Grant! This is Uravet, the elder here. He is hurt, but praise be to the sisters, he still lives. Young Matsya here has told me everything. I have not the words to express my gratitude for your aid. When the heavens began to burn, we were afraid, but did our best to carry on as we always have done. Until today, when those unholy beasts came pouring into our village, a flood of midnight and death. There are no words to describe what happened. Men and women I have known since they were babes struck down by the creatures, only to rise again to join the murderous horde in the guise of those same hideous fiends. In the chaos, a handful of our villagers fled for their lives. I can only hope they have found their way to safety. Matsya, do you perchance remember Querisaf and Marvan, the young couple who always brought you freshest catches? How could I forget, Eldar? When I first came to peddle my wares, desperate to eke out a living, they showed me such kindness. Others shunned me as an outsider as it their way, but Querisaf and Mervan brought my fish and sung its praises. They turned my fortunes around. Alas, I fear they are in terrible danger. I saw them running around and Agama Temple, one of those beasts in close pursuit. They had their child, still but a tiny babe. To elude these fiends while caring for one so young is an impossible task, surely. I beg of you, go to their aid. I want to help them, yet I am but a fisherman. I cannot face beasts on my own. Will you come with me? Mm-hmm. Oh, thank you. Agama Temple lies to the west of here. We must hurry. Dun, 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 dun. Hey, that looks cool. Look at that. Red maging. Radio. Alright, this ways. Okay, fine, you get Torgal. I unfortunately cannot fly in this scenario. Actually, probably should double check. 217 to the southeast. Okay. Where the fuck am I? Jesus. I'm just gonna really quickly get this, Aether thing that's apparently in this direction. Because I'm in the lower half of this place, so... This is as good a time as any to do the Aether currents that I'm looking for. Where the fuck are you? Oh, it's probably there. Okay. It's probably on that hill. Alright, they'll red mage shit.
Emotional damage.
To the east. Okay, so it's not... Oh, it's probably on one of those... Yeah, there it is. There it is. I saw it just come into view. I came back to see you driving upstairs, and you just had game whiplash so bad. Not to worry, Ripper. Sometimes you can have, like, all kinds of mounts. Like, a car. A motorcycle. Hang on. A motorcycle. A giant Shiba Inu. And the giant Shiba Inu is really happy to see you. Look at him. All sorts of things available. Oh my god, Lysandra hasn't gone through this as well. Alrighty. Next one isn't for another... Oh, 470... Okay, cool. So that's to the northwest. Alright. Oh, fine. They'll just... Wait, me? Wait, hang on. What do you... Scarf? No, that's just a neck thing. That's just a neck thing. They're like, it's a collar. That's it. It's a collar. Oh, found the Aether Current. Yeah, would you call that a turtleneck? Like, cause it's not like a full, it's not a full neck thing that you have to pull your head through. It's like buttoned up and such. It's like the school collars in some of the Japanese high schools. You know, the formal one that the boys wear? And it's like, you know, properly like at the neck and all that. Oh, hang on. The temple is just ahead. It was built by those who worship Saint Agaba, but has sadly fallen into disrepair in recent years. If my friends made it this far, no doubt they are hiding somewhere amidst the ruins. That was Querasov. Oh no, this is not good. Please do. The cry came from the ruins. You must hurry. Note to self, go to that triple triad match when it's off stream. Oh, there they are. There he is. Oh, it'd help if I had my thingamajiggy enabled, wouldn't it? We must help him! Dun. The man lies motionless on the ground, bearing a grievous wound. I'm sorry, Grant. I tried to stay behind, but I couldn't. No, it cannot be. There's someone, anyone. My arms, so heavy. My legs, I cannot feel my legs. My wife fled with our daughter. I need to find them. I need to be with them. I need... Querasov! No, Querasov! You must stay strong! More time. I thought I had. I don't want to die. Thank you. Please, find them. Mevin still lives, and she has her child. We must search the jungle between here and Plaka's stand. There is nowhere else she could have gone, I think. Forgive me, Querasov. Once we have saved your wife and child, we will return and lay you to rest. Alrighty, this way is, unless, hang on. 248 to the southeast, so this way is... Alright, random roulette. Horse! Okay, so that's that thing there. And then there's the Aether Current. Aether Current. Alright, how many of these do I have to do? 1, 2, 3. Okay, so there's 4 more to do around this area. Yeah, 323 to the north, which means they're talking about like something up there, of all things. Dun 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 dun. Surveying the area. You see no tracks or other signs of recent travel. May have ended the trial must be elsewhere. Alright. We move this ways. Oh,
Don't make me send you to Jesus myself.
I didn't know that was a thingy-majiggy we could attune to. That would have been helpful. That would have been a darn sight helpful. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's avoiding you. Excuse me, nose. How long am I going to be going on for? I do not know. At least 16 missions, I would think. Hey, Box! You can't be stealing my shirt like this every time. Alrighty. This way is... I honestly do feel like I'm in India or something as a British soldier with this kind of attire. It really has this, like, imperial colonialism to it, doesn't it? Look at this imperial colonialism. Oh, snake. You missed the shirts? Oh, you mean like the different designs and what have you? Are you talking about that? So like I would wear a different shirt depending on like the franchise or the theme? Hang on, need to... Alrighty. Did you see any sign of them? I found nothing. Perhaps the beast has chased them further from the village. Oh gods above, I beseech you, pray deliver Madvan and her little one to safety. Alright, I'm gonna quickly, like, do the thingamadiggy to the... Oh, wait, no, we're in a cutscene, never mind. Meanwhile, in the skies above Thavnia...
No more enemies to trouble us here.
From the looks of it, this might be the third time, perhaps, that, that Pox has stolen my shirt so far. It might be. Look, it might be the third time. Unless I had, like, a different, metric. Either that's the third time on stream, or it's the third time for Pox. Hi, Chaz. Hi, Chase. Welcome to the stream. I hope you're doing all right. How are things? How you been? Can we get a shout out for Pox and for... Thank you.
It's me. How fare you below? Understood. I will inform Vritra. Chaos and panic sweep Raz-at-Han, and many more have succumbed to the transformations. Amidst the fray, Ahawan fell, protecting a grief-stricken father.
What happens if this dragon gets the depression?
My friends fight alongside your Radiant host to secure the capital. Beasts have been sighted in Palakistan as well. We have divided our forces in hopes of quelling the threat there. Of small solace is that we now know what triggers the transformation. As my companions tell it,
depression. Depression turns you into a monster, is essentially what they're talking about here.
Fear and despair in their hearts which inflicts this abhorrent punishment upon them. A nightmare from which my children will never awake.
Oh, damn it.
Will you wallow in sorrow or rise to the occasion?
It's like being in an oven here. Global warming ain't real. It's very real. Every day it gets hotter. Yep. I can agree with you, Chase. Global warming is definitely a thing. We have been going through like all kinds of climate change. You would think the Australians would have like a better, you know, plan against climate change and what have you, because every year it's the hottest summer on year, or whatever they talk about and shit like that. And you're just sort of like, you know, at some point you're just gonna have to realize that that next year's summer is also gonna be hotter than this year's summer. Like, at what point are you gonna, you know, accept that and, you know, try and do some changes? Because one of the things that comes around with climate change as well is that we will start getting like more disastrous weather more often as well. Because that's one of the other things that comes with climate change, is that you'll get like, it's like this little pendulum thing, where as it swings like up and down, and the swing upwards get wider, it means that the downturns get wider as well, and before you know it, only weather you're getting is freak weather.
Raz-at-Han is leaderless. Before he passed, Ahawan sought to reveal the truth to his people. Honor his wishes.
To what end? To breed a new conflict between dragon and man.
I am curious what Estinian will say, considering he is a veteran of the Dragon Song War.
These claws could reduce thee to shreds with a touch. These jaws crush thy bones to dust.
They can do all those things.
Only through my proxy could I walk with my children. Without him, I am a bringer of fear, no different from the beasts which beleaguer them.
Perhaps so. Only in death were Hraesvelgr and Shiva united. Indeed, whenever man and dragon have come together, death has ever been the inevitable result. It was our fear of your kind that sparked a nigh-endless war. Fear and hate of which Nidhogg drank deep as he laid waste to my homeland. And in turn, I took my revenge on his brood. Blood for blood, pain for pain. I thought nothing of theirs, only of mine. And yet, were the chasm between us too vast and too deep, Hraesvelgr would not have borne Isael to battle and our rescue. He would never have entrusted a mortal champion with one of his eyes. And the Dragon Song War would still rage on. And I would still wage a never-ending war of violence and vengeance. The future of our star be damned. I cannot speak for Ahawan's greater goals. Yet I know, in this time of unprecedented
God damn it, I
crisis,
accidentally clicked
he
ahead
turned
again.
to you. You could do worse than to place your trust in him. It will not be easy, but the future of Raz-at-Han hangs in the balance. We have company.
Hey, nice. Nice work, Chase, on the big commission. Hopefully that works out for you.
The hour has come, Vritra. It's all or nothing!
Now, am I going to have to play as... No, I am not. Cool. Awesome. Alright, over this ways. Attune to this thingy-majiggy, so then that way I do not forget. And you're even more naked. Okay. Matsuya. Yep. Yep, it will... I'm gonna be able to finish paying it off before my 6 months ends, and I'm very early on it, which is a good thing. Nice! If Mervan fled deeper into the village, she and her child are in grave danger. What are we gonna do? You cannot let fear consume you. Fear consume me? What are you talking about? Then I too could become a beast? I understand, I think. I've seen to the wounded. How did the two of you fare? Did you find your friends? Here, the season of service burning hell, and then... Sorry, let me just catch up on messages. So it's been raining for pox. The weather has been okay for me. It's not been a disaster. But yeah, responsibility isn't that it's scary. It's just that there comes a point where where you just stop thinking about responsibility when trying to be responsible. You're just being responsible. It's convincing yourself you do not need to order in meals when you've got food at home you can put together. It's doing the chores, so then that way you, like, on a regular basis, so then that way when you have a house inspection or guests or anything like that, you don't have, like, as big of a chore list as you could have. All sorts of things. I see. In that case, let us help you find the mother and child. Before we leave, we must ensure the village will be safe in our absence. Alize and I will patrol the area and search for more beasts. Would you and Matsuya speak with Elder Uravet? Pray explain to him the situation and join us as soon as you are able. We will save Maven and her child. We can do that much for Querasaf. Dun, 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 dun. Fair. You can cook by default. You're mostly saving up for an apartment and then moving out before you turn 25 because your family situation is dookie. Fair enough. Living on your own, I will be real with you. Two things. Number one, you are going to have so much more freedom than you ever thought you would have, and you don't know what to do with half of it, I feel like. So, for instance, I can just leave my laundry wherever I want. After the house inspection was done and I was changing clothes, I didn't just put my laundry in a laundry basket that's situated in my bedroom. I have left my pants in the bathroom, my socks in the living room, my shirt is, like, you know, just outside the bathroom. I have a pair of shoes at, like, the cupboard of the study. Like, it's chaos in the Zeebs house. It very much is chaos. It's just, who gives a fuck about where the laundry is? It's my laundry. I will deal with it later. Normally, it conglomerates, like, just in front of the toilet in the bathroom. Like, I don't know why it is, but it's just one of those rituals where it's like, I'm done with my day, and after I got home, the first thing I want to do is go to the bathroom. And so I'll go to the bathroom, and I have to take my pants down to shit. And I'm like, oh, why not? And then I just, like, take the pants off entirely. So then I'm just sitting there, bottomless, going to the bathroom. I get up, I take off my shirt, leave it like right next to the towel rack. I then go into the bedroom and I put on a pair of pajama bottoms. And then I normally take my socks off on the way to the study. So, you are going to have so much freedom than you will ever know, Chase, when you live on your own. When you live by yourself in a place that will fit your, like, you know, that will fit your life, even if the apartment is slightly bigger, you will grow into it. You will just lay shit out wherever you want. You'll get furniture and all that nonsense. So that's the first thing. The second thing, you are going to be financially tight. Because one of the advantages from having housemates and family is the costs of things are normally like either reduced or you don't have to worry about it. So for example, you might not have to buy toilet paper as often because normally someone's always buying toilet paper and no one's gonna get shitty with you because you decided to have like, you know, use half a roll of toilet paper or some shit like that because you have to buy toilet paper later on. Second, or, you know, you're only, instead of paying like the entirety of the internet bill, you instead pay a portion of the internet bill. And depending on how many housemates you have, that is some great savings because you go from like $110 a month to like $15 a month. Stripping shit. We've all been there, some of us more than others. You cannot fault me. It is amazing freedom. But yeah, that's the second thing, Chase. You're gonna have to be a little more mindful with your finances than you would have thought prior. Like, back when I had housemates and I had a cheap internet bill, cheap electrical bill, like, I was able to order out food whenever I wanted, and I commissioned people for art. Like, probably once a fortnight, I was probably commissioning someone for art. Because I was just like, oh, hey, I love that. Oh, 60 American dollars? Yeah, absolutely. Here you go. I got it. And then, like, Cerulean, I have an idea. What's insomnia? Where am I in your queue? Put me down for another one. Like, but now, living on my own, like, my rent is like 50% of my income. Barely got the money to, you know, throw it, you know, philanderically wherever I want. I only get commissioned artwork, like, maybe once a month, maybe fewer. And right now I'm trying to like I'm trying to mitigate the amount of fast food I purchase because that's either a $20 or a $60 delivery. Hopefully you can manage. Most apartments in your area are really big. The smaller ones are outside of town. Most ones near your campus are the big ones. Commission money pays enough because big Australian, American, and Canadian feed well. Nice. God, the economy is in shit here in Australia. Housing is terrible. The cost of living is terrible. I either have to get a housemate here or go into a smaller apartment. I am heartened to see you both safe, but what of the family? We found Querisov, but he... Say no more. I understand. We have lost another of our dear friends. Querisov may be gone, but there is still hope for Meridivan and their children. Please find them. I beg of you. How bad is your rent? So... Alright. So if you wanna have an idea of how much my rent costs, I am currently living in a 2-bedroom apartment. There's a parking spot for me. I have to pay for my water, my electricity separately. So, you know, utilities like the internet and such like that are also separate. I don't have to pay a gas, thankfully. Everything in this apartment is electric, so like, you know, that's kind of cool. I don't have to worry about another utility, but it does mean, like, you know, the hot water boiler is, like, the boiler is probably, like, the most expensive thing, like, utilities-wise, like, because of the amount of energy it takes to boil water and what have you. If you would like to know how much the apartment rent costs, you can pay for a week's rent. That's a thing on my throne. because I am just that greedy. I won't suck your dick or anything like that. I will just be really, really appreciative. Kurasov may be gone, but there is still hope for Mevan and their child. Please find them, I beg of you. And if in your search you come across anyone else who escaped the slaughter, pray tell them what happened. I will do my best to keep the villagers safe and their spirits high. Let us rejoin your friends at once. You be the one sucking? No, Chase! You were surprised? Oh, here's... The Philippines is absolutely dirt cheap. But the problem, the reason why, like, comparatively, like, things are cheap as it is because, like, labor in the Philippines is cheap. His throne says $518. That's probably... Hang on a second, is that correct? Hang on. That doesn't sound right. That's incorrect. What in the... Oh. Crystal. Sylvester Crystal. So yeah, that should be a payout. Why is it doing that additional bit? Like, what's going on? Hang on. So, okay, it's doing a weird currency exchange thing. It's doing a weird currency exchange, and then it's taxing and oh my god. Yeah, throne cut. So that's what it should be. And then in next year, in I think it's next February, it goes up to this. When I first moved in here, it cost, like 2 years ago, it cost this much. It's, like, the cost of rent has gone so quickly. It's gone up so quickly in Brisbane. And it's like, half it is made by the fact that, you know, Australia is allowing people to work remotely and in, like, a hybrid work environment as well. So you got some Sydney peeps moving up to Brisbane and shit, or going all the way to Perth or into South Australia. It's gone, like, so crazy in Australia, which is why I feel like one of the things that is probably going to happen in Australia is, like, and it, like, I don't know if this is going to, like, you know, follow through and shit, is more and more jobs are probably, like, ones that are able to pay for, you know, being in Australia and such like that, won't even have Australians here doing the work. It's going to be remote users in a foreign country. So, because for example, in my work, where I'm working right now, we have Australians living in Japan, living in Brazil somewhere, the Philippines. We got a person visiting Vietnam right now for like several months and is just, you know, working remotely while in Vietnam. And it's like, this all works for us because we're a tech company. There was talk about the market prices increasing by 40% again, and you know, ugh. The problem is that there's no simple answer. It's not a simple answer as like, oh, people are, you know, escalating the cost of the housing altogether. It's like, no. It's like, we don't have the houses for the demand. We do not have the supplies or the labor. Like, we don't have cheap labor or cheap supplies to make more houses rapidly. Like, apparently at every level, there isn't a cheap way of making houses in Australia, whether by regulation or by supply. There isn't a good way to figure that out. I'm pleased to report that the vicinity appears to be beast-free, no doubt thanks to your earlier efforts. And with that, let us resume our search for your friend and her child. Where should we begin, Matsya? If we follow Kishorada south, we will arrive at Parousia, a temple. It is a sacred place where people go to commune with the divinities. It's possible that the Mervan sought shelter there, and perhaps other villagers as well. Then it's settled. Matsia, stay close to me, alright? You two, take the lead. Keep an eye out for the beasts and anyone in need of help. Very well. We make for Perusia, as quickly as we are able, with me. With me! Meanwhile, Lysandra is just changing into different things. You've come across multiple Australians in your town? Nice. Alright, where are we going? Southwest, 400. Alright, cool. Swapping over to the Fenrir, so then that way I can move faster. So yeah, so I'm doing this, so then that way... South... Okay, no, never mind. We're gonna pick up the, thingy... Ooh, hang on. Stalkers in the Shroud. Okay, we're gonna detour into a Fate just real quick. Alright, hang on. So, completed. I was at... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Alright. So I'm halfway there. Nice. Wait, is there a blue mage here? Nope, that's a black mage. That's a Alright. There's a blue mage here. There's a blue mage in this crowd somewhere. Let's see. Now, you may be wondering why I'm doing this. We will take small distractions in our MSQ, like the Fates, so then that way, our shared Fates rank increases as we are... And we're doing it in a more passive fashion, rather than trying to commit, like, several hours into doing, like, you know, running from one Fate to another. Although I'm honestly surprised that there's, like, all these people here, so they're most likely... They're probably, like, running all the way around this area, like, flying and what have you. Yeah, so still the southwest. So, alright. We're gonna head to this thingy-majiggy here. Hi there, Code! I'm doing alright. What am I up to, silly goose? I am up to Endwalker. I am doing the MSQ. My warrior is now level 90, so I'm... And... The person I'm gonna get to level 90 next is the Gunbreaker. Look at him go. Excuse me while I kill this crocodile. There we go, crocodile dead. Like, look at this. It's a fucking apocalypse. The sky is red and there's asteroids. Even the weather says it's an apocalypse. Absolutely crazy. Ow. Damn it, Code. Why you do this to me? Why? Why? You mind telling me? You're aiming for the monster? No, you weren't. She's a friend of mine too, but I've not seen her. She must still be out there somewhere, trying to avoid the beasts, and with her child. Gods, worry not for me. I can make my way back to the village on my own. Ding. Alright, T. But yeah, look at my, this looks like British colonialism right here. This attire, it feels like British colonialism. Am I going the right way? Hopefully I'm going the right way. 451 to the southwest. So most likely I have to run down that way. Grant, wait! Perusia lies just up ahead, but something terrible has happened. The beasts have come, and may have already been killed. Alphino and Halizé have gone to do what they can, but there are so many. More than I could count. You must be ready. Alright, here we go, on our way. So there's 3 different spots to deal with. Oop, hello.
Your Blue Mage has asked you to help them kill a thing.
Oh, this thing? Yep, alright, hang on. Just gonna wait for it to do, cause... Alright, so it does Gust. Is there any other moves that it needs to do is the question. Okay, it looks like Gust is the only thing it does. There you go. Alright, so I'm gonna move up around so we get this one first, then we go to here, then we go down to there. I reckon that's the order. You missed literally everything. Oh, sorry about that. Monkey. Do you need to take on the monkeys? Hey, it's the monkey. Da 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 da. Hey, it's the monkey. I thought they'd be flinging poop at me or something like that at this point. Where is your spells? Well, looks like that's not happening. Oh, you're level 1? Why are you level 1? If you want to level up, there's like a thing you do in Shadowbringers where you like I'll need to find the video or the guide that explains it. Alrighty, let's see. Oh, and now we have to deal with these. There we go. Let's see, are they gonna want to try and do it again? You haven't touched this job at all? Neither have I. It's only I'm only like level 9 or something like that. I am not strong. If I was going to do like a blue mage, because I think the thing is that your level will actually dictate like the possibility of you like grabbing a particular spell compared to like the level of the opposition. So like it is still possible to gain it, but I think the fact is that, you know, there is still like a necessity to, you know, be of a level to be able to fight it and such. Otherwise, the game will just sort of be like, eh, you're too weak. Alrighty. Bam. There we go. Alright, and then one last circle to deal with. Circle gang. Where the... Oh, there it is. There it is. I see it. I see it. The Shroud of the Sangaha. Of the Sangha.
Hey Grant, want to hear a dirty joke?
I don't know. Lay it on me. What's your joke? Goddamn monkey. And I'm just hitting the enmity of like a lot of different creatures right now. Cookie for Engrel! Here's your cookie, Engrel!
What's the difference between a pickpocket and a peeping Tom? One snatches your watch, the other watches your snatch.
Yep, sounds about right. I think I've heard that one before. There you are. How fare the others? I see. You've seen to all the beasts in sight? In that case, let's have everyone gather in front of the temple. More Pepsi! Jason has been hearing this a lot, haven't they?
Courage, friend. The pain will pass.
Alrighty, more.
Has anyone seen Mevan? Where could she be?
We've dealt with all the blasphemies and made certain no villagers are still in hiding.
Gosh darn you.
Good work. We've otherwise tended to the wounded as best we can.
What will become of us?
Help is on the way, surely. We may have to abandon our homes now, but we will return someday.
But
it'd be good.
Where can we go? Is anywhere even safe?
So long as you have fear, so long as you have despair and fear, nowhere is safe. So you gotta, you know, keep hope and happiness.
That I cannot say.
See how we do.
Well, I can. Nowhere's safe. Run all you like, but there's no escaping these things. And even if I could, it's too late for my family.
Ah!
This isn't good. The more they dwell on the tragedy, the more likely we are to lose them too.
My friends, this is a place of worship. Should your heart quake with sadness, cast your mind to the heavens and remember. Remember the teachings of the old gods. Did they not implore us to stand fast when waves of sorrow break against our shores?
You have a good point, Matsya.
Know this, my children. There is more ugliness than beauty in this world. To live is to suffer, To drink of calamity and drown in anguish. To toil and be tested. Always and ever.
"'Tis a perilous path you walk. Death lurks in the dark, and is the sole promise that awaits at journey's end. You will tremble with terror. You will weep tears of anger and despair.
But do not avert your eyes. See your life for what it is. Then will you see how the hardships make you strong.
Every doubt reforged as scales for your armor. Every agony to temper your blade.
Thank you for the hyper himbo.
Thank you, lad. We'd almost forgotten who we are. My undying gratitude to you as well, my friends. You were searching for Mevon, no? We must return home. I pray you help the boy find his friend.
Gladly. We dispatched what beasts we could, but the roads are still dangerous. Stay together and go in safety.
That was very impressive, what you did back there. Those words seem to resonate with your people.
They should. They were the first spoken unto our ancestors by the divinity of legend. I'm easily upset, and fish are wont to flee a temperamental hand. So I recite the teachings over and over to calm myself.
Aw, it's actually an interesting practice there.
They're lovely and inspiring to hear. Though I
Thank
imagine
you,
they were
bosom
born
buddy.
of great misfortune.
They are born of life. There's as much bad as good in it. More, many would attest. All the more reason to appreciate the good when you can.
I won't argue with that.
Excuse me.
In darkness, seek joy. Surrender not to sadness, and see beyond despair. Walk free, and bear the light for others to follow.
Okay.
And with that, let us see if we can't find Mevon.
Alright. Hi there, Jack!
Did you see? That beast was chasing someone.
Hey, free bird! I don't know how the song goes. You know that one that's like on the TikToks and such, where it's just like, okay, won't you find me? And there's just like, and then there's like a riffing guitar solo going off, and normally people are like doing this like rotation thing. Warm hearts and rekindled hopes. Let's go. Over there. My view was blocked by the trees, but I'm sure I saw someone being chased by a beast. Grant, go with Matsuya and search along the river. Alphino and I will circle around from the south. Alright. Wait, am I in the right? And then there's like another thingy-majiggy here. Oh, hello? Fuck you. Fuck all of ya. So, how's it going, Jack? You got a tasty snack? You been helping out Blue or anything? What's been happening? What's poppin'? There we go. Yay, Bosom Buddies is finished. Alright, I don't imagine there's a lot of people here. There we go, come on. I'm doing the big pull, so then that way we can get through this fate a little bit quicker.
Now that is what we call a skill issue.
It's not a skill issue, because this is taking skill to do. Here we go, here we go, here we go. Come on, you can do this. You can do this, Grant. Damn it, we're grabbing crocodiles by accident. Damn it! I didn't do it correctly. I set my revive so far away. Sash! Sashera! Where are you? Sash!
Nanny.
Thavnia! You're just like, eat me. How fucking dare you. Alright, hang on, let me just... I don't have my chocobo out, so ding. Dong. Alright. You're a part of this party! Get with the party! Ow, Code! What do you mean mitigate properly? What do you think I've been trying to do? It was a big pull as well. You could still give me that teachable... You could still give me that teachable lesson by not healing me as you kill all the other, like, Fs that are around here. I will give that a try, Dano. I will try to not be killed, okay?
Or, hear me out now. Try not to die so easily.
Thank you, Code. I will take that to heart. But you and Dan are like... Ah. Oh, someone's in trouble. Well, that person is having a very fun time. Woo! Where is he? There he is. Oh, another Lalafell. You love how Mountain Dew still thinks it's 2010? It is. It is still 2010. Rez Wingo, thank you so much for the follow. I greatly appreciate it. Thank you for the assist. Thank you so much for the follow. I greatly appreciate it. Also, hi there, Lurk Kobold. Alrighty. What do you mean, missed again? Oh, because you threw Cactar at me. Alright, this way. Over to the MSQ once again. They do, Code. So, if you're in the United States, Mountain Dew Gaming is allowing you to get, like, redeem codes from inside their Mountain Dew caps. And then you can turn those in for, like, you know, both in-game and in real life, like, rewards and what have you. If you have, like, 2,500 points, you can get a stream deck. So Hecate Zed has been trying to, like, get any of the spare Mountain Dew codes to do that. I would very much love Mountain Dew codes as well. Nice. That looks like the Hindu god. No, don't say fuck the USA! The USA is why we have Twitch. The USA is why we have a lot of things, okay? You can't just say fuck the USA unceremoniously like that. Ah. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, fucking USA for leaving us out of the collab. Yes, they left us out of the collab, annoyingly enough.
That's her! No, I'm sure of it. Mervan!
I don't know how you're gonna get out of this one.
Please!
Good hit. Although that might have made it worse. That shoot lasers. Okay, that's a weirdly strong abomination. Oh.
No! God have mercy!
That baby's gonna fucking drown if we don't get to them sooner. Go. Go. Question is, where's the baby? Flows, however, is nowhere to be seen. Where? Oh, there they are. Jesus Christ. How long do babies survive underwater? The baby will only drown if the plot demands it? I don't know if that's a good thing. I don't know if I like the idea of the plot demands it as a reason. Eh. Kitty. Kitty. Did you find Mevran and the child?
No, you cannot pet the kitty.
Damn it all. You have the child? Let me see her. Oh yeah, because he's a sage. He can create shields and healing and shit.
She's so cold, Elfino.
Jesus.
The child is alert and I see no wounds, and yet she grows weaker. My spells can do no more. What she needs is a change of clothes and a warm bed. We must hurry back. Not now!
Let me deal with that.
Matsia, take the child.
It appears we've made enough noise to be heard for miles around. More will be upon us ere long.
Oh, a new knife emote, is that it?
We make our stand here. Mattia, can you take her back to the village?
But the child, all by myself. You can't be serious.
You're gonna have to try.
The beasts will follow you home unless we stop them here. And so we shall. Be strong, Matsia. Her life is in your hands.
Right. I can do it.
Run!
I know you can. We'll keep them busy, Matsia. Go! Quickly!
It's the elephant that says if you have a bad day, fuck it and go to sleep. It's not the same elephant, but I know what you're talking about.
You know the way. No. No. Not you too.
Oh, shit.
Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. To live is to suffer, to drink of calamity. It is a perilous path. Death lurks in the dark.
Oh boy.
No! I'm not afraid! I'm not afraid!
Matsya! Remember your hymns!
Avert your eyes! See! See your life for what it is! See how the hardships make you strong! Every doubt reforged!
So, okay. So, here's how it happens, Fairy Cures. If you are depressed, or, like, you know, feelings of despair and what have you, you are possibly going to turn into, like, this thing called a blasphemous or something like that. And there's, like... There's no cure once you turn into one of those beasts, and when they kill you, your aether is just gone. Estidian!
The divinity?
Yes!
Nay, but one who would deliver thee just the same.
Yes!
Yeah! You must save the child. She is all that remains of Mevan and Grasef. Please.
Well, well. Seems the babe's taken a liking to you.
What did the dragon do?
Thou art strong, little one. Let us convey thee to thy home.
I spied our friends as we flew in. They appeared to be holding their own against the Horde.
If you feel negative emotions, you become monster. Yeah, like overwhelming negative emotions. So every one of these beasts have either been like someone with like, you know, overwhelming despair and hopelessness, or one that has been attacked and grievously wounded by these things.
Right. That's the last of them. We should hurry and find Matsya.
He had help from on high.
What, like divine aid?
A fine battle it must have been. Shame I missed it.
Estinian, it was you who came to Matsya's aid.
We don't yet have the answer for like why it's these negative emotions and all that kind of such yet. Sorry, Fairy Cures. We've not yet reached that conclusion.
Vritra was the one who saw the boy was in need. The two are headed back to the village.
Where the worm will honor Ahiwan's wishes and finally reveal himself to his people.
Perhaps so. Will you go and join them?
Estinian, the Azura Dragoon.
There's something I need to do first.
Oh?
Mervyn gave her life so that her child might live. She deserves better than to be left to drift alone. She deserves to be laid to rest beside her husband, at least. Will you help me?
What was the point of the baby? The point was that we saved the child. We went to this village, and the elephant's, like, good friend and, like, were missing, and we were looking all over them. It's trying to save one life. Whenever it comes to, like, you know, as they've talked about in Into the Spider-Verse and such like that, with the whole, like, world-ending nonsense and trying to save them. Saving the world and all that kind of such is a very big deal. But if it gets, like, that can be a little bit messy and a little, like, weighs heavily on people. So, if you can, don't think about trying to save as many lives as possible. Save one. And if you can save another, you save another. This whole section legitimately made me cry. I love Matsuya and it was hard to watch. Fair enough. We have done what we can. 'Tis for the village of Palaka's stand to perform the ritual funeral rites. If nothing else, Mevan and Kurosov, that's the two people that were friends with Matsuyev, died as they lived, as themselves and not as beasts. Their souls will find peace in the ethereal sea. To think the day would come when even the smallest of solaces would be this comforting. You all ready then? In that case, let's head to the Palaka stand. No doubt Vertra is awaiting us. Cause like, but yeah, as Sasher has explained earlier, the turning into monsters and such like that is an effect of the calamity. Like apparently we're going through something called the final days. And I think this particular change is because Zodiark, who has been like sort of this primal that has kept like the general physics of the world like bound and what have you, because of the Zodiark is slain, the laws of physics or like the laws of nature have been explained to be unwinding and such. So I think what's happening is that a portion of the creation magics, it's possible that like even as our sundered self, you know, us and all the reflections of us in this world, it's possible that this is all the effect of creation magic. So this was something that could have always happened to us, but Zodiark and Hydaelyn were primals, like ancient primals that were preventing us from doing this. We'll figure out more as the story goes on and such, because we can't just like, as great as it would be to just sort of be like, oh, don't think depressing thoughts. Like there's needs to be like a much greater sort of counter to the final days and how everyone can turn into, you know, these blasphemy and what have you. Because here's the thing, like these red skies, as they've pointed out, these didn't come up prior to the blasphemous creatures. These came up after the creatures were birthed and what have you. So I think it's sort of like this knock-on effect where, you know, end of days calamity sort of thoughts, you know, propagate end of days calamity creatures, which by extension, you know, puts the area into an end of days and calamity thing. The only saving grace we have is that we don't have creation magic as far as I know. Like, we're not, like, creating, like, beings from our minds and such. The beings are only being created via ourselves. So rather than however many creatures a single mind can make, it's one creature to one person. So that's our saving grace here. Hello. Ow. I was explaining this as best as I can, Blue.
Here! Raid!
Oh, hi, Nyx Husky! You probably can't see me properly because I've been pixelated thanks to Blue Foxy and ICIC, but welcome to the stream! I hope you had a wonderful time in Dragon Age Inquisition. I played that years ago. I love BioWare's RPGs. I love the Mass Effect series and Dragon Age, and I'm really looking forward to the 4th Dragon Age game. And it sounds like we might get... It was quiet as fuck. Damn. Rest easy, for all is well here. Young Matsya returned with the babe safe in his arms. Owing to a warm bed, the girl hath already begun to regain her strength. Less jealousy received was word of the mother and father's fate, as well as that of their transformed neighbors. You might have to go back through the Dragon Age games. Well, you were going through Dragon Age Origins for a bit, weren't you? But then you skipped over to Dragon Age 2, was it? Hello there, Yun. Welcome to the stream. How many children of Thavnir must be lost to this calamity? Stop it! Stop stealing my hair! I can't stand being bald. I hate it. Don't make me bold, please. No, not one more time. Jason's going bold, so I have to stand it. Look. I still have my hair. And plus, this is a persona. This is an idealized version of me. This one doesn't have to grow old. This one doesn't have to go blind, balding, gain cancer, or any of that kind of shit. This can be an idealized representation of me. Code! Mothers and fathers, brothers and sisters, sons and daughters. Every death another void that can never be filled. Well, I don't have big bouncy man titties because Angrel went and de-himboed me. And the only way this can be, interrupted is with 69 bits. Am I gonna get through this MSQ? We who survive then must carry the weight of their memory, as we strive to regain a semblance of what we have lost. Queerzariev and Mavan's child is a child of Thavnia as well. I thank you for returning her to us safe. Oh, most great and merciful worm, I have not the words to express my gratitude. They say that were it not for you, brave Matsya and the child would have been lost to us forever. Long had I heard the rumors that a mighty dragon has forged a pact of friendship with a satrap, but never would I have expected such a kind and gentle soul. Truth in part, but not in whole. I am Vertra, and for years uncounted hath this isle served as mine abode. An isle I have ruled over as satrap, with Ahawan as my loyal servant. Are my ears to be believed? You were the true satrap all along? Nidhana, what are you doing here? Hello. I heard from the Radiant that you had gone to help the people of Plaka's stand in their time of need. And so I and several of my colleagues from the Great Work came to offer our services. The alchemists have already brewed up some potions for Mevan's daughter. But enough about us. You and your role are the far greater enigma. If you were the true satrap all along, could it be that young Varshan was created to serve as your emissary? Thou didst suspect the boy was but a simulacrum? A rumor has circulated for many years around the High Crucible that our most skilled alchemists were once commissioned by the satrap's family in secret to fashion a mammoth indistinguishable from a living boy. Looking at Varasham with that knowledge, I simply put 2 and 2 together. I was not alone in drawing this conclusion, but like me, they no doubt recognized that the satrap was using the simulacrum to work more closely with his people, and decided not to press the issue. I had always assumed one of Awawan's associates was manipulating it from afar, though the truth is indeed far more surprising. It is an honor to meet you in the flesh, Master Vratra. Pray allow me to express my gratitude. If you had not believed in and given unto us your scales, I do not know where we would be. Thank you, from the bottom of my heart. 'Twas thou and thy fellow alchemists that fashioned the means to unmake the towers. You were the savior not only of Razathan, but the star. Oh, no, Braun, no. Disgusting! Absolutely disgusting! You have to contend with this. Far too kind you are, Master Vatra, but the star yet wants for salvation. Once more will my colleagues and I commit the knowledge and resources at our disposal to the mission of hiding the people in this is their darkest hour. 'Twould seem this... Thank you for the hyper himbo there, Jason. 'Twould seem this place is in good hands. I would return to see how Razathan fares. What will you do, scions? I worry for the survivors we met at Perusa. Shall we pay them a visit before making our way back? In that case, might I ask a favor? Nothing too burdensome, I promise. This way. For an IRL physique, it's not bad. It's okay. The thing, like, I probably need to, like, commission Wolk for, like, doing a redo of the model. Like, I would want to do, like, one of the things I would want to look into trying to do is making it so that, like, I think you can do this in Unity. You can set up, like, a blend shape setting up a material on the body. But one of the things I would like to try and do is, one, get, like, get a material atlas for my character. So then that way it's not as, there isn't, like, 6 different materials being applied to my zebra's, like, body. Because if I try and update the material using Unity's UI, it doesn't update the proper material. So I don't have a means of being able to do, like, face paint stuff on my zebra. Not unless I come up with, like, an entirely different model that's just, like, a shell of the zebra that's just invisible. And then I'm just like, oh, applying a material to the invisible. I don't know if I want to do that. So maybe just, you know, go back to Wolk and be like, hey, I would like to have, like, you know, like the model redone in a few of these areas, because there's some stuff where it's like redoing of the hand bones and the breast bones, because no one's seen this yet, but for 600 bits you get to see one of the silly things that I've done with my model that I was able to do with bone scaling. And because of, unfortunately, the way the bones are set up, I also had to do a bone positional change. So this isn't, so it's not exactly a blend shape. It could have been a blend shape, but I wanted to use bone scaling to do the effects, so then that way I can manipulate, like, the full scale, like, you know, upper and lower limits. But if I want to do that, I also have to manipulate, like, the positions of the thingamadiggies. Thank you for the hyper himbo. Oh, applaud's not a thing. Damn it. Alrighty. Nitana. Needs to simmer just a bit longer, I'd say. In the meantime, I was hoping I might ask you a few questions. The red sky, these terrible beasts. What in the name of the sisters is happening here in Thavnia? It was most of the screen. Oh my, that's rather a lot to take in. It would seem the situation is even more grave than we suspected. Thank you, friend. My colleagues and I will use your knowledge to see if it can further our own research. And with Sevesta Crystal. And with that, here we are. A pot of piping hot chai, brewed from my own secret recipe of spices and tea leaves, together with hearty helpings of rich milk and purest sugar. I've made enough for everyone in the village. Might I trouble you to deliver a few cups? The drink has medicinal properties, then? Not in the least. The ingredients are quite ordinary. It's just very tasty, though, and has a way of lifting the spirits. The spicy aroma and distinctive sweetness of chai is a simple, everyday pleasure on our island. Sometimes the best medicine is the simplest. A lovely sentiment. Hi there, Velk! Yes, boy, what a journey, Velk. I went to the moon, I killed Zodiark, apparently that wasn't a great idea. I checked out the bunny race that was up there, that was making an arc. We figured out the Sharlians were the people they were communicating with it. The Sharlians broke their enchantment, so now they've made the point of, oh yes, we have been contributing to the arc and shit. Next thing we knew, people with depression were turning into fucking monsters. And right now, a Hrothgar with, like, nothing but boots on is playing a Song of Mana, I think, or something. What did they say it was? They can play the Song of Time. Gonna have to send you a meme. You've been waiting for months. Have you? Is it the meme? Like, hang on. Okay. Is it the Tintin meme of, boy, what an expansion? And then it's like, Captain, this is a level 83 mission. Oh, okay. I'll watch that after stream. While you lot distribute hot beverages, I'll do a sweep for errant beasts to slay. A far less arduous task, no doubt. When you're finished, look for me at the Wakeful Torana. Alrighty, I am handing out hot chai to... I'm basically handing hot chai tea to people. Here you go. Get some hot chai. Okay, so they actually do just call it chai instead of chai tea. I remember from the Spider-Man film where, like, calling it chai tea, chai is already tea. It'd be like calling it it's like, you know, looking at an ATM and calling it an ATM machine. Or a, what's some other examples? You have the bitrate killer job. Oh boy. TT. Oh. Braun. What did the, oh, what's the name? What did the Jawa say when they saw Princess Leia in Jabba's palace? Oh, TT! Cup of chai? Well, if you insist. There you go. Sandra's just throwing all kinds of effects at me right now, trying to ruin my bit rate. Alright, where is the rest? Wait, are they indoors? Do I have to, like, go inside for one of these peeps? No, no. Oh, there they are, up there. How's it going, Brawn Animations? You doing alright? Pin number, HIV, virus. Oh, I didn't know the HIV was, like, the V was virus. I thought HIV was just, like, the shorthand for, like, a really long, complex name. Well met, traveler. Alright, cool. So, we've been there. Oh, hello. Ooh. Nice. Alright, rat test, for example. Oh, yeah! You good? You're just watching chill streams, aims like drawing? Nice, nice. I'm probably not one of those chill streams, I'm gonna be real with you, as I'm going through a video game and I'm going through moments of either going on rampant tangents about some sort of subject matter, or screaming about the problems. Alright, my Pepsi's empty. I'll probably get another one shortly. This is heartening to hear indeed. The final days show no sign of abating, but that is all the more reason that we must try to keep our composure. Our lives have been forever changed. The people we have lost will never return to us. These tragedies will long weigh on our hearts. But we have the capacity to live with our suffering, to carry the agony till we too join the fallen in death. It is not a surrender, but a recognition. But it is only in acceptance that we find the strength to move forward. Yay, and I got tea for my troubles. Matsya! As you have finished your deliveries, might I talk with you for a moment? I was curious to know what has become Maivan and Querazov's remains. Oh, thank you, friend. Surely they will be able to rest peacefully by each other's side. I and the people of Plaka's stand will perform the rites as soon as we are able. As for the child, it will not be easy for her, growing up without her parents, but I promise to do what I can. Once she is able to eat solid food, the fish I catch will help nourish her. Always being positive. Nice. Well, we finished delivering the chai. I do believe everyone has a piping hot cup. I could almost believe there's a magic at work, how their tension fades with every sip. Let us pray that Plaka's stand has seen the last of those transformations, at least for now. They are still at risk, as every village in Thavnia are, like as not. Still, I trust we can leave this place in the care of our friends from the Radiant and the High Crucible. Shall we return to Razathan? By all means. Do not let us keep you farther. There are still many who have need of your wisdom and strength to deliver them from this terrible calamity. And I will do what I can as well. I will bring rations and supplies from Aquila, and I will have plenty to spare. Then let us find Estinian and be on our way. Where did he wander off to again? The Wakeful Torana? Near the bridge to Razathan, as I recall. Very well, then. Dun dun! Alrighty. And then we have all these blue ticks here, which is no doubt for the missions and what have you. Dun, dun, dun. Okay, so that's the new corner of the world. Dun, dun. Alphino told me everything. full glad I am to hear the people are safe. Likewise, you will be pleased to know I found no evidence of lingering beasts in the jungle and ruins. 'Twould seem you finished off the last of them. Trying times yet lay ahead for the people of Thavnir. Fortunately, they have a wise and benevolent satrap to shepherd them through. Speaking of which, I received word from Thancred not a short while ago. He awaits our return to the city on Azadal's path. Come. Watching chill streams like yours while drawing. Oh, nice! I knew you did arts and such like that. I didn't realize drawing was one of them. Sorry, my bad. Sorry about that. Dun, dun, dun. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, so this will be my... I think this is the 12th mission I'm on right now. Running. It's good to see you safe. Given the skies, 'tis all too easy to fear the worst. I am pleased to report that we succeeded in quelling the threat here in the city. The beasts have all been felled, and the citizens are safe for now. I've also heard from the Radiant that an important proclamation will be made in the city square, though they said no more than that. Might you have an idea of what that is about? So, Vertra is finally coming out from behind the curtain. I suppose we too should hear what he has to say. To Meghadota, then. But before that, it would appear that word of the assembly has not yet reached all of the citizens. If anyone along the way seems unaware, we'd best enlighten them. Alrighty. Da, 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 da.
Are those beasts all gone? I've been hiding and I'm too scared to go out and look. Oh, that's a relief. I thought one of those beasts was going to eat me. I wonder where Vashan is. He's the slowest runner. I hope he got away. Could be with the other people from the palace. Maybe I'll see him in the square.
Well, that's hopeful. God damn, there's so many kids! Youths.
Leave me be, please. I swear to you, my flesh tastes absolutely terrible.
Wow.
Oh, gods. What are you doing scaring me like that? If we're not quiet, those beasts will find us. The square, you say? But that's where the satrap was killed. With my very eyes, I saw him crushed in that creature's maw. So many lives lost. Such terrible carnage. And if you say there's someone else who would lead Radzatan in his stead, whoever they are, if they say anything to sully the memory of our beloved satrap, I'll make them regret it. Cookie for Jason! Here's your cookie, Jason.
Stretching. Ah.
Look, someone's coming.
Oh, who's coming? Who? Oh, hey, it's the kid. The simulacrum.
People of Razathan, it warms my heart to see so many brave, resilient souls before me. Today, I would share with you a great revelation. But before I do, I must make a humble request. Do not be alarmed, nor avert your eyes. See the one I unveil for who he is, and know that he means you no harm.
They're talking about the dragon.
Very well. I dare say it can't be worse than the horrors we've already seen.
Many thanks.
Sorry, I just need to close, because Discord is like being very... Oh, he's missing an eye. Oh yeah, he gave it to the child, that's why.
A dragon!
Alright, I've reconnected. And shortly... Come on. The thingy-madiggy should be the...
People of Radzathan, I am Vritra, and for years uncounted hath this isle served as mine abode. 'Tis as the Satrap's ally I am known. Today, I would reveal the truth unto you.
Let us hope they accept him.
I should hope so too.
If I am hearing this right, you were the satrap all along?
Yes.
Vashan! I mean, Master Vitra, does your divine eye really see all?
Nay, child. While mine eye hath borne witness to the whole of our nation's history, to its future I am blind as thee. Countrymen, calamity the likes of which we have never known is come to Thavner, our home. Friends and loved ones have been taken from us. I, too, have lost my closest confidant. Ahewan loved this land and served it with dignity till his dying breath. A nobler satrap there will never be. For so long, I lacked the courage to face you. I will not easily earn your trust, this I know. And yet, I cannot sit idly by and abandon Radzathan to her fate. A font of boundless vibrancy, this jewel of the ocean. Since time immemorial, hath she glittered with every color imaginable. To this dragon, slumbering in his dark lair, 'twas a mesmerizing sight, and one that brought no end of joy to my heart. This calamity hath stolen too much from you already. Yet so long as you live, the light of Radzathan will never be extinguished. I pray you let me watch over it. over you. And lend me your strength, that we might face this trial and those to come as one.
I do not know you, dragon, but I thank you for speaking the truth to us. As divinities, both Manusha and Riga once joined together. So too do I believe that hand in hand, we can overcome this ordeal and welcome an era of peace.
A sight that would have surely brought a smile to Azale's face.
Indeed.
Charlians? What?
Excuse me, but I must speak with the Satrap at once.
Oh, this is gonna be a fun one. Let's see how he reacts to this.
Father.
You have suffered dearly of late, yet you must endeavor to look beyond these losses to the future you yet have. On behalf of the Forum of Sharlayan, I come with a proposal by which you, the people of Radzat-Han, might be saved. I say again, I must speak with your Satrap. I beseech you, take me to him with all possible haste.
I am Satrap here. Speak thy proposal. All present shall hear and judge.
Hi, this guy.
If I have given offense, then I apologize. First, allow me to share with you what knowledge we have of the phenomenon responsible for your woes. The final days. 'Tis an affliction of stagnancy and rot, sown into the currents of the star. Though the first prominent manifestation was here, in Thavner, it will invariably spread to every corner of the world. The Forum was forewarned of this apocalypse several centuries ago. Thenceforth, my predecessors sought to prepare for the end times in the only conceivable fashion, by securing a means of escape.
Escape the star? What madness is this?
'Tis by no means madness. With the coming of the 7th Umbral Calamity, the true nature of the Red Moon, Dalamud, was revealed. That it was an artificial construct of ancient Alag. But what of the Silver Moon? This celestial satellite is yet another technological marvel fashioned and maintained by ancient allies. A ship that will sail the heavens and deliver our people from destruction. And by our people, I speak not only of Sharlayan. We mean to save every man, woman, and child it is within our power to save. Including you, our dear friends of Radzat-Han. Recent events necessitate adjustments be made, and quickly.
Those are
We can
meteors.
and will escort you safely to the moon.
The red sky and the shit that's falling out of it, those are meteors.
Long has thy Forum been allies to Thavner. I trust thou dost not extend this offer lightly. Yet I wonder, is this truly the
Sorry, I'm just...
Is there a future to be built for us?
I'm having some difficulty staying awake now.
The last bastion of hope.
I didn't realize I was gonna have this problem like
It is
6
for that
hours
very
in.
reason I come before you and your people. To answer any and all of your questions. To offer my assurances and allay your fears. Though, if you wish the best for your people, I advise you to render your decision swiftly.
Show our friends to Megaduta. They are to be received as honored guests.
How is no one worried? I think they, like, furry cures, they are. It's the fucking end times. It is the end of days. There's a lot of things going wrong here.
Yours to decide. Until then, the warning of these brave heroes. Guard your hearts against fear and despair, for it is within such fertile soil that the seeds of blasphemy find purchase.
There we go.
Remain calm and attend to your daily tasks. I shall return anon.
Ow.
We'll do as you say, Master Vitra. We believe in you.
Pull the lever, Kronk.
Wait, hang on. So, we're coming to the end of days. The star Heidelin has been going weaker as the shards come back together. Zodiark was the person, or Zodiark was the primal that didn't allow this, like, end of days thing to happen as well. So, wouldn't the problem of the final days still happen when everyone gets thrown into the Ark and then we go to an entirely different planet? Like,
Nidana, what's the matter? Has something happened at Palika Stand?
Oh, Jesus.
Oh, no, not that I know of. I just hope to hear your thoughts on a theory of mine.
Oh, theory?
All who undergo the transformation are drained of their ether, yes? What is it then that gives these beasts the strength to carry on as they do?
End of days,
Logically,
yes.
They must be drawing upon an alternate form of vital energy. That put me in mind of our earlier conversation, when I tried to explain the essence which many confuse with ether.
Oh?
Akasha. Yes, I remember. The unseen gift bestowed from on high. An energy influenced solely by emotion.
The thing on the flower! It's sensitive to Akasha.
Yes. In this instance, negative ones set Akasha into motion, thereby infusing the beasts with vitality. I posit this as the mechanism by which the beasts are born and sustained.
Radio. Hi, Tatsu. Ooh. Oh. Aww.
If we accept that it once shone bright by drawing upon Akasha, influenced by the thoughts of those nearby...
Are they explaining as to why these people turn into... They're okay, so right now there's an explanation that, like, because when they turn into the beasts and what have you, there's no Aether. Aether is, like, the magic. It's the lifeblood of, the being and what have you. It's... Arguably, it's what's fueled with the soul and what have you. When these monsters are created, there is no ether. And when they die, there's no ether dissipated from it as well. So it's not like the ether is hidden or is contained somehow. It's just gone. when you turn into these monsters. So, if there's no... But the thing is that ether is normally in all things, so how is it something without ether... Because don't forget, ether is also found in, like, our buildings and everything like that. It's, you know, it travels around and shit. If these things are made without ether, or, they're, you know, they exist without ether, how are they, like, alive? How are they doing attacks and what have you? And this is where we learn about Akasha, which is similar to ether, but is not the same. And as we have seen here, Akasha, like, there's this flower that is influenced by Akasha. So it's getting, so it shines because of, like, you know, positive emotions by those nearby and what have you.
Then fear, terror, despair, negative emotions so powerful as to suffocate it, permeated the air in this place. You must be very careful. The forces which drive the final days may be beyond our ability to perceive.
Tatsu! I don't care! Get another jacket. Get a blanket.
At any rate, I will...
God damn it, Tatsu, not my shirt! I need it!
Do temper your expectations, however. There are sadly few detailed studies upon which I may draw.
Formulating a new theory as you have is itself no small feat. I wish you well in your endeavors, and pray you take care.
Thank you. You stay safe as well, yes? Till next we meet. And we will meet
As you
again.
can tell, I have no idea what the fuck the lore is in this game. That is a little unfortunate, Furry Cures, because I have been going through this game for like 3 years now. Ooh, someone's fishing. And girl's fishing. Okay. I have gone through this game for like 3 years. I have been pacing myself through the MSQ like once a week. And in this month, before I go on break from streaming in June, I'm trying to get through as much of Final Fantasy XIV as I can before, like, you know, get through the MSQ before the release of Dawn Trail, because Dawn Trail will come out like fully, not early, not like, you know, the early release thingamajiggy, because I'm not paying for that, but it will probably release July 2nd, I believe. So I'm trying to get through as much of the Endwalker campaign as I can before I go on break, because I'll be on break for a month, and I don't want to, you know, I don't want to have regrets. I don't want to go back into streaming in June because it's like, oh, I want to finish Baldur's Gate 3 with my friend Code. I don't want to be like, oh, I don't want to be behind in the expansions and such. So yeah, I'm aware Early Access is available June 28th. It's basically available, I think, for like a week before the before the proper release, but I'm not purchasing into Early Access. Because guess what? Early Access used to be just a, oh, here's a midnight release. But then, you know, everyone's international. So now it's a case of, oh, it's being released a week ahead of time. If it's something that you play online and it gets released and it's a monetary, like, thing to get it a week ahead of time, that's not Early Access. That is essentially, it is released then. I'm very much not a fan of video games that have this whole, oh, it's like, unless it's, you know, Minecraft, V Rising, or Hades 2, where it's a case of, oh, there is, like, mechanical shit that has not been pushed yet. There's a number of things we are still working on, but user feedback at this stage is still valuable Q&A data for us. Unless it's that, I don't care for Early Access, and I think it's very predatory. Because it's forcing fear of missing out. That's what it's doing. Like, this game, when it gets released, June 28th, that is the same quality you are going to get as July 2nd. There is no benefit in purchasing it on June 28th. There's no benefit to you. The copy of the game you get on June 28th would have been the same as the earlier one. There isn't a benefit in starting a week early, because guess what? If you're starting a week early, and all it took was just, oh, I just had to pay an extra however many dollars, so has everyone else. You are not starting earlier than everyone else. You are starting just about the same time as everyone else. You pre-ordered for the pretty earrings. I didn't buy in for the early access. I buy into it for the earring. No, fair enough, fair enough. So, I'm just sort of explaining, like, why I'm willing to take a break for, like, an entire month, and I'm not, like, panicking over Dawn Trail as it releases at the end of June. It's like, no, no, no. For me, it doesn't release until June 2nd for me. And now everyone pops out of the woodworks of, I pre-ordered it early, not for the early access, but for the earring. I didn't pre-order it for the early access. I mean, it's a feature, and you know, I'm not gonna do anything about it. Okay, so did you disconnect for some reason? Oh yeah, you left the party. Okay. All right, Alphino. As far as we have come, and after all the horrors we have seen, there is still so much we do not know about the final days. Could it be, as Nidhana said, that the cause of this phenomenon is beyond our comprehension? And if so, are we powerless to forestall it? Greetings, honored scions of the 7th Dawn. I have a message from His Excellency the Satrap. Brave scions, you have my gratitude for aiding my people in this most trying of times. Alas, matters here at Meghatuta prevent me from meeting you all in person. As a token of my appreciation, I have arranged for a feast to be held in your honor. May it nourish you in preparations for the trials ahead. Such are the words of Master Vartra. The feast we speak of awaits you at Midori's Methane. Pray make your way there whenever your business here is done. We thank you for your kindness indeed. I was hoping we might find a place to discuss our next course of action, and that seems an ideal venue. Ah, and to you, GrantZeebs, there is someone we have hoped to introduce to you in particular. While I am loath to detain you further, might you spare a moment of your time? A personal invitation? Knowing full well your services are in the highest demand right now, this must be important. Worry not. We'll save you some food for you, so take all the time you need. You're also looking at this game very into it. Wait, what was Bruiser talking about? Hang on. Oh, Bruiser was probably talking to Furry Cures Radio. Thank you, friend. Whenever you are ready, please join me in the Aetheryte Plaza. I shall go on ahead. Alrighty, this-a-ways. I can probably attune to the Aetheryte Plaza at this point, I reckon. Yeah, look at my outfit. They should have made it a ring instead of an earring. Ugh. Access to the Aetheryte you see there has been restricted to a select few ever since the tower first appeared. We sincerely apologize for the inconvenience, but it was deemed too dangerous to permit the free movement of visitors at a time of emergency. A risk we could not take. In light of recent developments, however, the Satrap has decided that such restrictions would only hinder our efforts to combat the final days. As such, I would encourage you to attune with the Aetheryte before proceeding along the corridor. Nice. Ding. Highland Mansion Walls Composite. Nice. Nomad's wristband of slaying. Noted. Oh, hi. Oh, look who's here. Look who decided to join us. It's Sashera. Hang on. It's Sashera. Welcome. If there's something else you would have me do, you'd only say the word. Ding, dong. Ding, ding. Sort. There we go. Oh, look at you. Look at you. You heard food, you heard a feast, and you were like, "Oh, I will definitely join in on the feast." Yes, I'm going to be sassy. I'm going to be fucking sassy. What of it? I have sass. I can do that. I may be autistic, but I know how to do the inflections in my voice. I know sarcasm. I know sass and quips and whips. I know a great many things. So, welcome back. You now have access to the whole of the thingamadiggy. You have attuned yourself to all the Aetherite shards in Razat Han. Thravnir is now accessible as an Aethernet destination. Ah, you must be wondering what this place is. You stand in the hall of the Radiant Host, from where our leadership oversees all of Razat Han's military operations. Sundrop, our destination, lies just ahead. Nice. Oh my god, so the Ishgardian, the Doman, Alamegans, Ul'dah, the Lumincians! Sup? Grant, we've been waiting. Okay, excuse the fuck you, Lumincian. I am a motherfucking captain. I am a fucking storm captain of the Maelstroms. I deserve respect from you. God damn you. The temptation to go and take a nap? Oh, cool. Ladies and gentlemen, the most useful fucking healer in all of Ul'dah. Welcome to Sundrop. Without further ado, allow me to introduce you to... Oh, so you're the famous GrantZeebs, eh? I knew it the moment you stepped through the door. You've the look of one who's walked through hell. Shirabach, please, you are speaking to the Satrap's honored guest and a savior of our people. Can you not show a modicum of, respect? What disrespect is there in paying a fellow warrior a compliment? We're all friends here, or we will be soon enough. More familiarity, then. For the benefit of my countrymen, it is a pleasure to have you with us, O great champion of Eorzea, scion of the seventh dawn, warrior of light, an all-round good egg, I am sure. This talk of eggs reminds me I'm late for dinner. A man after my own heart. I like that. Don't you worry, I'll keep it short. There's just a thing or two we'd like you to remember. First of all, about the room you're standing in now. Razat Han welcomes delegates from other lands to oversee trade and diplomatic dealings. Then there are the military matters to discuss, which is why all these officers are stationed here in Sundrop. I imagine you're more than familiar with each of the nations they represent, yes? We've got our representative from Doma, Ul'dah and Alamigo, Limsolominsa, Gridania. And last, but never let it be said least, Ishgard. They are the eyes, ears, and mouth that bridge the distance between Radazadhan and their respective homelands. We've used this brief respite to share the details of our plight with our overseas counterparts. And wouldn't you know it, all of their leaders requested a few words from you specifically. You're a man in high demand, eh? And so, would you mind regaling us with your own account? Indulge us before you indulge yourself. I thank you for the report. The conditions under which men are turned to beasts, the etheric anomalies you have observed, you have given us much to consider. It is concerning that the first transformation apparently occurred before the skies turned red. 'Tis contrary to what one would expect. Thankfully, the information you have conveyed to Lucia upon your return from the moon has already proved invaluable. As soon as reports of the calamity here in Thavnia reached the Grand Company of Eorzea and our far eastern allies, our leaders knew at once that the final days were indeed upon us. They began taking steps to assess the extent of the phenomenon's spread. Our agents were able to confirm that, for the time being, the skies burn only over the Bounty, including this island and Corvos. Alas, that is of little comfort. Aye, all throughout allied lands there have been reports of people transforming into hideous beasts. From what little we have learned, these incidents are similar in nature to that involving the merchant Kalzal. As was the case here, the victims underwent the change prior to the heavens being set ablaze. And so, while the burning skies have yet to manifest beyond the Bounty, the transformations do not appear to be subject to any similar restriction. If anyone anywhere overcome by despair can turn, then nowhere is safe. That's about the size of it. Speaking of which, we ought to give these creatures a name, don't you think? Here in Radazadhan, we're taking to calling the first to change, which tends to be the biggest, blasphemies. As fitting a name as any. To ensure clarity in future communications, we shall urge our comrades to adopt this terminology. Our leader has taken measures to deal with the threat to the best of our abilities. Aye, each nation has assembled their own group of elite soldiers to put down these so-called blasphemies and their spawns and when they appear. At the same time, they are doing all in their power to put the people's minds at ease and prevent panic and fear from spreading. That said, brave souls with the strength and fortitude to fell these terrible fiends are not easily found. Just so, and it's for that very reason that we turn to you. Pray lend us your strength, and help us to slay the blasphemies that plague our homelands. Now, you don't have to give your reply before dinner. I should also mention that each blasphemy seems to possess wildly different characteristics. What works well against one may serve you poorly against another. So, before you go rushing off to save everyone's day, have a word with the delegates, and they'll tell you what to expect. And with that, I do believe our friend here has a feast to attend. Spare a thought for us while you're tucked into all that fine cuisine, eh? I have gained access to the role quest for Endwalker. A separate quest line in the story is now available for tank, melee, ranged, physical ranged, and magical ranged, and healer. To undertake these, speak with all the delegates in Sundrop and agree to help defeat the blasphemies that plague their respective homelands. Yay! Just like Shadowbringers! Pray forgive Sharabat her rudeness. She can be a bit boisterous at times, but it's simply her nature. Anyway, my apologies for keeping you from your hard-earned rest. You will be rejoining your companions, yes? Do you know the way to the Mahane? I know, Razat, like the back of my hand. I have now gone through all the different places. Glad to hear you becoming familiar with our fair city. You'll be pleased to hear that all the drinks are on the house, so order whatever suits your fancy. As with that, I must return to my post. On behalf of all the Radiant host, I thank you and your friends once more for lending your strength and courage to Razat Han in our time of need. We shall endeavor to fight the good fight to the end, and that we might honor Arhawen's legacy and serve Master Vertra well. You have my word that your efforts will not be in vain. Alright, now the real question. Is the Limsalominsian the tank quest? Ah, fuck's sake. Why do I get the Gridanian? Seriously? The Storm Cloud is for the fucking melee DPS? No! God damn you. I have to deal with the fucking healing peeps? Oh my fucking god. I wanted my Admiral. I wanted my Admiral in arms. This is bullshit!
Go suck a lemon.
You go suck a lemon, furry cures. These are not the conditions I wanted. Welcome. When the satrap asked us to entertain a party of honored guests, I was wondering who it might be. This is a lovely surprise to say the least. By the way, I heard all about Kazal from your friend Grahatia. I understand there was nothing that could be done, but I was heartened to hear he meant us no harm. I cannot thank you enough for dispatching the beasts. As the smallest token of our thanks, your food and drink tonight are Milray's treat. Speaking of which, what shall I start you off with? A glass of your finest local spirits. They have plenty of healers, but no one that can defend them. Okay. As you wish. Pray join your friends, and I will bring you your drink. Hells to the fucking yes! Free drinks! Welcome back. Whatever did the Radiant want with you, pray tell? Our allies have sent military delegates? That's news to me. Mind sharing the details? Dun, dun, dun. Ah! Kitty.
So blasphemies now plague all the realm.
It will only get worse if what Father said is true. As it did in Amarot.
If that's our model, then shouldn't we expect the effects to grow more severe as it feeds off its own spread? As if people transforming into those monstrosities wasn't bad enough. If the flora and fauna, if the land itself turned against us.
No one would survive.
I don't think... Thankfully, the flora, I don't think, is changing, though.
Here's your order, friend.
Thank you. Hang on. I'm gonna grab something. Let me grab something real quick.
May you find comfort in these dark times.
Here, here. Here, here.
Where do we go from here? If there's one thing we've learned, fighting blindly and simply reacting to what comes will accomplish nothing.
Not to worry, furry cures. Thank you for watching as long as you did.
Our strength is exhausted before this crisis spirals out of control. Is there something, anything we've overlooked?
If there is an answer, Hydaelyn herself will have it. 'Twas she who bound Zodiac and forestalled the final days. Alas, we have heard naught from her since the Tower of Babel. Whether she cannot or will not speak, I can only speculate. Even the flower she gave us is no more.
Elpis. Okay. It's called Elpis.
So advised the Watcher. But what could be the significance of that name? It is entirely unfamiliar to me.
To me as well. It meant something to the ancients, though. In our time.
Most surely. Yet I do not recall a single mention of it in the records of Anida.
Another dead end. And quite literally. It's not as if there are any ancients living we could go and ask.
Not alive as such, but not quite dead.
In the first, there's still the fucking there's still like the thingy-majiggy of Amarok, the thing Emmett Selch made with all the people there, the ancients. They're like fragments and shit. I know we did a lot of effort trying to get out of there, but maybe we can go back in.
Elidibus. I sealed him in the White Horusite of the Crystal Tower back on the first. Contained within that reservoir of ether that maintains it, ether that is returned little by little to the sea. Naught may remain of his soul. However, if part of it lingers, we might be able to speak with him there.
Oh.
I know we can no longer make that journey, but you, my friend, still can.
Okay, so I can make that journey. Okay. It would be an opportunity to look in on the others as well. I kind of forgot, like, how the mechanics of the White Aetheryte worked. I'm gonna be real with you. Like, I knew, like, the way you had to deal with the Ascians is that you had to, like, contain them in there, but then you had to, like, use a whole shit ton of ether to somehow, like, corrupt it or something. It's been a long time since I first saw it happen back in A Realm Reborn, and, like, the full-on explanation that we got. Because the problem with the Ascians is that while their mortal body can, like, exist here and in, like, the different places, even if you kill the body, the soul just goes back into the Aether Sea and then really quickly goes back into an entirely different body. So they had, like, a method of resurrection. But then the Aetheryte did a thing to, like, imprison it, and then you did a thing to the soul because it was trapped in the Aetheryte. I'll need to review it.
Should we learn the first is safe, we'll have that much more reason to keep fighting the good fight. That said, the odds are not in our favor, to say the least.
Mm-hmm.
Which is why we're fortunate to have Urianger up there on the moon, working hard to make all the necessary preparations for our departure, should it come to it.
And why we have nothing to lose by staying the course till the last instant.
Indeed. To the last, let us all do what we can. I will consult with Master Matoya and see if she knows of a way to reach Hydaelyn from the Ethereal Sea.
And I will visit the nation's leaders and attempt to ascertain how far the final days have progressed elsewhere.
Keep me abreast of your findings. I can seek out and slay the worst of the immediate threats, if only to slow the spread.
Unease, terror, despair. Try as we might to suppress them, these emotions will return to harry us time and time again.
God damn it, Harry.
But when they do, remember this. Your friends and loved ones are out there somewhere, sharing in your struggle. You are not alone.
So ends the brief respite before the next revelation. Yes, so much left for you to see.
Wait, how did we kill Emmett?
Where beginning ends, and end begins.
Damn, I'm gonna... Like, the Asian, like, shit is always the one that I'm having difficulty remembering and such, just because of, like, the whole, like, separation of soul and body. I'm probably gonna need to, like, go through all that again at some point. Now then, is there anything we've forgotten to mention? Are your arms and armor in good order? In that case, it's time we each attended to our tasks, and when you arrive on the first, give my regards to Rin. Tell her I miss her. Crystal. Sevesta Crystal. Take this, Grant. My spirit vessel. Okay. Empty now, of course, but it should allow you to operate the tower's systems in the umbilicus. If even the smallest fragment of Elidibus's essence remains, it should be possible to locate it. As for access to the umbilicus, pray seek out Lina for assistance. Chances are she still stands watch at the Ascensor's gate. Should she or anyone else ask after me, tell them I am living my life to the fullest, and that I am happy, hardships and all. Well, we had best be on our respective ways. God's willing, we will see each other again ere long. Alright. Jesus Christ. Oh my god. Oh my god. Alright, so the way we got to it was via Mordona, through the Keeper of the Lake down there. So we head over to Revenant's Toll. We killed Emmett with all the light aether that we absorbed from defeating the... Ah, yep, that's right, because we were infected and all that kind of shit. So yeah, it was this unique trait of... We had a shit ton of light ether, and it was, you know, potentially going to kill us, because if it didn't, it could turn us into a light warden, was the problem. It's all coming back to me. Alright, did I get anything new? No, I did not. Okay, cool. Dun, dun. Heading to the trench. I've been keeping that device you uncovered safe and sound. Did you need to use it again? Yes, I did. So yeah, rather than spending like a couple thousand, we just spent like, you know, 400 gil. God damn, there's no one here. Where is everyone? You think this would be fuller? Oh, here's some peeps. Blaze. How the fuck do you get up that thing? God damn it, this place. I'm never gonna catch a break with, like, where things decide to, like, do things, am I? Hmm. Alright, let's see how quickly I can... Okay, so I can't really kill these things any faster than I... That's a shame. There we go. So wait, so this is a potency of 200... So 200 to 300 to 360, whereas these do 380 as like the first one. Oh, someone had a gorilla mount. Nice. Griff Winterfell. Hello. I'm still alive, and so is your Crystal Exarch. He's living his life. Grant, you are returned! Have you been well, you and the others? We've no shortage of troubles, but we're well enough. Then things are much the same for you as they are here. My lord is doubtlessly enjoying himself. Yep, he's living life to the fullest, as he just said. He said this to you. These exact words. Oh, to know that he is happy fills my heart with joy. Thank you, Grant, for taking care of him. When next you see him, please tell him not to overexert himself. Futile a request though it is. Yeah, he nearly died that one time. And tell him that all is well here. The peace you gifted us continues, and we work hard to build new lives for ourselves. In the course of this, we occasionally bicker, but we've never been more optimistic for the morrow. If I had to mention one dilemma, it would be the question of our governance. Even as we speak, debates rage on over how we should run the city in the Exarch's absence. Most are of a mind that the Settlement Council should continue to oversee the general running of the Crystarium, while representatives are elected to determine policy and handle diplomacy. Thus far, nothing is set in stone. But, however we choose to proceed, we will not replace our lord. No one could. Have we recently observed any unusual phenomena? No, I cannot say there have been. Curious that you would ask me this question, though. Some days ago, Rin came and asked the very same. She was rather unsettled, in stark contrast to how cheerful she has been of late. Oh? Rin has been dedicating herself to the restoration of the empty, you see. Though it would take many long years, the goal seems to have given her a newfound sense of purpose and fulfillment. So when I saw her in a state of such worry, I couldn't help but feel worried in turn, especially since she wouldn't tell me what troubled her. I dare say she would be more willing to confide in you. May I ask you to broach the subject with her? You wish to enter the umbilicus? Very well, I shall fetch the key at once, and take the opportunity to find Rin. Please wait for me in the city, in front of the Cabinet of Curiosity. Shall we say, I will be along as soon as I can. Respect. Ah, delicious. Cabinet of Curiosities, cool. Do 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 do. Ba 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 da ba da da dun 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 dun. Damn it, missed him. Cabinet of Curiosities, righto. There we go. The following event cannot be skipped. You may wish to cancel any pending duty finder regulations. Yep. Ah. Yeah. Excuse me. I'm just settling in. Do my old eyes deceive? Is that truly Grant? Hey! Who's a good dog? Ah, it is. Full glad am I to see you hale and whole, my friend. What a wonderful surprise it is to have you back with us, and at this most opportune time. In case you haven't heard, we were planning to produce a tome chronicling events from the Flood to the Knight's Return. For this project, we intend to draw upon records kept by the world's peoples. Historical and contemporary first-hand accounts will be the centerpiece of the tome, but yours will be the one to crown them all. I have been asked to contribute a chapter of the soul, a subject that is key to understanding much of your endeavors. In the course of developing the spirit vessel, I gained valuable insights into travel beyond the rift, knowledge that will allow me to attest to your existence and deeds. That's pretty cool. There is no end to the questions I would ask you, but if you could indulge me, just one for now. In your quest to restore the night, you faced many a formidable foe. Among them, who offered you the greatest struggle? Hades, who bore the burden of his people. Ah, yes, Hades. He who sought to resurrect his ancient brethren. He was the final obstacle in your quest to restore the night. Your battle in the depths of the Tempest, the stuff of legends. Yet, compelling as it is, I worry that mere words wouldn't do justice to that fateful confrontation. Not that we would think to omit it entirely, of course, not at the very least. We will impress upon readers that it was the climax of your hero's journey. I know you'd love to talk his ear off, Morin, but we really should be on our way. Those documents from Ulamore won't collect themselves. Of course, of course! And afterwards, would you care to join me for tea? I was hoping you might clarify a few points in your treaties. Till next time, then. Do tell the others to look after themselves. Our overzealous friend, in particular. Remind him not to overexert himself. Again and again, till his ears fall off. If that's what it takes for him to take it to heart. Bye. Oh my god, we're just rotating our heads left and right. Is that the Warrior of Darknesses? Oh hey, it's Ardbert and friends! It's him! It's really him! What are you doing here? If you're going to battle, I can give you some medicine. I made it myself. Best not, Ricky. You'd only give him a stomachache. We've come to see Morin, to take his advice. One of the gods finally agreed to teach us how to fight, but first, we need to choose a fighting style. While I know that I want to be a mage, Arxil isn't so sure. Magic isn't really my thing, so I was thinking of taking up at the axe, or the sword, or maybe the bow. They all seem alright, but it's hard to decide, so I thought I'd ask Morin. He knows a lot about things. He isn't here? Aww. Oh, why don't you have the Warrior of Darkness choose for you? What do you think suits Arxil's best? Axe, sword, or bow? For smiting your opponents, the axe. Welcome back, Lysandra. The axe. If you took up the axe, you could be just like... Ardbert, the Warrior of Light. Yay! I love that tale. Let's borrow the book today. It's really popular. I hope it's still there. Thanks for your help. Thanks for helping me decide. Warrior of Darkness, I'll start with that style, and maybe try something else later on. And when I get really strong, I hope to have a bout with you. When are you gonna crack the rest of the cardboard crack? You mean these? You mean all these cards? You can hear that, right? You can hear all these packs, these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Am I cracking on stream? No, I'm not. Such fun we've been having basking in the adoration of musky old bookworms and wide-eyed younglings. But does he spare a thought for me? Of course not. Oh, it's the, I know who this is. I waited and waited and waited, but he won't do so much as acknowledge the presence of his beautiful branch, even though, oh, they're right here. Such a heartless thing our sapling is, cold and cruel and heartless. Oh, faithful Fury, loveliest of branches, how I have missed you. If you truly love me, you should have cried for me at the top of your lungs the instant you arrived. To make up for it, you will call with twice the passion next time, though for there to be a next time you've seen some struggles to overcome. So, my adorable sapling, the world is on the verge of destruction, is it? How do I know this? Joined as we are, spying on you as simple as sliding down the back of a rainbow. Would that I could aid you in your quest, but the fate of we Fey folk is bound to that of the star. Whither it goes, so too do we follow. Such is our way. The most I could do for you is to spare you the pain by gifting you the sweetest of eternal dreams. But if escape is not to your liking, then you must struggle with your fellow mortals. Aye, but here we are, the ones you were waiting for. I wonder, what manner of conclusion awaits at tale's end? I'm guessing Sashara loves Theo. You love Theo, ooh. My apologies for the delay. Grant, it's so wonderful to see you again. You doubtlessly have much catching up to do, so I shall leave you to it. I've taken the liberty of unlocking the umbilicus, and you may enter at your leisure. Oh no, how could I possibly have guessed it? How can I possibly have guessed that Sashara has like some of the weirdest tastes in her characters? Like she absolutely loves Fio because of her snarkiness and her like, you know, pixie nature. She loves Emic Selch for some reason, even though I feel like that's a red flag of a choice. I'm relieved to hear that everyone is well. I've had this feeling, like a pit in my stomach, and I was afraid that something might have happened. Look, it's a red flag if you're like, oh, the villain could have done nothing wrong. He nearly ended the world. Who you calling weird? You, Sash. I'm calling you weird. Emmett Selch is actually cool. Says who? That's another person I'm gonna have to put in like my red flag list. Maybe I'm overthinking things, but it's just that I'm the Oracle of Light, but I've never spoken with Heidelin, never once heard her call. Even so, I've always had this feeling deep inside me, a connection to something immense. These past few days, though, that connection has wavered, as if that immense something was distant, then close, then distant again. And then, the other night, I was jolted awake by the feeling it has been completely severed. Wanting some fresh air, I went to open the window, and to my horror, the sky was ablaze, like during the star shower. But then, I blinked, and everything was normal. The next day, no one said a thing. No one else had seen what I had seen. Hang on, Paul. Let's start a poll really quick. Let's start a poll. Do you think you could fix Emic Selt unsundered Asian? I love how immediately there's 2 votes for I can fix him. Alright. Thank you for the head pats, Angrel. Grant, what are you not telling me? I have to know, please. It doesn't matter how terrible it is. This isn't going to show poll on the app, is it? No, apparently not. It wasn't my imagination then. The doom we witnessed in Amarot has come again. I can't believe it. Maybe I have it as a source somewhere? Hang on, let me see. Nope, that's the Broken Traditions. That's the song ticker. The Xbox, the Discord group, the stream together, the E-Fuse, fishing full, fishing in the corner, the face blocker, the PNG grant. 64% himbo, not bad. Next Husky, straw poll results, that's all. TTS bot, bonking prop, pooping prompt. Nope, okay, I don't have anything that can help. Like I told you before, all is well here in the First, so don't worry about us, please. Look only to the threat before you. We're fine right now, and even if we weren't, we've learned how to survive. Should the final days reach us here as well, you may be assured we won't go quietly. That'd be nice. No, we'll hold on until you can find a way to save all our worlds. So long as you continue your fight, so too will we, united in purpose beneath a blazing sky. And I get myself some ironwood. Nice. Oh my god, 60% of you said you could fix him. Ridiculous. Every single one of you. Ridic. You're headed to the Umbilicus to consult with Elidibus, right? I'll do some consulting of my own and speak with Linda. Decide how we might best prepare for the final days. So it's farewell for now, but we'll see each other again. I'm certain of it. Cat. What's wrong with Ironwood? Alrighty, Alright, so... Yep, we're heading back into the tower. Look at us go. Alright, let me go for a different minion. Nope, that's a weird turnip fella. Yep, sure. Let's go for the cute Mikote. Blaze. Wait, are they RPing? Sorry. I almost thought for a moment, you're not allowed to judge when you picked a Stinian. Hey, I didn't think that was a romance option. I thought I was just guessing who was at the door, okay? None of my romanceable options were in that list, okay? Besides, you have Cole... Wait, why are you following... Stop it! Why are you following me? Who are you? Hi. Hi. Who are you? Who's this? Who the fuck are you? Do I know them? What did I do? What did I do? Got what the... yeah. Master Grant, welcome back. The captain has told me all. Give the word and I'll show you to the ocular. God, I look like I'm ready to go to war in India. I'm ready to draw some really poorly, laid out maps. Could I get invited to your group again once you get the chance? I'm gonna probably only go like another mission or two before I hop offline, actually. Because it's getting kind of late. I've been streaming now for 7.5 hours. And I think I've done like a fairly decent chunk of, Endwalker at this point. I've gone through 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Yeah, I'm really close to the end. I probably only need to do like,
Biometric authentication complete.
1 or 2 more missions, and I think I've done fairly good in terms of like progression throughout Endwalker in this session.
Acknowledged. Reinitializing Circus Tower systems. Searching for Elidibus entity. Target located in subterranean core power accumulator. Projecting image.
Okay.
My home. My friends. No more than a dream.
Hi, Elidibus.
You. Why have you awakened me?
You need to explain something to me.
I no longer sense those places beyond, or Lord Zodiac. You must explain all.
Why are you so short? Aren't you supposed to be, like, fucking freakishly tall because you're an ancient? Or is this just because you're a child now?
He is fallen, and my brethren's souls returned to the star. The doom we sacrificed so much to prevent is come again. Old burdens now yours to bear. But if this is Fandaniel's design, then I, as Elidibus, have a duty to fulfill.
Okay.
Your unsolicited act has restored to me some few memories of the convocation. Such knowledge as I have, I will share.
I'm sorry. I honestly do feel a little bit sorry. Just the tiniest bit. Because he's probably going to be remembering some traumatic shit. And I am, like, I've just undone most of his work. Granted, it's evil, but yeah.
Why apologize for receiving a favor of the defeated? If it sits ill, consider it payment for freeing Lord Zodiac from servitude.
That's good.
Where to begin? Ah, the end. Your understanding of what caused the final days is consistent with our own. The decay first took root where the currents were weakest. Yes, a conclusion drawn by him, Fandaniel.
Damn, Daniel.
Not the him of here and now, but as I knew him, long, long ago. Having shed light upon the phenomenon, he dedicated himself to devising a countermeasure. Were it not for his knowledge of the Celestial, we would never have made the connection, and thence forestalled the final days. And though he inherited that noble soul, how different this last incarnation. So consumed by self-loathing and hate.
Thank you, Angrel. Thank you for stopping by. I really appreciate it.
Yes, the name is familiar to me. Yet I know it not as a flower, but a place.
Oh?
A testing facility for determining which of our creations were fit to be released into the world. Many worked there, and before joining the convocation and assuming the title of Fandaniel, he was their chief.
Okay.
He was Hermes.
Should I know this name, Hermes? Like, that's...
Is all I
like,
know.
that is part of the Pantheon.
The crystals
like,
tell little of the lives the 14 led prior to their induction. Elpis itself would tell even less. Nary a ruin has survived. Wait. I saw you there. In Elpis.
What?
No. I did not. But I did. I did. A lingering trace of impossibility.
Hello? How?
And a truth that fills my heart.
Okay, so... it doesn't exist now, and yet you see me there.
My memories remain clouded, I fear. However, they have revealed to me one possible course. You must travel to Elpis, to the time when Hermes served as its chief. In glimpsing the Exarch's memories, Not only did I make his summoning magic mine own, I also mastered the workings of this tower, which, having absorbed my empowered essence, now harbors an abundance of energy. As such, I believe I can deliver you unto the past, unto that place and that precise moment. Given the eons that must be traversed, the gateway will not be fully formed. Your form will be less tangible still than those warriors of light I had summoned. In all likelihood, none will be able to see or hear you. Yet even should you manage to interact with others, you will be unable to effect meaningful change.
So, it's...
For the reality you wish to save, the reality to which you must return, exists as a result of the final days. You cannot reshape the past to undo the tragedies of the present. Cannot unmake the sorrow and suffering fated to come. In full knowledge of this, will you still entrust your life to your foe and make the journey?
That's a lot to ask.
Very well. I shall cast you unto the river of time. Let this be my final act.
So...
You must input the commands. I no longer have the authority. First, you must reconfigure the systems, that the tower's ether may be channeled for the magic.
How, like... Okay, so... This is time travel, but...
The preparations
it
are
won't
complete.
be like a proper
The gateway will soon open.
entry
Return
into
at
time.
once
Like,
to
we're
the
just
object.
there in soul. Okay. But the thing is that the Crystal Tower... The tower didn't exist before then, so...
All appears to be in order. The ether flows unimpeded. The magic should consume every last mote of my essence.
What?
Why are you surprised? Did I not say that this will be my final act? Lord Zodiac is no more. There is nothing for me here. The ones I love and long to see again are waiting in that promised land, beyond memory and dream. Now go, warrior of light. Go and do not look back.
You know, if Elidibus was born in a different time...
Well, Heidelin...
He might have been great.
I take my leave of you. Yours is the mantle of the last of us. May you have the joy of it, the burden, and the solitude. It falls to you now. You and your champion to save our star.
Okay, I thought I was gonna get flashbanged then as I walked through the fucking blue. Oh, no, never mind. Fucking flashbangs me anyway. Gee, okay. Is this the Ethereal Sea? No, this is what we had like back in the beginning of Shadowbringers.
Ain't gonna happen.
Wow, Servibot was like really quick with that one. How did that happen? Jesus. Okay. Oh shit, they were not kidding. It's fucking huge. I thought they would have like a different appearance. They're just humanoids scaled up. I thought they would have like a different, like, you know, facial thingy-majiggy, like to actually support the fact that they're bigger and shit. But, you know, never mind. They're just, you know, fucking... Okay. Is reminiscent of an aetheryte, perhaps it will possibly attune to it. Despite attempting to channel and focus your energies, you fail to attune with this device. You can only assume it operates differently. Hello? Stands dutifully by the aetheryte and a guide for this ability in all likelihood. An intangible form. This is the right place, yes? Propleon? This is called Propleon. Okay. Sorry, I just want to double check something real quick. Okay, so I have, like, no clue what the message was that got deleted. Alright, moving on. Gestured wildly and shout all manner of greeting and obscenities, but the man does not seem as much as glance in your general direction. Okay, now comes the question. How do I get through doors? Do I just have to hope someone opens it, or is this going to be more like a case of the What's-a-Mahoozy film Ghost, where I'm just walking through it? Dun, 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 dun.
And here we are, Elpis.
Emmett?
Well, well, how rare to receive you in person. To what do we owe the honor? Oh, just a few odd tasks. We'll be here a while. You're welcome to stay as long as you see fit, of course. As a matter of procedure, however, I must ask that you kindly remove your masks.
Okay.
Come now. Is this truly necessary?
Surely you can tell who we are.
That sounds like that sounds like Emmett right
You
there.
are, perhaps, but I am far less infamous. Regardless, if we do not follow protocol, 'tis our hosts who would be held accountable. So, please, do favor us with your handsome face.
Let's see. I do not recognize the person on the right.
Satisfied?
I thank you for your cooperation. You are free to go about your business.
Okay. Hi there, Vol. Yeah, okay, so me, not right of the screen, but this one, the pink-haired. Not... This one, right here.
By. You see it too, yes?
What?
I haven't the foggiest what you're talking about.
What? Fucking... No.
That's odd.
You literally looked away from me.
It's right here. A bit thin in the ether, but there's no mistaking it. The color of its soul is almost identical to Azem's. Do you suppose he created it? Rather unusual for a familiar to have a soul, though.
Don't ask me. All I know is that it's trouble. Doubly so if it's his spitting image.
Clearly, you're still a dick.
Come now.
It's trying to say something, but it's literally too intangible to form words. Why don't you give it some ether? Spare a snifter of your bounteous reserves.
Who do you take me for?
Someone who would help people, maybe. I don't fucking know.
A dear friend, of course. One who wouldn't let acts of kindness, such as my accompanying him on errands to far-flung outposts, go unrewarded.
Welcome back, Box.
I suggest you close your eyes, or this may be unpleasant.
Fine.
You may open your eyes.
Oh. Oh.
Oh, you even adjusted its size.
That was nice.
The better to indulge your whim. This way, it will be easier to communicate.
Clearly doesn't like looking down.
How very thoughtful of you. And may I applaud your artful reinforcement. Without further ado then. Greetings!
Yes, Bunny Ears is me.
Iflideus, Chief of the Bureau of the Architect.
Oh, I remember
Beside me is
Hyflideus.
the most honorable Emmett Selk of the Convocation of 14.
Aye.
And how might we address you, my new friend?
GrantZeebs.
A fine name. And I'm pleased to see you understand our words. So, tell us, whence have you come? The thinness of your essence suggests you weren't created here.
This is going to be a very fun thing to explain to them.
You do not know? Or cannot say? Allow me to ask a different question then. What brings you here?
I seek a man named Hermes. Like, because I'm in Elpis, hopefully.
Well now, the same as us.
Oh, nice.
Perhaps Azim wished to come too, but had to settle for a familiar.
If he truly wished to be here, then he would be.
Right you are.
Jesus, Emmett,
My
you're
apologies
about as
if we've
angsty
given
as I
offense.
remember you.
The two of us can discern the color of souls, you see, and yours happens to resemble that of a friend.
Yeah, I
And with your
figured.
purpose matching our own besides, we jumped to a hasty conclusion. We are here to speak with Hermes, the chief overseer of this facility, which we also intend to tour in order to gain greater insight into the man's work. We, I say, though this is Emmett Selk's charge. I am here only to serve as his guide. And I should be happy to serve as yours as well, by way of an apology for the misunderstanding.
Emmett didn't want to go alone, I
Wait.
see.
Are you suggesting that we bring it along on official business? This thing we know next to nothing about?
You're bringing Hephaestus along?
If you harbor suspicions, better to keep it close than leave it to its own devices. Wouldn't you agree?
You know I have a gender, right? Like, he. You can say he here.
Besides, having a mysterious life form in tow is the norm rather than the exception here.
Oh, okay. Don't know if I would be the same as all the others, but sure.
Welcome, my friends, to the testing ground of creation at Heaven's Edge, Elpis.
Okay, there's a lot of broken physics here and there. Oh, that's his ear.
This presence.
Oh my god, look at the little axolotls.
Hermes! Visitors! We have visitors!
No, Amos. The dog's name is Amos, sorry. The hell is that boy?
What secrets are you hiding, I wonder?
Fuck you care. Argos, sorry. Thank you, Sashara, for correcting me on the name. But yeah, fuck you, Emmett Selch. Oh. Hang on. Alright, before I go any further, hang on. Can I attune? Oh, wait, it's not. That's not the thingamadiggy I attuned to, apparently. Oh my gosh. This is hardly my first time here, but the scenery never fails to take my breath away. Why, it feels as if you could reach out and touch the heavens. Now then, to begin our guided tour, perhaps you already know these things, but for the sake of thoroughness, I shall start with the basics. Using concepts to give shape to Aether, creation magic allows us to bring forth anything we desire, be it inanimate objects or living beings. Anyone may convince— He started it! He was mean to me! This— Oh, hang on. Okay, not Hephaestus, but, like, over on the left there, that, like— Fucking Emmett over here. He started it, okay? doesn't fucking, like, sees me, ignores me the entire time, doesn't want me along, thinks I'm some sort of nefarious thingamadiggy once I'm finally joined along. Emmett's an asshole. He's a fucking egotistical asshole now as he was, like, when we first met him, which, like, is the future. That's not, like, in the past, but for us, it's the... He's an asshole. Anyone may conceive of concepts, but they must all undergo evaluation at the Bureau of the Architect. As part of that process, living beings and certain arcane entities may be sent here to Elphis for an in-depth observation and study. A fascinating facility, isn't it? I dare say you'll enjoy touring it with us. Oh, look at you fucking two, wearing your fucking robes. Nephilides is looking you up and down. Now then, our friend Hermes, aside from overseeing the facility, he also conducts his own research. Chances are he will be at the main observatory hub, so let us seek him out there first. Attired as you are, however, you stand out a little too much. Our dear Emmett Selch wishes to keep a low profile for his errands, so... Do you know how to make a robe? The basic concept will do. No? In that case, Emmett? No, your whim, your responsibility. You're getting not another thimble of aether out of me. The way... Oh, hi there, Girvam. The reason I want the Mtn Dew is so then that way I can submit it to try and get some fun things like a mountain, what have you. It's not available to me in Australia, but it's available for the Americans. The way he scrimps sometimes, you'd think he wasn't a nigh bottomless font of magic. Very well, I shall make the robes, but perhaps you can assist. Come, let us search for the requisite material. Wait, they have the means of, like, just doing ethereal... Out of the way. They have the means of doing... Oh, yeah, hang on. There we go. Jesus Christ, they're huge. Well, at least the butterflies are passive. Are you fucking kidding me? Yes, these creatures should suffice. An etheric robe. I want you to use it to capture, shall we say, 2 petalodoi. There are 3 species here, I believe. Any 2 different kinds should serve. Now, I should mention that the strength of the rope is tied, no pun intended, to the strength of its user. As your aether is still thin compared to ours, you'll need to weaken the petalodoi first. Good luck. There we go. Got you. Got it. Alrighty, Hythlodaeus. You've caught the Patholodai. Come, come, let us see. Here you go. Yes, these fine fellows will do nicely. And now for a spot of reversion. They make very unique pets. You say this because they only have soft mud or completely flat solid surfaces for flooring. Since they're so dumb, they'll eat the floor. Oh, Jesus. It's nothing fancy, but then we're trying not to stand out. Try it on for size. You turn living beings into clothing? Just like that? Well, not just like that. You need to revert them to their constituent aether first. Lest you wonder why I asked for 2 species, it is due to the difference in their etheric balance. Blending them allows us to produce garbs with superior etheric stability. Well and good to disguise and educate it, but it won't fool anyone who can see worth a damn. Fair point, but at the very least it should spare you unwanted attention from casual observers. Yeah, fuck you, Emmett. Emmett Selch speaks true. Aw, shit. Even dressed like us, your unusual nature will be plain to those who think to look. Should someone question your presence, don't make up excuses, much less try to explain what you actually are. No. Best to simply say you're a familiar. The question is, whose? Oh, of course, Azum's! If you say you belong to him, people will give you the benefit of the doubt for any and all outlandish behavior. Exploiting our associate's absence? For lack of his presence, absolutely. Were he here, he'd have been the first to propose the idea, and you know it. With that, your story is settled. Let us continue with our errand. Oh, okay, I get it. Do you like how Hythlodaeus is just a male Viera without the ears? You mean a Hua of the Highland? Hang on. Where is it? Give me a second. Let me find it. There. Happy? I got the gear. The only thing that doesn't look right is the head, but, you know, who's... Actually, let me see if I can do it. Let me see if... This feature may only be used at inns. Of course. Of course. Of course. How foolish of me. If you're ready, let us continue along the path to Anganorsis. There's a headpiece hide on the main character panel. Ah, yeah. Someone there should be able to point us in the direction of Hermes. There we go. Like this, right? Ignore the fact that I have a choker on, and we'll be good. Oh, would you look at that? We also have, what's some Hoozy things? Let me try and get to the Aetherite first, though. Look at the wind-up, what's some Hoozy behind me. Wind-up Chloe. Nice. What was that? Oh, sorry. Why on earth of all human would you think he is a Highlander? He looks nothing like a Highlander. Human. Yes? Can I help you? We wish to speak with Chief Hermes. Do you know where we might find him? Well now, by your mask, I assume you are one of the 14. I wasn't aware there was to be a visitation. Between you and us, it's something of a surprise. Your discretion in the matter would be appreciated. I see, I see. My lips are sealed. The chief should be out conducting observations as usual. His focus of late has been aquatic creatures, so I expect you will find him at one of the pools here. The pool, you say? Many thanks, and apologies for disrupting your work. I say, Hyphlodeus, while I've never met Hermes, you know him well, do you not? That being the case, couldn't you simply find him by his aether? Aye, that I could. Ow! As you know, Emmett Selch and I can discern the color of souls. By the same token, we can also see aether quite keenly, and from great distances. With this skill, I could readily locate Hermes, but I felt that it would be a waste of an opportunity. We're here to perform an assessment, after all. By searching the ordinary way, we stand to gain insight into Elpis and the man in charge of it. Ow! Sky! A 10-gallon or 40-liter... Jesus, that's a massive fish tank! Holy shit, that's huge! Your lack of etheric comprehension disturbs me. He is a Viera without ears. He is literally male Viera design. This is as much for your enjoyment, like as not. But, point taken. If you're going to accompany us, make yourself useful and help us look for Hermes. According to his profile, he has short, dark hair. Yeah, okay. So, you know, it's because we're in Elpis that we don't have our cowls up. A special exemption due to the need to be aware of dangerous creatures. Elsewhere, we do not exhibit our individuality. It's unseemly. This is all common sense, but I would not assume you possess any. Fuck you. Check this individuality. It's a rare treat indeed to be able to search for someone by their appearance, and I thank you for humoring me. Come, let's find our man. Alright. It's actually not that big, Grant. You have a 37-liter tank. Oh. 40 liters sounds like a lot, though. Yep, you fucked up your coat. You fucked it up. Alrighty. Alright, let's go this way. Oh, hey, it's one of the unicorns. Oh, what a curious familiar. I suppose your creator sent you here to learn our ways, and perhaps achieve some degree of enlightenment. What would you ask of me? What kind of place is this? Anagnomarissa is one of the most important facilities in Elpis, and it is here that we ascertain the various merits and shortcomings of the various flora and fauna in our care. It derives its name from the ethos at the center of your work, that being the discovery of the creation's true nature. Only by allowing them to coexist in an environment such as this do they reveal unto us the essence of their being. Cool. Alright. Euclideus. Why does that ring a bell, Euclideus? Hang on. Okay. All right, so there's somewhere within there, short black hair. That's kind of blue. Oh, there they are. Cookie for Bookie. Here's your cookie, Bookie. Hello, Hermes. You know, I have no clue what Fandaniel looks like. I wonder how similar he is to his weird whatsamahoozies.
Huh. You are...
Yeah, Asahi.
Oh.
Hi.
Different. You're different too. You and me. We're alike. Friends. I want to be...
I haven't seen anyone like you before.
Wait. Please. Wait. Greetings and salutations. Can you hear me?
What the fuck?
Do not be alarmed. I mean you no harm. I wish only to hear your words, share your feelings, and know your thoughts.
Oh.
May we please be friends?
Oh?
May we please be friends?
That is crazy, the level of, like, comprehension you have with
I see
mind thinkings, but... Oh, hi.
Hythlodaeus. It's been a while. Too long, I think.
Too long indeed for close collaborators. On this blessed occasion, I bring not only myself, but others who long to speak with you.
Yeah, Emmett, him.
You are of the convocation.
Emmett Selk at your service. Do I have the honor of addressing Hermes, Chief Overseer of Elpis?
He just sounds like such a fucking dick.
You do. You have traveled far for it.
Hythlodaeus didn't bring his boyfriend on a date. Hythlodaeus is like, you know, dragging his boyfriend to actually do his job. Ugh.
Oh, you wound me. Have I not ever been an attentive and helpful friend? But moving along to more agreeable company, this one we chance to...
Aw, she's... Gosh, I want... Has she ever left this facility?
Well,
Hi.
you certainly have her attention. Is she one of yours, Hermes?
Her name is Mtn. It means shooting star.
Oh, nice.
If I may make an observation, her ether is terribly thin. I fear she might dissipate at any moment.
Oh.
Nor do I believe you've made a submission to the Bureau. I would remember such a concept if you had.
Oh, okay. So...
I haven't, as you say. I judged it too early. She's a pet project of mine, still undergoing preliminary testing.
Oh, okay.
But rest assured that I will attend in person ere long.
Very well. Being an authority on flying life forms, I appreciate that you are exacting in your work. I shall look forward to your submission.
If we have finished with the perfunctory chit-chat, I would discuss official matters.
Okay, I have, like, several questions about Metreon. One, how long has she existed? Two, how did you create a living being with this level of, like, power? Because as far as I know, none of you have mind fucking reading powers. That is not something that is normal. And three, like, what happens when a creation no longer has ether? Does it just, like... Is it just like a dream where it just stops?
I trust you already anticipate the subject.
I have an inkling, yes. Please wait to the main building yonder.
I have very many things in my head. Thank you very much, Blue.
Creatures to their homes.
What's wrong, Hermes?
The Nemestoma is missing.
Oh. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, okay.
I may have found it. A creature with the self-same ether as those there, nestled in the
Night
boughs of
Sky
a tree
Gem
outside
paid
the
me to
grounds.
say I think without ether, they just go hide inside a box like cats.
Yeah, maybe.
You're saying they can climb with their sorry excuses for limbs?
Wow.
The fashion has been to imbue aquatic creatures with the power of flight, ever since the words of Metron created a sky-swimming fish.
Wait. She made them?
The Ambistomas too can fly, if only slightly, and they could conceivably climb a tree. Whether they can come down safely, however. Excuse me.
Weird. Oh, okay.
I'll help. Too.
And what are we supposed to do with this lot?
Well, don't kill it.
May I suggest we split up? If you would be so good as to assist Hermes, Emmett Selk and I shall keep an eye on these adorable creations in the meantime.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. Dun 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 dun. Okay. Discovered a new location. That's nice. So, we're looking for an axolotl that could potentially fly. Huh. Oh. There they are. Hey, Meteoron. Okay, what the... Apparently this here is the chief of Elidibus. Of Elbis. Highly qualified, I see. Seems Hermes and Mtn have found their quarry, a creature known in this age as a Ambistoma. Yet though it has been safely extricated from the tree, Hermes appears to have found himself in quite the predicament. The Ambosia. Hermes saw it high up in the tree. He climbed up to get it, but it jumped on him and he slipped. Do you need a hand? No, I'm fine, if a little embarrassed. Now, for your own safety, please stand back. Okay. You did you did exactly as I thought you would, you idiot. Welcome back, Xerix. So we're at Elpis, and we found Hermes. He's right over there. No, I didn't kill him. He was stuck in a tree. And, yeah. This is how he is right now. We were trying to save... he was trying to save this axolotl here that can fly. And this is his creation, Meteion. He's not dead. He's fine. He just fell out of a tree. No, Dazzy, spoilers. You can't see this. You can't see this. Spoilers, Dazarus. Spoilers. Go away. You're not allowed to see this. This is spoilers. I have gone further ahead in the MSQ than you have. You know, Dazarus, let me give you a quick shout out, first and foremost, but secondly, you should really go through the MSQ. You should start catching up. Because here's the problem, is that, like, you know, you've got, like, a month and a bit before the, Dawn Trail expansion comes out, and you should probably go through Dawn Trail. You probably want to be up to date by the time Dawn Trail comes out, and I reckon it's going to take you a little bit. Because right now, I'm averaging about... I have to try and do, like, 16 missions or quests within, like, a stream if I can. So, I'm trying to go as well as I can. Is he gone? He's still in my chat. Get out of my chat! Go do your MSQ. Start streaming the MSQ, okay? I'll help you out if I need to. Ridic. No, stop going to my throne, okay? If you're gonna threaten me with a throne, Blue, get me a pair of weight scales. I need to know how heavy I am. I have no clue how much I weigh. I could be 140 kilos right now. I could be 100 kilos. Who knows? I don't. I need scales. Partner and you are struggling with post-Endwalker MSQ? Noted. I will try to get a partner to help me so we can suffer together. Hermes, are you alright? Quite alright, yes. My apologies for making you worry, Meteion. Both you and, GrantZeebs, you are called. An intriguing name. Somehow reminiscent of a new creation. Thank you for coming after me. As for you, little one, you must be more careful. You may be able to fly, but it doesn't mean you cannot fall and hurt yourself. Oh no! I had forgotten about all its fellows! It's fine. The rest of them are, like, you know, being kept an eye on by Hefladeus and Emmet. Truly? What a relief! I must thank you, Emmet Selch and Hefladeus. I must thank Emmet Selch and Hefladeus when I return to them. But first, with the distractions out of the way... As Chief Overseer of Elpis, permit me to welcome you to our facility. I hope you'll enjoy your time here. Hi. Well, we found Hermes, so... got that going for us, which is nice. Having found the wayward Embostama, Hermes is the picture of relief. Well, we mustn't keep the others waiting. Let us return to Anganorsus. Oh. getting the gil for post-Endwalker was insane. You end up needing to get, like, item level 630 by the end of post-Endwalker. I am currently at 536, so it's gonna take a bit. My apologies for the trouble. Owing to your kind assistance, all the Ambrostamas are safe and well. I will presently send them back to the space. If you would go on ahead to the main building, upon entering, you will see a table and chairs, a meeting area. We may speak there. Very well. Take care not to let the creatures slip away again. Alrighty. Hello. I've decided to open up a shop to keep my little creation fed. My wondrous wares can be yours for the right amount of bicolor gems. You now have access to the region's gem exchange. Trade bicolor gems for a variety of rare and exclusives, successfully completing local thingamadiggies, including the number of items delivered for exchange. Okay, so nothing really all that impressive. Sup, Emmett? I could not be bothered googling your full name sometimes. Just Emmett should be good.
This appears to be the place. And here is where we part ways.
What?
We will be discussing highly sensitive affairs. Only a select few may be privy to such knowledge, and that does not include someone who cannot or will not divulge their origins.
Well, fuck you too.
What? Will I have to remove you by force?
You can fucking try it. There are reasons I cannot speak freely. Like, I thought I was going to be going through this with, like, you know...
Reasons of yours? Who knows? If I deem your mysterious cause worthy, I may even be inclined to offer my assistance.
God, you're such an asshole. But yeah, like, you know, I thought we were going to do this time travel nonsense with, you know, not interrupting the time stream or anything like that, because he was like, oh, you can't be seen, you can't be heard, you can't interfere, yada, yada, yada. Not only were we seen, but we are now tangential here. We're doing shit. The longer we're here and the more, like, we interact and such, the greater the possibility of any sort of changes. Now, granted, it might be a case of, similar to Season 1 of Loki, because of the fact that, you know, the end of days is going to be coming, like, argumentatively, anything we do, short of stopping the final days here right now, is not going to affect us, because, you know, quite frankly, I can totally imagine Emmett not remembering us at all. He's obviously kept Tiflodeus in the back of his mind when he remade Amarot. But, you know, so long as the apocalypse of the end of days arrives, and however it does, we can't possibly, you know, be held responsible for whatever happens. But at the same time, we probably don't want to tell them that we are from the future, because if we do, then there comes questions about the final days, how the fuck we survived, the methods in which we did it, and the possibility of how, you know, we defeated Emmett and shit. And what's more is, I feel like he would be a bit of an asshole and try and kill us for killing his future self, who's in our past. don't forget Elidibus has a specific memory of seeing you in Elpis. That is also true. So...
I do not object to his attendance.
Thank you, Hermes.
Hermes, this is highly irregular.
Welcome back, Xerix.
Perhaps. But I believe he can be trusted. Mtn would not have taken to him so quickly otherwise.
Damn, Mtn.
Moreover, the presence of a third party may help me to maintain composure.
Okay.
As you wish, then. Behave yourself. Do you hear?
This is probably my most common response to Emmett anytime. It's just like fucking flipping him off. He's just like, I can't deal with you right now. Fuck you, Emmett.
So, it's finally happened then.
Alright, let's just go through the dialogues.
Aye. Van Daniels declared his intention to step down and named you as his preferred successor.
Wait. So...
In recognition of your knowledge and your works, the Convocation is giving the recommendation due consideration.
Oh, wait, no, Van Daniel is a title.
As one who does not know you personally, I am to use my impartial eye to take your measure.
Okay.
And above all else, to ascertain your disposition towards the invitation. I understand that you and Van Daniel are close. He himself was once chief overseer of Elpis after all. I should not be surprised if you knew before anyone else that he wished to relinquish his office.
Shh. Sash, this is important.
I did.
No spoilers.
He told me that when he fulfilled his purpose, he wished to pass the torch to me.
A torch you seem none too pleased to accept. Are you so averse to serving on the Convocation?
You have to look so smug when you ask.
No, it's not that. For a humble researcher like myself to even be considered is an honor beyond words. No. What troubles me, what I struggle to come to terms with, is the very fact that Van Daniel is stepping down. Does this not mean that he will return to the Star?
Wait, what?
Of his own volition, yes, like so many others have before him.
Return to the Star? Does that mean... die?
Well now, that's not a word I hear often. Is that what you say here in Elpis? Mankind is the life of Atheris. Each of us, a drop of blood flowing through its veins, bearing sustenance. In our finite time upon it, 'tis our duty to make it a better place, that all who call it home, now and in future, may abide in happiness.
Okay, so they're not...
To that end, we have dedicated ourselves to the pursuit of enlightened creation. And by our efforts did we transform this once untamed wilderness into the peaceful paradise you enjoy today. To return to the star whence we came is a privilege afforded to we who have so loved and nurtured it.
But you're not immortal, so it's not a choice.
A choice embraced by those who have lived their lives to the fullest, in service to our world.
Because you said your lives are finite.
And when they depart upon this journey, it is beautiful, always.
The 14 are no exception. 'Tis believed no occasion is more felicitous than the fulfillment of one's duty. Our office becomes our lives, and to retire is to return, or so the majority of us hold. Some few have elected to eschew custom.
Mayhap you feel Fandaniel's deeds do not warrant his return. Yet you should know his accomplishments as well as any. During his time, he conceived of countless outstanding concepts. And channeling the wealth of experience he attained here in Elpis, he brought forth many new specimens.
Okay.
I know of all this. I do. It's just... I cannot fathom why someone so great and wise, who could still do so much good, would want to end it all.
Mtn, what's up?
Oh no. I've made her upset. Forgive me. I know I requested your presence. Might I trouble you to take Mtn outside? A change of scenery would do her good.
Yeah, okay, fine. Alright, me too. You took my spot! What the fuck? I'm sorry, Grant. I didn't mean... A walk. Perhaps we can go for a walk. Alright, let's head outside. Let's have a look. Ow, it's fucking bright. Hermes gets sad when he thinks about death. When others are sad, I'm sad too. That's how I am. How he made me. Okay. So, an empath of some sort. But don't worry. I'm fine now. So... why did you come here? You want to learn about Elphys and Hermes? Oh! Teach you! I can teach you! We can take turns, I tell you something, then you tell me something. Sounds like fun. It will be. Where to start? Ah, yes! Let's talk to Memnon. He should be near the Aetheryte. I'm not good at explaining, but Memnon is. So, I'll have him explain instead. Hey, they're now accompanying me. Okay, are they just making Meteion, like, autistically coded here? Like, she has this kind of, like, one, it's like, you know, socializing is difficult for her, or it has, like, you know, a great amount of empathy and such. Because that's the thing, is that some people think that if you are, like, on the spectrum and what have you, that, you know, because you don't do well in social situations, you don't give a shit about people's feelings. No, that's not it. They, like, you can be empathetic while on the spectrum and such. Because, like, the way she talks reminds me a lot of the times whenever, like, my mom has, like, had me hang out with some of her family friends, and they have a kid, and that kid is also on the spectrum. Jesus Christ. Did none of you catch on to that? God damn it. Lysandra and Sashera, both of you have gone through this. And neither of you picked up on this. This autistic child here. Alright, hang on. Alright, let's go see what she has to say about the first thing. So yeah, because, like, she's really empathetic, and she doesn't fully comprehend the social cues and what have you, but she very much wants to communicate. Because we're social creatures by heart. We're not, you know, able to 100% dissuade it. Ah, the Aether. Anyone can use it to teleport anywhere. Well, maybe not anywhere, not to the grounds or other aisles, but for that you need teleporters. Oh, and permission. Yeah, so why do you feel this in my soul? So fun fact, I'm on the spectrum, like, and the thing is that my parents caught on to this, like, very early on in my child development years, and so they put me through a lot of after-school lessons. I thought they were just something you do normally, because the after-school lessons were things like, oh, how does it, like, you know, you're reading a thing, and it's like, oh, this person is expressing these things, how are they feeling? And then it's like, oh, if they're saying these things, what are they, like, it very much was in the same sort of realm as when you're, you know, reading the fucking English essays when it's like they talk about, like, you know, the overcast sky and such, and they're like, oh, why did they bring focus to the sky in this section? Like, it's meant to sort of, like, all the lessons were to teach you all the extra nonsense that comes, that normally people who are, you know, neurotypical just, you know, intuitively grasp. So yeah, I didn't know I was on the spectrum until I was like 13 or 14, so I knew it, like, and by that point I'd already gone through a whole ton of these lessons. I still was going through some of these lessons as well, but it felt a little more like babysitting at that point. And my parents, you know, bless them, raised me as well as they could, and didn't have me ever, like, think, you know, the whole autism thing was, you know, a thing that was to be fixed or was a permanent debuff. It was like, it was a learning disability is what it was. It's a hurdle, but it's not something that shortens the actual thing. So, yeah. Now, the fun thing is that, unfortunately, once you're on the spectrum, or once you know you're on the spectrum, and you have gone through all these extra lessons in order to, you know, function well, and you have, like, all these parents that are like, oh yeah, you're so wise, you're so great with grown-ups, like you're very fluent and all this sort of such. Could you talk to my child? He loves Legos, just like you. And you're just sort of like, just, thanks? It's like if a parent just sent their child to hang out with Einstein, hoping they would catch on to rules of physics and shit. It's like, I'm not a teacher. I can't help your child. So yeah. Why do I feel this? I'm on the spectrum too. I was too focused on the story, so I didn't make the connection. But yeah, like, that just interaction is like Memnon. And what have we here? Though you look like a person, you have the ears of a beast. I assume you are a familiar like Mtn. Is there anything you need? This is Grant. Could you teach him about Elpis? Ah, a newly arrived familiar, is he? Very well. I should be glad to introduce our fine faculty to him. As you know, it is mankind's duty to make the star a better place. As part of this duty, we employ creation magics to bring forth new life. However, we cannot simply release our works into the world, for it would lead to chaos. No, any and all life forms must undergo extensive testing to determine their fitness to exist, testing which is conducted here in Elpis. Every candidate is subjugated to rigorous study in which we identify their properties, summarize what habitats might be suitable, and speculate as to the effect they may have on the environment and other species. Should it be judged a beneficial addition to the star, it would be allowed to take its place in the world. The two of you, too, were created with the hope of making the star a better place. So heed your masters well and good. Do you hear? We will, Memnon. We will. Thank you for the lesson. You had turn. Now I get a turn. Yeah, okay. Where did you come from? From the Crystarium, I guess. Crystarium? I've never heard of it. But this place is important to you. I can feel it. Oh, and my power! I haven't told you about it! A creation! Let's find a creation. Not one being watched. Then I'll explain my power. Okay. You do you. Alright, this ways. Wait, did we... Oh! Is this the... This is just to talk about the Aetheryte again, isn't it? Yeah, it's just to discuss about the Aetheryte, so that's not important. Alright, so we've got... Ponder, Warrant, Cherish, and Welcome. Hang on a second. Oh my fucking god. Are you fucking kidding me? Are you... It's the fucking shoe bill! It's the fucking shoe bill! God fucking damn it, are you... Oh, you mother... Discuss the Spriggans. Spriggans. What are Spriggans? Oh no, we call them Orei, if there's many. If there's just one, we call it Orias. Though they're cute, they can be naughty. Sometimes they run off with concept crystals, and Hermes has to run after them. Yep, that sounds like them. Oh, hi there, Xerix. all four of us under... I remember, I think you mentioned this, Shashara. There was the theory that, because this shoe bill, or not this one in particular, but there was a blue shoe bill or something like that, that was found, like, all across, Shadowbringers campaign. Like the MSQ and SIT. Because it's like a thing of like, oh, you're trying to find something. Oh, there's a shoe bill. Oh, there's a shoe bill. And then you go to an area, it's like, there's a shoe bill here, what the fuck? And so there was, you said there was the theory that that was Emmett Selch or something like that? The shoe bill is, it's just everywhere. Alrighty. The bird works for Emmett. Ah, okay. Oh, this creation is perfect! But... I don't remember seeing it before. Oh. Anyway, I'll try reading its mind. That's my power. Oh, okay. I can't read it. Or maybe there's nothing to read? Wait,
She's
please
got the
wait.
echo.
I'll try again. With you this time. What? Okay. Greetings. Can you hear me? Yep. Yep, I can hear you. This is my power. I can read the emotions of those around me and project my emotions to others in return. I am not actually speaking to you in your mind. Rather, you are converting my emotions into words and intentions, a process performed subconsciously by intelligent life forms. This ability is vital to my mission, for it allows me to interact with intelligent beings, even should they communicate via unknown languages or other nonverbal means. As a consequence, I am clumsy at speaking. Yet though I struggle to express myself in this fashion, Hermes wants me to speak as much as possible, for everyone has thoughts and feelings that they may wish to hide. I harbor an affection for you, one that is difficult to define. Aside from the fact that you share common traits with us, your thoughts are complex, prismatic. They draw me in and leave me wanting to know more. Out of respect for your privacy, I will refrain from using my power when speaking with you. Nevertheless, I want you to know that I wish to be your friend. Well, that's nice. Did you hear me? Yep, I heard you. Good. Now it's my turn again. So, what are you good at? Would she understand? I'm gonna say... Fighting's pretty much all I know, really. Fighting's really all I know. Oh, fighting! That must mean you're strong! Hermes is strong too, but he doesn't like to fight, even when creations fight him. I think we might be bothering it. Let's keep going. We'll go and see, Yuthane next. She's usually in a small building, one on the west row. Let's not think too hard about the shoe bill. Jesus Christ. Alright, this way, this way. Okay, so we already dealt with you, so we're going over... Oh, hey, it's, Kelpie. That's cool. I'm pretty sure that it's called a Kelpie. Well, well, if it isn't Mtn, I see you've brought a friend today. Greetings, Unthane. An apple. Could you make me an apple? The kind Hermes likes, covered in syrup. I want to share it with Grant. Oh, candied apple. Hermes is certainly partial to them, but you know you can't eat Mtn. You weren't made to do so. But I like it too. It may seem that way, but it's due to your ability to share others' feelings. You've taken Hermes' likes for your own. In any case, I can't prepare an apple right now, but I'll bring one for Hermes soon, I promise. Well, I'm sorry, Grant, but I wanted to show you my favorite thing. Then I could ask about yours, but I failed. I'll tell her what I like. Oh, that's what you like! Yes, yes, I can feel it. Your joy and your happiness. What would I tell a kid that I like? Hamburgers. I like hamburgers. You know, with the brioche bun, beef, cheese, lettuce, ketchup, mustard, a little bit of onion, and a beetroot. Aw, nice! Oh, Jesus! Hi, everyone! Welcome! Hi, welcome to the stream. My name is Grant. I'm a variety himbo streamer. I go through a whole slew of different games, usually either the most recent ones, or I'm kind of catching up on stuff that you would consider quote-unquote gamer canon. I'm currently going through MMO Night, and I'm going... God damn it, Lisanne! No! You can't... Stop stealing my shirt! Ah! Death Nips, hi, welcome. I used to have, like, crazy-sized nipples, but I've stopped having them presented on stream, because they're not exactly only male presenting. Welcome, everyone! We're going through Final Fantasy XIV. Have you heard of the critically acclaimed MMORPG Final Fantasy XIV comes with a free trial with allowing you to go through the entirety of a Realm Reborn campaign and the award-winning Heavensward and the award-winning Stormblood expansion up to level 70 with no restrictions on playtime? You should join us in Eorzea today.
Did you see it?
Hopefully you had a wonderful time in the Arts Outcast. Thank you so much. I hope you had a wonderful day. Hopefully Final Fantasy XIV is going good. Sorry to raid and run, but I've been live way too long.
Did
Understandable.
you see
If you gotta disconnect, you gotta go to the bathroom, you gotta eat, you gotta sleep, you gotta do all those things. Understandable, Outcast. I will do the best that I can in keeping the rest of your viewers occupied. Right. Oh, that's granted. I've also been at this for quite a while. I am about to enter the Oh, it's my grandfather's birthday tomorrow. I'm gonna need to remember to send a message or call them and such. You're playing an MMO right now too? Nice. Ow. Fuck. Alright. But yeah, I've been at this for like 8 and something hours. I'm gonna try and get through this mission as well as I can, and I will probably have to disconnect. I'm sorry. So there's probably gonna be this problem of people just jumping from like one thing to the next. I'm sorry. Oh, that's what you like. Yes, yes, I can feel it. Your joy and your happiness. Metreon over here wanted to give me a candied apple because that was her favorite thing. Euthan was like, oh, that's not your favorite thing. You're just, you know, copying people's emotions. And, you know, Hermes likes candied apples, so you just like him because you know, emphasize with Hermes. Metreon is, like, really autistically coded, I feel. And the rest of, like, my posse that has been following me, Sashera, Lysandra, and Xerix, none of them, all of them have gone through the Endwalker campaign, and none of them caught on to the, oh, she might be autistically coded right now. Well, we've walked and talked a lot. Maybe Hermes has finished talking too. Shall we go and see? So yeah. There you are. I can see the fresh air has done Metreon good. Grant wanted to learn about you and Elphys, so I taught him. About this place, about my power, about your favorite food. I'm not sure if that last one will be of any use. But I do appreciate you keeping Metreon company. While you were away, I finished speaking with our guests. Finished? Hardly. You requested time to consider the invitation, so we have no choice but to occupy ourselves with an inspection of our work. Who stole your shirt? That was Lysandra, Husky. She stole my shirt. Bastards. My apologies. It has been decided that Emmett Selch and Hyphlodeus will accompany me as I tend to my duties. If you wish to learn more, perhaps you would like to come too. I'm compelled to remind you that he is in no way associated with the convocation. We simply chanced to meet at Properly AM. There is no guarantee that the matter we discuss will remain private. I don't mind. To see the joy his presence brings Metreon, I cannot imagine our mysterious friends harboring malicious intent. Grant is kind. Really, truly. He taught me as much as I taught him. You're coming too, of course. To watch Hermes. You're bound to learn lots and lots. Mm-hmm. And I get myself some ironwood. Nice. Dun, 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 dun. Alright. Hang on, something's got delivered at my door. Hang on a second, hang on a second. I am so sorry, you're gonna have to make do with this BRB thingy-majiggy. Also, I'm gonna delay that advertisement by 5 minutes since I'm... Alright, snooze. I should have muted for that one. Did that even get through on the mic? Did people actually hear that? We found someone, didn't we? I knew it. I knew we could. If someone could please clip it real quick. I can... Alright, I'm back. Hold on. Alrighty, let's go for a bit more. Oh, I remember that clip. fucking try me. Damn it, there's a kick W in the way. Move, Mega. Alrighty, here we go. Hermes. If everyone is ready, there are a few creations I need to check on. First, we shall return to the spot where we found our wayward ambrosia. Have care when you step outside a hub, for there may be more unruly creatures about. I go by he, they. I don't think I mentioned that before. No, it's okay. I'm sorry, Lysandra. I saw the name and I thought it was feminine identified. Oh, one thing you might want to check out. Sorry, because you know, is there's a plugin that a lot of people have started using and such, and you can either have the extension like, you know, installed via their own extension, or you can use Franzerface or 7T. A lot of the Twitch like chat thingamadoogie extensions will support this, but there's a pronoun setup. So for example, I can see with JCat is a she, they. Outcast has he, they. Who else? We got Sashera, who I believe has done she,
Hello.
her. Hi, Jason, and Jason has done he, him. Alrighty. Onwards. Look at that. See? Now, here, so something I do wish I kind of had is up there you can see it slightly. I might need to do an update to the whatsamahoozies, to the overlays, because it's probably not great anymore. Like, I like having, you know, this style of the whatsamahoozie, the like, sort of the character and the overlays, like, you know, sort of bleeding onto the game and such. Because, you know, for example, behind me is my chat window for when I'm in the middle of the game. So there's, like, party members talking and what have you. But maybe one of the things I need to do is instead make it so that, you know, this thingy-majiggy is properly hidden and what have you, and just go with a proper overlay and whatnot. This here is a new species of Pedalogda we recently set loose. It has been doing very well, managing to maintain a stable existence thus far. If it can see its observation period to the end without issue, we shall release it onto the world. Tell me, do you know the difference between the living beings and arcane entities? Nope. It is the presence of a soul. Yet the soul isn't something you can choose to have at will. No, it manifests only in those beings whose forms adhere to the laws of creation, that can endure on their own. Beings that do not fulfill this requirement, such as those spontaneously born of magic or natural phenomena, do not have souls. No matter how much it might resemble flora or fauna, if it lacks a soul, then it is considered an arcane entity. So you see, it is not for mankind to decide what is living. That domain lies beyond our manipulation, and it's hubris to assume otherwise. But come, let us head to the nearby beacon. I've received a report that arcane entities have gathered there. Nice. You've made it so the cast bar for whoever you're targeting is just massive in the middle of your screen, so you always know what is happening because you don't feel like looking at the top of my screen to see what attack is being used in a raid. Nice. As you see before you, my casting bar for any of my tank classes is a fucking smorgasbord of is like, sure, 1, 2, 3 is the 1, 2, 3 combo, 4 is the ranged hit, 5, 6 is my AoE, 7, 8, 9, and 0 up to minus are like, you know, other abilities and shit. Why you gotta pixelate me, Pox? You guys fighting? Oh, god damn you. Oh, no, never mind. You're good. You're good. Wait. 216 malms to the south, to the northwest. God damn, so there are aether currents here. They're giving skill bars the PvP treatment for 7.0. Ooh! Oh, I like the sound of that. I like the sound of sorry, it was mentioned in my party chat that that they might be providing the PvP treatment for the skill bar. So, because in PvP, you can have like a combo button. So it's like you press 1 and it changes into a different ability. So you press 1 again and so on and so forth. Ah, yes. Lightning Fana, just as the report said. Although we call this structure a beacon due to its form, it's in fact a magical device. By manipulating the balance of elements, it keeps the isle airborne and maintains the climate thereon. In the course of its operation, it often sees an internal shift towards a given element. Right now, that element is lightning, which draws the Phanea here to replenish their aether. It appears Mtn is busy. Would you care to assist me in her stead and feed the Phanea? How do I do that? By using this lightning converger, you can harness ambient lightning and focus it into a ball. A veritable feast for our dazzling friends. Go on, give it a try. Okay. And then... Cool. Perfectly done, Grant. Look. Nice. See how they gather to feed? How they express themselves through their actions despite their lack of words. Speech is not the sole defining characteristic of a thinking, feeling creature, nor is silence an indication that they do not possess these qualities. Be it a soulless arcane entity, such as the Phanea, or an ephemeral life form, such as the Peladoa, all seek to perpetuate their existence, to survive. How do I give you the Mtn Dew promo code? You can send me a direct message if you wish to. If you're part of my Discord, anyone who is in my servers or any mutual servers should be able to direct message me via Discord. Is Mtn a living being? A good question. I can answer it from a theoretical standpoint, but it ultimately falls to the Bureau of the Architect to pass judgment. I can hardly imagine that she could be anything other than a living entity, though. Like, I think that's her thing. Those with exceptional vision, such as Hyphlodeus, may be able to ascertain her true nature. But, to me, it doesn't matter. She is herself, and that is all I need to know. Oh, you're finished already? I'm sorry, I was in the way. Not to worry, my dear. They've missed nothing of note, and we still have plenty of work for them to observe. Next, we'll head east to the Morning Dew. I need to speak with some observers there. Wait, wrong button. Mtn Dew, there we go. Alrighty then. So it looks like we go down to living apart. Oh yeah, the reason I'm wearing these robes rather than like the attire that you see damn it, never mind. Rather than like, you know, the weaponly looking stuff that I was wearing earlier, the reason for that is because they told me to wear this shit, and so I am. Alright, that is my last news. Alrighty then. Sup, Hermes?
That's more amazing, is it not? The Ampelos, one of our newest subjects.
Nice.
So, how are we coming along?
Okay. Is that Amos? You made a clip of me being adorable. Thank you. Oh, hey, it's the Elpis.
This place is Elpis. Those flowers. Elpis.
Nice.
Enteleckies. Like me.
Enteleckies? Never heard those before. Oh, empath.
They are a product of Elpis, and so named for their birthplace. A happy accident, born of the hands of a former researcher who loved beautiful blossoms.
Okay.
Unique for how they change color, to reflect the emotional state of those nearby.
Nice.
Though be it here or elsewhere, they are seldom seen in any hue save purest white.
Reflect the emotional state, you say? By what means do they achieve this?
In creation, there exists an energy wholly apart from ether, one driven by emotions.
Yep.
In like manner to how we manipulate ether, this flower is subject to the influence of said energy. While it has no will of its own, it is sensitive to the prevailing emotion in the vicinity, and reacts by altering its color and vibrancy.
Akasha?
That.
It is one of the unseen energies defined by Harnish alchemical theory. Though a gross oversimplification, some describe it as an essence influenced by feeling.
Yep. Akasha.
Akasha. Though I'm not familiar with the term, your description suggests it is the self-same energy.
Yep.
Dynamis, we call it.
Oh. Interesting. Aether and Dynamis.
And those entities like the Elpis flower that have the ability to interact with this energy, converting emotions into tangible phenomena, are Enteleckies.
That's me! That's me! An Entelecki!
Cool.
That you are, my dear. And no ordinary one at that, but the first possessed of free will.
Wait. A form of energy other than ether? Dynamis?
Yes, Emmett.
I've never heard of such a thing.
Get your head out of your ass.
Hardly surprising. Dynamis cannot be seen, much less felt. And though its existence has long been theorized, we had no proof until the flower's serendipitous creation. What's more, Dynamis is far weaker than ether. Under normal circumstances, its effects are drowned out by the latter. On account of which, beings comprised of and reliant upon the ether, like you and I, are unable to make practical use of Dynamis. 'Tis a truly esoteric thing, known to but a select few scholars.
Intriguing. Then, given the limitations you described, why create Mtn?
Our star, Aetheris, is especially rich in ether, so much so that its name is derived from it. However, when we consider all energy in existence here and in the vast space beyond, Dynamis may account for as much as 68.3%. The more abundant form by far. Were we able to control it, we could open the door to limitless possibilities. Tis not unlike a gently flowing stream, unable to break through the dam of ether barring its path. But if we could imbue the stream with the vigor of a raging river...
Hermes?
Not that I have such grand ambitions.
That's not good.
Nay. I merely wish to create a being that could traverse the great expanse. The relative scarcity of ether beyond the bounds of this star was a concern. And so, I looked to another source of energy by necessity.
You are correct. It is of great concern, Felix. Do you play? Who here plays Final Fantasy XIV and is up to date with it?
Dynamis. No wonder her ether is so thin.
Precisely.
Yours is thin too. Like an entelechy. Like me. So, are we the same? Entelecchies.
I don't know if we're the exact same. Sorry. Okay, I just started up a poll, so if you want. If I'm thin, it's because Emmett Selch didn't do a proper job. Get fucked, Emmett!
Well, aren't we ungrateful? Mayhap I should revert you to the pathetic, faded thing you were.
A deficit of ether alone does not an entelechy make. It would, however, make it easier for you to interact with Dynamis. And limited though its influence may be, this quality could prove the difference between victory and defeat. You'd do well not to underestimate it.
You don't play it yourself, but that was a very dark side thing to say.
Oh dear. I'd forgotten about the poor fella. You must excuse me a moment while I go and verify a few more things.
Not to worry, not to worry. Sorry, I'm kind of snacking right now. It's encroaching upon dinner time for me. I gotta... At some point, I'm gonna need to actually end the stream, I'm sorry. Alright, what's...
What's for dinner?
Burgers. Okay. Let's see how quickly we can get through this one. Not that I or anyone else would be able to make use of it even if we knew, but it irks me to discover that there is an entirely different form of energy and no one told me? That personal annoyance aside, Hermes' knowledge is undeniably impressive, given that there are none among the 14 who specialize in the Celestial. He would be a welcome addition. Assuming he can be persuaded to join, that is. I still can't believe this hesitation. What do you specialize in? Oh, you wish to know why Emmett Selch was chosen for the convocation? I should be glad to share the tale. Ahem. It began when... Not another word. Lest you've forgotten, we're to learn about Hermes, not me. My misspent youth is not your concern. My apologies for the wait. I have inspected the Aphados to my satisfaction. All is well with the creature, and I dare say it won't be long ere it is completed unto the world. Another creation, however, reportedly isn't faring so well. The Charybdis. That is what we shall tend to next. If you follow me, my friends, we shall return to the main aisle and head north. Huh? What's worse on the side? I don't get it. Wait, hang on. So 137 to the southeast, which means it's gonna be close by. It's gonna be like here somewhere. Oh, you gotta be shitting me. God damn it. Hang on. I'm just trying to... You sent it to me? Thank you. Alrighty. Righty. Oop. Have a great rest of the stream. Thank you so much, Jason. I will probably... I'll probably end the stream shortly as well. Just give me a bit. Oh, are we doing the thing? Hang on. Hang on. Where's my mount guide? There it is. We're doing the thing, chat. We're doing the thing. Alrighty, so Sash follows me, Lysandra follows Sashera, and then Zarek follows Lysandra. Aw, this is great. Oh, hang on. I need to... Please, move faster, move faster, move faster, move faster, move faster. Ayo, the thing? Yes, this, the fat chocobo train. Oop. And once again, I went the wrong way. Hang on. I understand there's a problem with one of the Charitibus. Yes, that's right. As you know, the Charitibus is based on a sea creature. Owing to its adjustments to enhance its affinity to wind, it is capable of flight. A specimen created from the concept could all fly without issue, but a problem arose in subsequent generations. This third-generation creature was born with an etheric balance leaning towards water, its aquatic origin reasserting itself, it would seem. The result being its affinity to wind is diminished, and it cannot fly. No matter what we try, we can't get it to rise even the slightest bit. For such change to manifest in so few generations, I fear they are too unstable. Flawed. With your permission, I will revert the creature, and recommend to the Bureau that the concept be revisited. With its etheric balance leaning towards water, the Charitibus would indeed struggle to manipulate wind. Yet, it is too early to conclude that it cannot fly. Having failed at first, it may simply have developed a fear. I shall transform and fly with it. helping it to manipulate wind until it finds its wings. What? You didn't go to such lengths? You don't know? But of course not. Transformation is an art in which one manipulates a vast quantity of aether to construct another body around oneself. In practice, this allows one to assume any conceivable form and thereby transcend the limits of one's flesh. That's a primal he's talking about. Yet, convenient though it may be, transforming in the presence of others is considered vainglorious in the extreme, as uncouth and unseemly as running around robeless. Shameful. Am I to understand you make a habit of this? Nothing of the sort. It's just that, when transformed, I can wield the wind and fly. It may seem excessive, but what is our shame next to the lives of these creatures? They deserve a chance, and we owe it to them to do all in our power. Be that as it may. Yes, I believe I have a solution. Emmett Selch, may I trouble you to move that Chartibus away from its fellows, somewhere out of sight? Hello. Meanwhile, I'd like the rest of you to help me prepare here. What mischief are you scheming now? Oh, no mischief, I assure you. I would but spare you the need to report to your colleagues that Hermes committed an indiscretion. So, have a little faith and run along. I trust you don't mind. Emmett Selch is out of sight? Good. Let's speak of the plan. It's a stroke of genius, really. We have Emmett Selch train the Chartibus. What? Aside from being able to fly untransformed, he can readily see aether currents, and with his adept spellcraft, he can also employ suitable wind magics to guide the creature along. You have a good night there, Lysandra. While he is capable of all you describe, it is not his duty. I am loath to trouble him with it. Don't be. As I mentioned, it would also be for his own sake. With that settled, let's begin at once. Grant, I want you to go to Emmett Selch. Tell him that you have a favor to ask. He'll be disinclined to cooperate at first, but you mustn't be discouraged. With our friend, the trick is to be unflagrantly persistent. Off you go now, and good luck. With the chat mode, I have a favor to ask. Oh my god, I have to write that to him. Why? Jesus Christ, you took him far, didn't you? God fucking damn it. Why so far away? I have a favor to ask. Oh, no, you don't. I'm not lifting a finger. Ugh. I don't know what Hyphlodeus is up to, and I will not be made to know. I refuse. If Hyphlodeus is to be believed, relentless insistence may serve to wear down the ever-weary Emmett Selch. With the chat in... Oh my god. Please, Emmett Selch. Can't believe I said please.
No, no, no. You are not foisting this nonsense on me.
I am foisting
I'm
it
given
upon
to understand you have the power to help the Charybdis, and should be quite willing to do so. And so I appeal to your better nature, most benevolent Emet-Selch. Please teach her to fly.
Or else Hermes will transform. Right now.
Now, there's no need to go quite that far. Altruism is its own reward, as I'm sure he would agree.
Uh-huh.
Oh, would he now? And who contrived to put me in this position, pray tell?
Nothing so devious. I merely suggested a possible course of action.
Please, Emet-Selch. Please.
Hyphlodeus is my favorite as well. Right now, Hyphlodeus is my favorite.
I did not come all this way to play nursemaid to your creations. I'd thank you to remember this favor and let it be the last.
Impressive.
I will aid it once it has taken to the air. It falls to you to shepherd it skyward.
Well, let's relax and enjoy the spectacle, shall we?
Way ahead of you. Jesus Christ, Emmett. Absolutely fucking whipped.
You were wondering why Emet-Selch joined the convocation. Truth be told, he wasn't the first choice for the office. I was, on the strength of my ability to see ether.
Oh.
But I declined the offer. For though my vision is exceptional, I am pedestrian in all other aspects. Worse even. Quite abysmal when it comes to manipulating ether, for example. Couldn't transform even if I had a mind to do so.
Hey!
What good is the ability to perceive a problem if one cannot act to address it?
Huh.
Emet-Selch has no such shortcomings. He excels in vision and manipulation both, the latter to an extraordinary degree. If there is a mage more powerful, I do not know of them.
Fair point.
Thus did I recommend him for the office in my stead. And I wasn't the only one. Far from it. Countless others vouched for his skill and character. People the world over, to whom he had previously lent a helping hand.
Emmett helping?
Oh, how surprised he was. Claimed he hadn't done anything remarkable for anyone. Modest to a fault.
Is he now?
He deserved every bit of acclaim he received. Yet he may well have gone unappreciated were it not for a mutual friend. A singular soul who can't help but involve himself in the business of others. Where he walks, excitement is certain to follow. His antics irritate Emet-Selch to no end, but much of his grumbling stems from genuine concern. When our friend calls, he never fails to answer and lend his talents. And in the course of doing so, he himself came to be recognized and respected by those around him. They are truly remarkable individuals, and I'm proud to call them friends. To help them realize their dreams. This will be my greatest contribution to our world. And when they have fulfilled their respective purposes, so too shall I have fulfilled mine. And together we may return to the star. Look at me, spilling my innermost secrets. I can't seem to help it with you. I can only assume it is due to the color of your soul. I just don't understand how you can be so alike and yet so different.
Yeah.
Well done, my pet. Well done!
Oh, nice.
Ah, yes. I dare say the Charybdis will be fine hereon.
That's good.
Why don't you go and signal to Emmett Selk? Let him know that his arduous task is at an end.
I can't be embarrassing him for longer. Are you sure? Could be good. Could be fun. Ugh. Could have been fun. We've had so much fun. Alrighty. Oh, there you guys are with his mount. Oh boy, aren't you funky? Aren't you being clever? The fuck is this? Emerging from his reverie, Emmett Selch notices you and begins to descend with a Charteris. Nice. I have no words to express my... Oh, hang on. It's auto-advancing. You can't have it. And Grant and I could relax and have a pleasant chat. I'm sure you did. The creature needed some small assistance at first, but soon it was flying more or less on its own. I doubt you'll need to repeat the lesson. That was truly impressive. I witnessed it all from afar. The Charteris flies. Indeed. With this, we've proven that even a creature with skewed etheric balance is capable of flight. Though we helped it to achieve this, the Charteris is a herd animal. They may well aid their struggling kid in like fashion, if and when the need arises. Keeping this in mind, I bid you continue observing them. If that's what you want. But, if I may say so, rather than hoping an idealistic possibility comes to pass, would it not be simpler to have the concept adjusted? That way, we could guarantee the anomalies such as this specimen are never born in the first place. These creatures are already here. We will spare no effort in giving them a chance to survive. As you wish, Chief. As you wish. First sentence by Hermes. Nice. Wait, what is that the first sentence by Hermes? Hermes? I'm fine. Don't worry. Well, that concludes all my present tasks. Let us return to Anagnoris for now. I'll probably retreat shortly as well. I need to have a look at who we might go and raid into. Let's see. All right. Get on the vehicle. $200 to the east. Okay, so we're going due this way. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There's the Aether Current. Alrighty. Uh, 444 to the west. Okay, so that's not going to be coming up anytime soon for me. What? Want to apologize for me forcing me to help you, do you? Save your breath. You didn't force me to do anything. I merely chose the most expeditious way to have done with an impediment to our business. Woo! Alright, that is going to be... Hang on, let's see. Have I entered Sanctuary? Yes, I have, technically, at this point. Excellent. That is going to be it for tonight. Oh my goodness, we have gone on for so long. So long we've been going through this. How long have I been streaming for? 9 hours and 45 minutes. God, I went for a whiles. But I reckon we went through a good chunk of Endwalker. I told myself I should try to get like 16 quests done or something like that. And I got through 16 quests and probably like a little bit more as well. I think I did really great. And what's more is I've unlocked a whole ton of stuff. I got like new outfits. I've got, you know, the role quest line to do. So much. I got so much to do. So that will be, I will be going through that again Monday morning my time, I believe I set up for the schedule. I will need to adjust my thingy-majiggies properly because I'm pretty sure it's for Monday morning because I don't have to go to work on Monday. It's like a day. It's like the week where we have a 4-day work week for us. So in the meantime, we're gonna go on a little raid. I don't know how I ended up here, but let's see. So looks like there's someone doing a partner push. So I don't know how I ended up here, but I was first lurking in Van Blood's. So hang on, let me just double check the history. Yeah, so I was lurking in Van Blood's stream, and then from Van Blood to Unity, and then Unity raided into someone named Neon Harper. So we're gonna go and raid into someone named Neon Harper, who is right now going through Dr. Robotic Ring Racers. Sound good? They're currently going through a partner push, so should be good. We'll see how we go. We'll go with our classic Himbo Raid message, which is Himbo Raid. Show us your cutest guys, gals, and non-binary pals, or prepare to get swole. If you don't have the emotes available, that's okay. You can go with whichever other emotes that you think might be appropriate for the raid. And otherwise, I want to say thank you everyone who came along to this morning's stream that it's gone off all the way to the night. I greatly appreciate it. Nix, if you're still here, thank you for the raid. Outcast Stars, thank you for the raid as well, and everyone who's stuck around up to this point. I hope you have a good morning, afternoon, evening, night, wherever you are, and I'll see you all next time. Bye for now.